Chapter 468. On a small drill ground in the barracks of the Golden Guard, the old soldiers of the Golden Guard who had received the notice had already gathered. The 73 old soldiers were either standing or squatting, chatting in groups of 2s and 3s as they waited for Wang Chong and the others to arrive. When they saw Qing Chimo, a general of the Imperial Guard, arrive, they simply stood up and gave a casual bow. But they were more interested in Wuxia Xianxia, Ho Junji, and the others behind Qing Chimo. They were well aware that if nothing unexpected happened, this would be the main family they would be joining in the future. As for Li Wangyu, he had long been ignored by this group of ruffians. They all thought that he was just here to watch the show and was a descendant of some noble family. Li Wangyu followed Qing Chimo into the drill ground. When he saw the ruffian appearance of these old soldiers, he couldn't help but be speechless. Are you sure that these are valiant soldiers? What difference was there between this group of people and the villagers who had finished their farm work and gathered together to chat? In his imagination, shouldn't these elite soldiers have bright armor, imposing appearances, and valiant spirits as they crossed the Yalu River? Pooey, wrong, should they be majestic and valiant? These fellows wrapped in jackets and wearing scarves, standing and sitting without a proper posture, were they really the valiant soldiers of the left and right Golden Guards? Li Wangyu cast a doubtful glance at Qing Chimo, wondering if this old hoodlum Qing Yaojin was trying to trick him again. Qing Chimo could see the doubt in his heart and chuckled. Before he could explain, Niu Wu suddenly spoke. Lang Jun, these people are incredible. They are all valiant soldiers who have killed and seen blood. Li Wangyu couldn't help but be stunned by Niu Wu's words. These village-like people were valiant soldiers? Niu Wu, are you sure you're not mistaken? Niu Wu nodded with certainty. There's no mistake. When I was in the army, I saw many valiant soldiers like this. These valiant soldiers seem casual, but they can actually go on a rampage at any time. They seem undisciplined, but they are actually valiant and have a fierce aura. If Lang Jun can recruit these people, it would be quite good. Li Wangyu naturally believed Niu Wu's words. No matter what, the Niu brothers were the kings of the special forces in the Sui army. To be able to become a member of the Taobai army, all of them were elites. Furthermore, the Niu brothers were Turks who had fought bloody battles on the battlefield. They were veterans who had survived hundreds of battles. Speaking of which, he was really lucky to have the Niu brothers wholeheartedly attach themselves to him as part of the troops. Li Wangyu suddenly asked curiously, Niu Wu, how do these people's skills compare to yours? Niu Wu, on the other hand, was not polite at all. He raised his head proudly and said, bare-handed, I can fight 1 against 2. If I have a suitable weapon, bow and arrow, I won't be afraid even if there's a fire in the forest. His words made Li Wangyu involuntarily click his tongue. A single flame was equivalent to 10 people. In the era of cold weapons, what kind of concept was it to have one person fighting against 10 people? Niu Wu added, if Big Brother was here, would join hands with him. Without holding back, I wouldn't be afraid of these 70 people. Li Wangyu took his words as he was bragging. After all, when Zheng Kanhua from the Zheng family led his troops to attack the carriage in the East City, Niu Yong had suffered a little and was slightly injured. How could he be as strong as Niu Wu bragged? What Li Wangyu didn't know was that Niu Yong had also faced the troops of the Zheng family, who were also fierce soldiers. Secondly, Niu Yong's methods were mainly to kill in one blow. He was also missing an arm. Under the circumstances where he couldn't kill, he could only use 40 to 50% of his skills. Naturally, he was at a disadvantage. While Li Wangyu and Niu Wu were whispering to each other, Qing Chimo took 2 steps forward, raised his voice, and introduced to the veteran ruffians the identities of these nobles who wanted to recruit them. Listen up, this is the family head of the Chui family, Duke Chui. This is the Duke of Lu, Great General Ho. This young man is quite extraordinary. He is the founding county count of the country, the Hu County Count. At present, he has a great reputation in Chang'an. The 3 Kingdoms book that you all like to listen to recently was written by this Hu County Count. Qing Chimo also had his differences. He only gave a simple introduction to Wuxia Xianxia and Ho Junji, but when it came to Li Wangyu, he was full of praise. However, these words of his were a little useless. In front of the reputation of the Chui family and Hou Junji, there didn't seem to be any old soldiers interested in a minor founding county count like Li Wangyu. After all, there was no one in the world who didn't know of the Chui clan. At the time, the Chui clan was regarded as the #1 clan in the world, the leader of the northern clans. In the 6th year of Zhengguan, in order to suppress the influence of the great clans and strengthen his imperial authority, Pai Lupi ordered people to revise the clan annals and re-rank the clans. But in the 12th year of Zhengguan, when the clan annals were completed, the Chui clan was still ranked first. This infuriated Pai Lupi so much that he wanted to die. Under the forceful suppression of Pai Lupi, he ordered people to revise the clan annals, and only then did he carry out Pai Lupi's orders. With the imperial clan as the leader and the relatives of the emperor as second, the Chui clan was demoted to the 3rd tier. From this, one could see the status of the Chui clan in the eyes of the common people. Today, the head of the Chui clan, Chui Xianxia, had personally come to recruit them. What sort of glory was this? As for Hou Junji, although he wasn't from a great clan, he was the Duke of Lu and the great general of the Right Guard. To those old soldiers who wanted to fight for a better future, he was rather attractive. As for Li Wangyu, he was beautifully ignored. Although the Golden Guards protected Chang and knew all sorts of things in the city, they had heard of Li Wangyu. They had long ago heard of Li Wangyu, the newly promoted county count of Huxian, and they knew that he had stirred up a great deal of trouble. But in any case, in their view, a young county count who had yet to become an official of the court had no power or influence. How could he possibly compare to the other two clans? After hearing Qing Chimo's introduction, the attitude of these old soldiers became much more respectful, and they once more bowed to Chui Xianxia, Hou Junji, and Li Wangyu. But the majority of their gazes were on Chui Xianxia and Hou Junji. They only curiously glanced at Li Wangyu. After all, Li Wangyu was a young county count, and there were many rumors about him in the market square of Chang'an. Some called him a wastrel, some called him the god of wealth, and some said that he was the reincarnation of the literati star or a divine physician. But to these old soldiers, these were just idle chatter. If they wanted to entrust the rest of their lives to such a young man, throw themselves into a vassal state, and regard him as their master, they would almost never consider it. Chui Xianxia and Hou Junji naturally noticed the behavior of these ruffians. The two of them looked at Li Wangyu with ridicule. They felt that this county count was about to lose a great deal of face today. Chui Xianxia was already thinking that once this matter was over, he would bring this matter to the banquet and have a good talk about it. County Count Huxian had wanted to recruit troops, but he had ended up returning in defeat. For the great clans, this matter was enough to make them laugh for a very long time. Qing Chimo's face also darkened, but there was nothing he could say. He could only mutter, "Grandfather, Duke Marquis, Zio, tell them about the salary." He was going to talk about the salary and benefits. Li Wangyu was well aware that whether or not he could recruit troops today would depend on whether or not the benefits he offered were attractive enough. Chapter 469. After exchanging some pleasantries, Chui Xianxia and Hou Junji ignored Li Wangyu and turned to the veterans. The Chui clan of Qinghe receives a monthly salary of 6 strings of coins. If there is any injury or death, there will be additional compensation and rewards. This one's residence is the same as Duke Chui's. In truth, Chui Xianxia and Hou Junji's conditions were the customary conditions for the great clans and nobles of Chang and to recruit soldiers. A monthly salary of 6 strings of coins was truly not a low income. This was the same as the salary of a rank 2 official of the imperial court. Of course, officials also received other benefits, as well as income from land. But 6 strings of coins was still equivalent to the actual income of a rank 4 official. In a situation where the average income of Chang was the same, this was considered a high-income class. Thus, unless one was a noble, one would not be able to support a troop. If not for the fact that Li Wangyu didn't lack money, he wouldn't have dared to ask for 50 soldiers. Even at the market price, 50 soldiers would still cost 300 strings of coins a month. After all, the soldiers had to protect their master, and when needed, it was very normal for them to put their lives on the line. Thus, the master naturally gave his soldiers generous treatment, similar to that of bodyguards in the future. The veterans nodded in satisfaction at Cui Xian and Hou Junji's conditions, and they began to whisper to each other about whether to join the Cui clan of Qinghe or Hou Junji. While everyone was discussing animatedly, Li Wangyu burst out laughing, attracting everyone's attention. Cui Xian and Hou Junji didn't like Li Wangyu to begin with, and now, they found him even more frivolous and couldn't help but show anger. Li Wangyu put away his smile and lightly coughed. My apologies, I couldn't hold back for a moment. I just didn't think that the monthly salary of the soldiers in Chang'an would be so low. The monthly salary that my county Count of Hu County gives to the soldiers. Cough, cough, Miao Wu, tell me, how much is your monthly salary? Soldiers were different from servants. Although they were subordinates, they did not sell their bodies to the master, so they naturally had to be paid. Li Wangyu had been a poor loser in the past, so he had been unwilling to take in the Niu brothers mainly because he was poor and couldn't afford a salary. Fortunately, the Niu brothers didn't care about this at all. The two of them were here to repay the debt of gratitude. Li Wangyu made a fortune very quickly. In less than half a year, his net worth had increased rapidly. The treasury in the old house could not hold any more copper coins. Naturally, he would not be stingy with the Niu brothers. Moreover, after the Niu brothers got married, they would also have to support their own mother-in-law. Li Wangyu naturally couldn't let these two brothers be embarrassed. Miao Wu grinned at the group of veterans and said with a simple and honest smile, now that eldest brother and I have received Lang Juan's favor, our monthly salary will be 50 strings of copper coins. His words caused an uproar among the veterans. 50 strings of coins a month? Was this a joke? How could the main family give such a high salary to the troops? Could it be that this county earl was, as the rumor said, the god of fortune in this world? Actually, Li Wangyu originally wanted to give the Niu brothers a monthly salary of 100 strings of copper coins. But the two brothers refused to accept it no matter what, so he reduced it to 50 strings of copper coins. Li Wangyu's businesses were now bringing in a daily income that he couldn't even calculate, so how could he care about such a small sum of money? If everyone is willing to come to my county earl's residence, 50 strings of copper coins is temporarily out of the question. But I'm still willing to pay 30 strings of copper coins a month. Li Wangyu wasn't afraid of messing up the market. He directly shouted out a price 5 times that of Cui Xian and Hou Junji, causing the faces of the two bigwigs to turn green. It wasn't that they couldn't afford it, but that they couldn't pay it like this. After all, the two of them weren't a single person like Li Wangyu. They were a large family with a large business, so how could they act so recklessly? If they used this price to recruit these troops, wouldn't the old people in the residence also get a raise? Li Wangyu now somewhat understood the thoughts of the owner of Chelsea Football Club, Roman Abramovich. This daddy isn't a rich family, but this daddy has money. I'll use money to smash you to death. Are you tempted by a monthly salary of 30 strings of copper coins? If the Cui clan of Qinghe and Hou Junji wanted to compete with him in terms of money, then he didn't care. Even if it was a monthly salary of 100 strings of copper coins, he would still be willing to pay. At the same time, he would have an excuse to give the Niu brothers a raise. After saying these words, Li Wangyu beamed at Cui Xian and Hou Junji, waiting for them to raise the conditions for recruiting troops. Everyone present was tempted by a monthly salary of 30 strings of copper coins. Wasn't it precisely for the sake of fame and fortune that they were willing to join the noble clans? For a moment, they hesitated. The county earl's residence that they had never considered before had now entered the sights of these old ruffians. No one would refuse money, and 5 times the monthly salary was enough to tempt these old ruffians. Everyone turned to Cui Xian and Hou Junji, wanting to see if these two bigwigs had anything to say. Cui Xian and Hou Junji were inwardly cursing, but when they saw the gazes of the crowd, Cui Xian hesitated for a while before saying, "In the future, when you have children, they can enter the Cui clan of Qinghe to study." Hou Junji scanned the crowd and said, "The troops of this residence will follow this one into battle, and their contributions will be calculated. In the future, it is possible for any of you to become a general in the army." These two conditions had tempted these old soldiers. Joining the Chui clan of Qinghe and Ho Junji might not bring them much money, but it wasn't without benefits. The Chui clan of Qinghe had the advantage of stability, and their children could study in the Chui clan of Qinghe and have a promising future. And joining Ho Junji would allow them to make contributions on the battlefield. While they were both on the battlefield, serving in the army was completely different from serving as a duke's subordinate. Firstly, it was safer, and secondly, it was easier to make contributions. There were many captains and commandants in the army who had been promoted from serving as the subordinates of bigwigs in the army. At this moment, Li Wangyu opened his mouth again. The county count's manor of Hu County will provide each troop with a house and a wife. Nanny? Wife? His words not only caused Chui Xian and Ho Junji's eyes to widen, but the eyes of the old soldiers also turned red. The reason why these old soldiers were willing to stay in Chang and join the nobility was naturally because they had no one to rely on. Of these 73 people, their parents were no longer alive, and they hadn't married yet. Otherwise, these soldiers with families wouldn't be willing to become subordinates. To put it bluntly, these 73 old bachelors were single dogs. They were no different from the original Niu clan brothers. Hearing that they would be given a wife, the crowd naturally went into an uproar. County Earl of Huxian, you must be joking. You can give a wife? She can't be a maid bought from the market, right? Is she really a woman with a clean background? Li Wangyu turned to Niu Wu and asked, Niu Wu, tell us, what is your wife's background? Niu Wu couldn't help but be a little surprised. He rubbed his hands together and chuckled foolishly. Before my wife married me, she was a palace maid in the Taiji Palace. Is she beautiful? As beautiful as a fairy. Li Wangyu nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he turned to the old soldiers and asked, did you hear that? A palace maid in the Taiji Palace. Do you want her? The wolves howled, yes. Chapter 470. Li Wangyu inwardly cursed, these old perverts. When they heard that he was going to marry a beautiful wife, they started howling like wolves. His words just now had Chui Xian and Ho Junji panicking. Ho Junji's face turned stiff. County Count Hu, how could you say such things? Marriage is naturally decided by the parents. What reason is there to give them away? Aren't you a sex matchmaker? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. How am I a sex matchmaker? Of course, it's a formal marriage. Isn't this Chu of mine also a formal marriage? Duke Marquis should know that the sage personally gave her away, right? Ho Junji angrily retorted, even so, the sage showed mercy last time and allowed 3,000 palace maids to leave the palace. Presumably, this Chu of yours is also one of those palace maids. But now, where are you going to give your fellow soldiers the chance to marry palace maids? Aren't you just using your fellow soldiers to tease us? His words made the old ruffians rather suspicious. Just because County Count Hu's soldiers could marry palace maids didn't mean that they could as well. Li Wangyu chuckled. Why not? I can ask the sage to release several dozen palace maids. This isn't a difficult matter. You, who do you think you are? Ho Junji was so infuriated that he almost choked on his own saliva. Me? Surnamed Li, given name Wangyu, given name Zio. Has Duke Marquis forgotten? Li Wangyu shook his head, seemingly regretting that Ho Junji's memory was poor. Before Ho Junji could speak, he added, right, my uncle's surname is also Li. Ho Junji was rendered speechless by his words. On the other hand, Li Wangyu was delighted. He had finally experienced the pleasure of shouting, my father is Li Gang, in the Tang dynasty. Moreover, how could my father is Li Gang compare to my uncle is Li Shimen? Saying these words made his mind and body feel refreshed, his thoughts clear. Li Wangyu truly wasn't trying to fool these old ruffians. In any case, there were still several thousand palace maids in Taiji Palace. With his reputation, it would not be difficult to ask Pai Lupi to release dozens of palace maids who were willing to marry. The performance of these veteran ruffians even made Li Wangyu wonder if he could use this method to recruit long-term troops in the future. he didn't think that having a few dozen troops was enough. Even that Zhang Liang had shamelessly taken in 500 fake soldiers. He, Li Wangyu, had so many businesses. If he didn't recruit more troops to protect them, it wouldn't do. If Pai Lupi knew that Li Wangyu used the palace maids in his Taiji palace as a bargaining chip to recruit troops, he would probably chop Li Wangyu into pieces. Li Wangyu's shameless words made even Qing Chimo's eyes widen. Hedonistic, he was too hedonistic. Seeing that many of the Golden Guards still didn't understand, Qing Chimo could only lightly cough and say to the stunned veterans, "County Count whose uncle Tsong is the current sage." The uncle Tsong who hasn't stepped out of his first marriage. With his explanation, the old ruffians from the Jianghu Guard finally understood why Li Wangyu had said those words. The young county count in front of them was the current sage's nephew Tsong who hasn't stepped out of his first marriage. 5 times the salary, a promised daughter-in-law, and a frighteningly deep background, this county count who seemed to be the one in high demand. Before anyone could say anything, Li Wangyu added another heavy bargaining chip. In the future, when you have children, they can study with His Highness the Crown Prince, His Highness King Yu, and the sage's 7th prince, His Highness King Jin. This lord might also accept them as disciples. His words first stunned the veteran ruffians, then they became ecstatic. Yes, how could they forget that this county count who was the crown prince's imperial tutor? If they became his troops, wouldn't their sons be able to study with the crown prince in the future? In comparison, the teachings of the Chui clan of Qinghe weren't even worth a mention. In truth, they had also forgotten that the crown prince was already 9 years old, but they didn't even know where their daughter-in-law was. Even if they were to get married right away and give birth to a son after 10 months, how old would Li Qingxian be by the time he reached the age where he could study? How could he possibly study with those brats? However, Li Wangyu wasn't trying to fool them. After all, the future emperor of the Tang dynasty, Li Ji, had just been born. If they moved fast enough, it wasn't impossible for their children to study with Li Ji in the future. Li Wangyu's many conditions left Chui Xian and Hou Junji with bitter expressions. They had thought that this county count who was overestimating himself by competing with them for a troop. But looking at the gleaming eyes of the veteran ruffians, how could they not know that they had made a wasted trip today? As the head of the Chui clan of Qinghe, Chui Xian didn't like Li Wangyu, but he didn't have much of a grudge against him. Of the 5 clans and 7 watches, only the Zheng clan of Xingyang and the Wang clan of Taiyuan were like fire and water with Li Wangyu. While the other clans didn't like Li Wangyu, they weren't so bad as to make things worse. Seeing that he couldn't do anything, Chui Xian decided to leave. Too lazy to stay any longer, he coldly snorted and led his servants away. Hou Junji wasn't as straightforward. His triangular eyes were filled with hatred as they constantly scanned Li Wangyu's body. Hou Junji had always been a narrow-minded man with a crude personality. The Old Book of Tang described his character as arrogant and reserved. Pai Lupi had ordered Li Jing to teach him the art of war, but this fellow had turned to Pai Lupi and falsely accused Li Jing of plotting a rebellion. From this, one could see just how narrow-minded Hou Junji was. He had rendered a great service in the coup at the Xuanwu Gate and had been made Duke of Lu and Great General of the Right Guard. With his pride, he naturally looked down on Li Wangyu, the founding county count. But today, Li Wangyu had managed to steal the limelight when he had come to recruit soldiers for the Golden Guard, infuriating Hou Junji. In truth, Li Wangyu had never offended him. It was just a fair competition. His offer wasn't as generous as Li Wangyu's, but Hou Junji was so angry that he vented his anger on Li Wangyu. But Hou Junji also knew that Li Wangyu was a noble and also Pai Lupi's nephew, so he couldn't do anything to him. His triangular eyes couldn't help but turn to Niu Wu, who was standing behind Li Wangyu, and a sinister smile appeared on his lips. County Count Hu, this one has heard that one of your 2 soldiers is one-armed and one-eyed. Today, I see that this is just as I expected. Since you're willing to give this one-eyed soldier a monthly salary of 50 strings of coins, he must be very capable for County Count Hu to value him so highly, right? But County Count Hu is willing to give the one-eyed soldier a monthly salary of 50 strings of coins, but County Count Hu is only giving 30 strings of coins to these elite soldiers of the Golden Guard. Isn't this a little unfair? TSK, this one truly feels that these soldiers aren't worth it. Ho Junji's words were extremely harsh. He was clearly trying to sow discord between these old ruffians of the Golden Guard and Niu Wu, painting Li Wangyu in the eye. As expected, as he tried to sow discord, those old ruffians of the Golden Guard began to look at Niu Wu with ill intent. They were already planning to submit to Li Wangyu, so they naturally wanted to display their abilities in front of him. Just as Duke Lu had said, if this one-eyed soldier could get a monthly salary of 50 strings of coins, why couldn't they? Chapter 471. Li Wangyu was infuriated by Ho Junji's shameless words. He really wanted to curse out loud. What does it have to do with you? And Ho Junji's insult of Niu Wu being a one-eyed dragon had infuriated Li Wangyu even more. But Ho Junji's provocative words had stirred up the hearts of these ruffians. Faced with a group of eager killers, Li Wangyu was caught off guard for a moment. He had a deep relationship with the Niu brothers, and it wasn't something that could be described as formidable. Even if the Niu brothers didn't have much skill, he wouldn't look down on them. He would never abandon them. When he was still insignificant, he was still having a headache over how to survive the plague of locusts. At that time, the Niu brothers had already pledged themselves to him. How could this friendship be measured by a monthly salary? To put it bluntly, Niu Yong and Niu Wu were Li Wangyu's family in the Tang dynasty. Let alone a monthly salary of 50 strings of coins, even if he had to give half of the family fortune to these two brothers, Li Wangyu wouldn't even bat an eyelid. But he couldn't explain these words to these ruffians in a short time. But Li Wangyu didn't want Niu Wu to fight with these ruffians to prove his ability. Although Niu Wu had said that he wouldn't have a problem fighting one against two, fists and kicks had no eyes. If Niu Wu was injured, Li Wangyu would be heartbroken. Even if he injured these ruffians, it would still be very troublesome. Li Wangyu naturally understood that this group of old ruffians had the intention of throwing themselves into his residence. In the future, these people would be Niu Wu's comrades. If they were to get angry and hurt the harmony, it wouldn't be good. But before he could think of a way to speak, Niu Wu puffed out his chest and strode forward. This one truly doesn't have much skill, and I was even blinded in one eye by the Turks. But if you want to measure this one's ability, you can come and try. Niu Wu seemed rash, but he was actually quite meticulous. The reason he had stepped forward to challenge these ruffians wasn't just because of Ho Junji's provocation. Niu Wu was well aware that if this group of assassins wanted to pledge their allegiance to his Lang Jun, they would become his subordinates. The leader of this song was none other than him and his brother. This was not only due to their confidence in their own abilities, but also due to their understanding of Li Wangyu's righteousness. Therefore, Niu Wu naturally had to consider Li Wangyu. Using his fists to subdue this group of killing geniuses was the best choice. Otherwise, a group of ruffians born in the Jianghu guards might not necessarily submit to him and his older brother. If they could not achieve unity, how could they protect their own Lang Jun? Niu Wu's words stunned Li Wangyu, and he subconsciously wanted to object. However, Niu Wu's resolute gaze caused him to hesitate. At the same time, he immediately understood Niu Wu's intentions. But he couldn't stop it, and this only made Li Wangyu even more furious at Ho Junji's despicable conduct. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and said in a clear voice, "Ha, Lord Ho is right. This song of mine doesn't have much skill, just a bit of punching and kicking." After hearing the Marquis's words, I felt that they made sense. This monthly salary of 50 strings of coins was most likely a loss. But since Lord Ho wants to recruit troops today, why don't you let my good-for-nothing troops test their skills against Lord Ho's troops? Let me see the difference between a monthly salary of 6 strings of coins and a monthly salary of 50 strings of coins. TSK, a monthly salary of 6 strings of coins is truly cheap. Lord Ho is truly formidable. Since he couldn't stop Niu Wu, he decided to direct the spearhead to Ho Junji. Didn't you insult Niu Wu for being a one-eyed man? Then let's see how formidable Ho Junji's troops are. Li Wangyu's mention of a monthly salary of 6 strings of coins made the troops behind Ho Junji pale. Just now, when Ho Junji's troops had heard that Li Wangyou's troops were being paid 50 strings of coins a month and that he was offering 30 strings of coins to the veterans of the Jianghu guards, their eyes had turned red with envy and jealousy. Now that they heard Li Wangyou describe them as cheap goods, they could no longer hold themselves back. Lord Ho, let me test out that one-eyed man's skills. I'd like to see just what sort of person can get a monthly salary of 50 strings of coins. Lord Ho, let this one measure him. Lang Jun, this one requests a battle. Li Wangyou's words had provoked Ho Junji's troops into acting like they had eaten gunpowder. This was far beyond Ho Junji's expectations. He had always been the one scheming against others, but now, he had been tricked by this youth, causing Ho Junji's face to scowl. But now that his troops were all asking for a battle, how could he say no? But Ho Junji was in no rush. He naturally had absolute confidence in his subordinates. These were the valiant soldiers of his army who had fought alongside him for many years. Ho Junji felt that dealing with a one-eyed man was no problem. He only regretted that his plan to sow discord had been ruined by Li Wangyou's simple words. Since County Count who is interested, then let them have a match. But Ho Junji's triangular eyes gleamed with cold light as he stared at Li Wangyou like a viper. But since it's a match, there should be a little prize. What does County Count who think? Oh. What does Lord Ho mean? Ho Junji sinisterly chuckled. This one has heard that County Count whose estate has a 40% share in the Shadaozi wine workshop. This one is not greedy, so if you use 20% as the wager, does County Count who dare to make a bet? Li Wangyou inwardly cursed at these words. This bastard was actually eyeing his businesses? Li Wangyou was also perplexed. This carriage company, the wine workshop, and the underwear store were all money trees. Which noble in Chang'an wouldn't be envious? But everyone knew that this was a joint venture between Li Wangyou and Pai Lupi. No matter how envious others were, none of them dared to touch it. So why was Ho Junji so bold as to covet a share in the wine workshop? But when he thought about Ho Junji's reputation in history for being greedy, Li Wangyou understood. This fellow had always been a bastard who viewed wealth as his life. In the 14th year of Zhengguan, Ho Junji had led an army to destroy Gaochang, plundering the kingdom of Gaochang and stuffing his own pockets with treasure. In the history books, it was written that he obtained the essence of gold and mules, but the imperial residents did not have it, so he hid it and did not offer it. He even dared to take the precious spoils of war for himself. From this, one could see just how greedy he was. Li Wangyou inwardly sneered as he calmly asked, if Lord Ho is interested, then there's no problem. But what will Lord Ho use as the prize? Ho Junji heartily laughed and said, this one's residence has 2 supreme beauties. Would County Count who be interested? Li Wangyou's face darkened. Damn, 2 women in exchange for 20% of the wine workshop. Was this Ho Junji crazy? He suddenly recalled a rumor he had read about Ho Junji in unofficial history. After Ho Junji was executed, he made a record of his residence and obtained 2 beauties. Taizong asked about them and replied, ever since you came, you have often eaten human milk instead of rice. This was about Ho Junji's residence being recorded after he was killed for his rebellion. Not only did they find all sorts of treasures, they even obtained 2 supreme beauties. These 2 beauties were peerless in appearance, and their skin was even smoother than a baby's. Pai Lupi curiously asked how they maintained their skin, and the answer was, ever since I entered the Marquis residence, I have eaten human milk as rice every day. Li Wangyou almost got goosebumps when he thought about this unofficial history. He didn't have such heavy tastes as Ho Junji, and besides, was he the kind of person who couldn't move at the sight of beauties? Using 2 women to gamble with him for a share in the wine workshop was simply wishful thinking. Lord Ho should keep the beauties for himself to enjoy. I'm not interested, so why don't Lord Ho use some other prize? Chapter 472. Ho Junji could only shake his head at Li Wangyou's words. It seems that County Count Huxian is still young and doesn't understand the benefits of this stunning beauty. Since that's the case, this one will take out 20% of the Jianghu gambling house and gamble with County Count Huxian. How about it? The Jianghu gambling house was Hou Junji's property, one of the 72 gambling houses in Chang'an. Li Wangyu immediately shook his head. Might I ask Lord Marquis how much your Jianghu gambling house earns each month? This, about 5,000 strings of cash. Li Wangyu coldly chuckled. Heh, does Lord Marquis know how much the winery earns each month? This one does not know. At present, the winery earns 40,000 strings of cash a month, and it's still increasing. Even if it's 40,000 strings of cash, 20% is still 8,000 strings of cash a month. Does Lord Marquis feel that using 20% of the gambling house's shares to gamble with me is somewhat inappropriate? Hou Junji's eyes turned red when he heard that the winery's profits were this frightening, and he gasped for breath. Then this one will use the entire Jianghu gambling house to gamble with you. The land of the gambling house is also worth quite a bit of money. Li Wangyu couldn't help but chuckle at Hou Junji's appearance. Although I have no interest in the gambling house, since Lord Marquis has such a refined interest, it's naturally fine. But what? Hou Junji impatiently asked. He could already see the 20% share of the winery falling into his pocket. But since the stakes are so large, this gamble naturally can't be so casual. A witness must be invited. In addition, a mere competition of fists and feet is a bit too much of a joke. I have a suggestion for a gamble. Would Lord Marquis be willing to hear it? Li Wangyu already had a plan in mind, so he unhurriedly spoke. Speak. A mere competition of fists and feet between two troops is truly boring. Why don't our troops find a forest outside Chang'an and have a real battle? What does Lord Marquis think? This. Li Wangyu's suggestion caught Hou Junji by surprise. Of course, since my troops have a high monthly salary, they naturally can't be the same as the Marquis troops. TSK, a monthly salary of 6 passes is truly cheap. Li Wangyu's words caused Hou Junji and his subordinates to scowl. This bastard, is he addicted to talking? Logically speaking, the 2 troops in my residence have a monthly salary of 100 strings of coins, which is equivalent to the salary of 16 troops of the Marquis. However, as Marquis Hou said, these 2 troops in my residence are handicapped. Li Wangyu pointed at Niu Wu and continued, so, after weighing the pros and cons, let's have 2 troops from my residence fight against 10 troops from the Marquis residence. How about it? Is Marquis interested? Li Wangyu's words caused Hou Junji's eyes to brighten. 2 cripples against 10 of his troops, weren't they rushing to give him money? There was no reason for him to refuse. In a one-on-one battle, he didn't think that Li Wangyu's troops had a chance of winning, much less 2 against 10. This was simply suicidal. Was this young man worried that his troops wouldn't die quickly enough? Agreed. Let's do as Count Hu says. Hou Junji was worried that Li Wangyu would go back on his word, so he immediately nodded. Li Wangyu happily smiled. Okay, then it's settled. Of course, in order to avoid harming the relationship between our 2 clans, when they fight, the weapons and arrows must be wrapped in cotton cloth. They can be smeared with lime, and if they are struck by a sword or saber, they will have to withdraw from the competition. Does Lord Marquis think this is acceptable? Hou Junji thought about it and decided that there was nothing disadvantageous to him, so he nodded. It's fine. Since that's the case, how about Duke of Lu and the Duke of Yi act as mediators and referees? 3 days later, our 2 clans will find a forest near the Jade Star Palace and decide the victor. Hou Junji naturally nodded in agreement, and the 2 clapped their hands together to seal the deal. Then this one won't delay Count Hu from recruiting troops. This one will go find Duke of Lu and the Duke of Yi and have them act as mediators. See you in 3 days at the Jade Star Palace. After saying this, Hou Junji heartily laughed and led his troops away. Li Wangyu looked at Hou Junji's back, a smile on his lips. Ching Chimo hurried over and anxiously asked, Zio, have you gone crazy? How could you agree to this kind of condition? Even if it's a one-on-one, the Niu brothers might not be able to win. Why did you ask for a 2-on-10 battle? How could you possibly win? Before Li Wangyu could reply, Niu Wu replied in a low, muffled voice. So what if it's 2 against 10? Do you think that my brother and I are afraid of them? You can't say it like that. Zio, why did you agree to this kind of bet? It's completely unfair. Qing Chimo anxiously said, this won't do. I'll go find my lord and have him come forward to stop this bet. Li Wangyu hurriedly grabbed Qing Chimo and said, Big brother Chimo, don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Since this little brother dares to propose such a bet, he naturally has complete confidence in winning. What confidence do you have? I know that the Niu brothers are very capable, but they're still. Qing Chimo glanced at Niu Wu, too embarrassed to say the word cripple. Let's keep it a secret for now. In any case, big brother Chimo, be at ease. I'm not a wastrel. How could I possibly go and make a bet with that bastard Ho Junji if I'm not confident? Just watch. He dared to call Niu Wu and Niu Yong cripples. This time, this old man will definitely make Ho Junji take a big tumble and obediently hand over his gambling house. Right, go back and ask Uncle Cheng if he's interested in taking over the Jianghu gambling house. I have no interest in the gambling house. If Uncle Cheng is willing to take over, I'll sell it to him at a cheaper price. Qing Chimo was somewhat dumbfounded by these words. Could it be that he had made an error in judgment? Were these Niu brothers some sort of peerless expert? But now that things had gotten to this point, he could only nod hesitantly. Fine. Then Zio, you have to be careful. Duke Lu's troops aren't easy to deal with. They're all fierce soldiers of the army. What's there to be afraid of? Isn't it just a troop with a monthly salary of 6 strings of coins? Big brother Chimo, haven't you heard of this saying? Nothing good comes cheap. Qing Chimo's nose was about to become crooked from anger. How could there be such a comparison? Moreover, didn't the troops of his Duke Lu residence also have a monthly salary of 6 strings of coins? Could they also be cheap goods? Zio, it's best if you be careful and don't be careless. Okay, I understand. Let's not talk about this for now. I still have to recruit troops, Li Wangyu said and then turned to the group of veteran ruffians. Everyone, what do you think? Are you interested in joining the vassal forces and joining my Hu County's county count residence? The confrontation between Li Wangyu and Ho Junji had already left them dumbfounded. At this moment, they no longer had any desire to compete with Ho Junji. Hearing Li Wangyu's question, the veteran ruffians of the Golden Guard glanced at each other. One of them asked, Dare I ask County Count Hu, is our monthly salary the same as what County Count Hu said just now, the monthly salary of 30 strings of coins? Does it still count? Of course. Since I said it, it's only natural that I keep my word. Another veteran ruffled his feathers and asked, County Count Hu, are you in charge of finding ants? Li Wangyu heartily laughed, of course. The veteran ruffians glanced at each other and finally made their decision. In the next moment, the 73 veterans of the Golden Guard all got down on one knee and said, We pay our respects to Lang Jun. Lang Jun didn't abandon us and was willing to take us in. We dare not serve you with our lives. Li Wangyu had originally planned to recruit 50 troops, but he didn't expect that he would be able to recruit 73 veterans today. He naturally didn't refuse anyone. This was Han Xian's army, so the more the better. Good. Everyone, please rise. From today onwards, as long as you don't betray me, I will definitely not betray you. When he thought about how he would be able to lead a group of troops and stood around the city, Li Wangyu couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh heartily. How delightful. Chapter 473. When Li Wangyu led the 73 troops to the county office of Hu County to complete the citizenship procedures, Yang Quan was shocked. Especially when Yang Quan learned that the troops Li Wangyu recruited were all from the Golden Guards, he looked as if he had seen a ghost. The troops of the Sui and Tang dynasties were very different from the troops of the Wei and Jin dynasties. The troops of the Wei and Jin dynasties were considered private soldiers. It was normal for aristocratic families to have several thousand troops. However, the troops of the Sui and Tang dynasties were more like servants or bodyguards. The troops and the main household had a master and follower status, but they were different from servants. They had their own private property and could marry good girls, but they didn't have an independent household registration. In Chang'an, it was already very difficult for the other aristocratic families to recruit a few troops. Although Zhang Liang had 500 fake troops, most of them were just people who made up the numbers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been beaten down by Li Wangyu and a group of wastrels at the entrance of the Northern Imperial Army's barracks. In truth, there weren't many of them who were as valiant as the Golden Guards. Even Yang Quan's teacher, Yu Shinan, who was a third-rank official, didn't recruit any troops. He only had strong servants to look after the house. How did Li Wangyu manage to recruit as many as 73 people so easily? It was as if he was buying cabbages from the market. Yang Quan could only shake his head and sigh at Li Wangyu's monstrous talent. He ordered the county office to complete the citizenship procedures for the Golden Guards. The 73 veterans officially became the troops of Hu County's founding county. They were bound to Li Wangyu for good or ill. After Li Wangyu led the troops back to Dingzhou village, there was a lot of excitement. He introduced everyone in the house, especially the beautiful boss. Although Li Wangyu didn't say her identity, he repeatedly emphasized that other than him, Madame Su had the final say in the house. These veteran ruffians were all shrewd people. How could they not understand Li Wangyu's meaning? Therefore, they did not hesitate to call their beautiful boss, Madam. The beautiful boss couldn't help but blush slightly, but she didn't object and tacitly agreed to this title. Naturally, the Li family's old residence couldn't accommodate these 70 troops. Li Wangyu asked the old housekeeper, Li Heng, Niu Wu, and Niu Yong to lead the troops to the manor on the hillside. At the same time, he had to familiarize himself with the terrain as soon as possible so that he could take over the guard duty of the new mansion. After busying himself for a while and waiting for Niu Wu and the others to leave, Li Wangyu collapsed on the chair without a care for his image. He ordered like a master, "I'm so tired. Changqing, pour me a cold drink." His beautiful boss rolled her eyes at him, but she didn't say anything. She went to the kitchen to make a cold drink for him. After his beautiful boss left, Li Wangyu beckoned to Aphrodite. "Aphrodite, come and massage my legs. I've been writing for half a day. I'm so tired." Aphrodite immediately agreed and obediently knelt beside Li Wangyu to massage his legs with her fair little hands. "So comfortable. This is what life is like," Li Wangyu lamented. Just as he was about to lower his head and talk to Aphrodite, he caught sight of Aphrodite, who was bending over to massage his feet. Her loose neckline revealed a touch of her soul-stirring snow-white bosom. Li Wangyu almost had a nosebleed. He couldn't even move his eyes as he admired the rise and fall of the mountain range. Li Wangyu only snapped back to his senses when he heard his beautiful boss's footsteps. He hurriedly turned his head and pretended to be nonchalant as he took the cold drink from his beautiful boss. The beautiful boss glanced down at Aphrodite and couldn't help but snort. Her slender fingers couldn't help pinching Li Wangyu's waist. "Bah, you big pervert. You're bullying Aphrodite again." No, don't spout nonsense," Li Wangyu hurriedly explained, but Aphrodite was confused. She looked up at her beautiful boss and then at Li Wangyu. She didn't understand what her beautiful boss meant by her Langjun bullying her. The beautiful boss couldn't be bothered to talk to this confused girl. She glared at Li Wangyu and asked, "Didn't Uncle Qing say that he was going to prepare 50 troops for you? Why are there so many people?" She still didn't know what had happened in Chang'an, so she asked this question. "Don't mention it. Qing Yao Jin, that old swindler. He's lying to me." Li Wanyu's anger flared up as he spoke of this matter. 50 troops for him? That old scoundrel Qing Yao Jin was just bragging. He had spent a huge sum of money to snatch these 73 troops from the mouths of the Chui clan and Ho Junji. Li Wangyu recounted the events of the day to his beautiful boss in full detail, but the beautiful boss frowned again and again as she listened. "Wangyu, aren't you being too arrogant? It's true that Niu Yong and Niu Wu are very powerful, but you shouldn't have agreed to let them fight with Ho Junji's troops. And even though there are troops, aren't you being too disrespectful to them? The beautiful boss was still not used to the hierarchy of the Tang dynasty, much less the hierarchy of master and servant. In her view, Niu Yong and Niu Wu were her family. But Li Wangyu actually wanted them to fight with their lives on the line against Hou Junji's troops. She found this very hard to accept. His beautiful boss's words also made Li Wangyu feel a little awkward. Thinking back, when he made the bet with Hou Junji, he really hadn't considered the feelings of Niu Wu and the others, much less asked for their opinion. It seemed that after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty for half a year, he had already gotten used to the hierarchy of the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu seriously reflected on his beautiful boss's criticism before nodding his head and replying, "Changqing, you've said too much. It was my lack of consideration. I'll apologize to Niu Yong and Niu Wu later. But don't worry, I only agreed to that bastard Hou Junji's request because I was completely confident." He looked at his beautiful boss guiltily and said, "It's mainly because that bastard Hou Junji humiliated Niu Wu as a cripple and called him a one-eyed dragon. In a moment of anger, I proposed the bet with him. Then what method do you have to ensure that Niu Yong and Niu Wu win? They have a total of 10 opponents." His beautiful boss wasn't angry at Li Wangyu. She just felt that Li Wangyu lacked consideration and put the Niu brothers in danger. "He, who asked Niu Wu to boast to me? He said that he and Big Brother together could defeat the 73 old soldiers of the Jianghu Guard. No matter how powerful Hou Junji's troops are, they can't be as powerful as these 73 people, right?" Li Wangyu explained with a smile. "And I have a divine weapon." Li Wangyu lowered his voice and whispered a few words into his beautiful boss's ear. Hearing this, his beautiful boss raised her eyebrows and asked, "That's it? Are you sure?" "Yes, it's definitely true. If you don't believe me, we can give it a try first. I'll have to trouble you to bring Afro, Perrin, and the others to make it first. Then, I'll have Niu Yong and Niu Wu use it to fight against the 73 soldiers. If it really doesn't work, I'll just admit defeat. Isn't it just 20% of the winery? I can afford to lose. Don't worry, I definitely won't let the Niu brothers take the risk." "Alright, since you've said so, I'll listen to you." His beautiful boss didn't waste any time. She pulled Afro to the rear courtyard and called over Perrin and the 4 maids in the residence. Then, she got to work. Chapter 474. 3 days later, in the Yellow Valley of the Qinling Mountains. The originally quiet Jade Star Palace of the Tang dynasty was exceptionally lively today. When Li Wangyu led the Niu brothers and the 73 newly recruited troops over on horseback, he was also shocked by the scene in front of him. What was going on? Wasn't today the day of the bet between him and that bastard Hou Junji? Why was the Jade Star Palace so lively? Looking around, he realized that they were all familiar faces. There was no need to mention Qing Yao Jin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others. They were probably here to act as middlemen for their bet. But what about the others? Duan Jishuan, Chai Lingguo, Li Jing, Li Shiji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Wei Zheng, Zhang Sun Wuji. It felt like all the big shots of the imperial court were here. Of course, there was also Li Wangyu's group of hedonistic friends. Naturally, they were all here today. Li Wangyu even saw Pai Lupi in the crowd, dressed in casual clothes. The hell, wasn't this a little too grand? Were Li and this group of big shots so bored that their balls hurt? Did they have nothing to do? His gambling match with Hou Junji had managed to draw over more than half of the big shots of Chang'an. If he had known earlier, he would have discussed with Hou Junji and sold tickets to these big shots who didn't mind watching the show. Li Wangyu didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly dismounted and greeted Pai Lupi and the other big shots. "This little nephew pays respects to uncle. May I know why uncle has the time today to come and watch my bet with Duko?" Pai Lupi glared at him. "Zio, what are you up to now? Why do you want to bet with Junji for no reason? And you're still so arrogant, wanting to fight 2 against 10? Do you know that the troops in Junji's residence are all valiant soldiers who have fought with him for many years? How could they be incompetent?" Li Wangyu rubbed his nose and chuckled. Hee hee, uncle, this little nephew might not lose. Whether it works or not, we'll know after we try. His words angered Pai Lupi so much that he coldly snorted. He was too lazy to waste any more words with him. He simply stretched out his hand. Where are my sunglasses? Ah. Li Wangyu was stunned. Pai Lupi, aren't you jumping from topic to topic a bit too fast? Just now, they were still talking about the bet. How did the topic change to sunglasses? He then looked at Pai Lupi's side. Qing Yao Jin, that black-faced old hooligan, was wearing the crystal sunglasses he had given him, proudly showing off to the others. Naturally, he understood everything. Li Wangyu quickly and respectfully took out a pair of sunglasses from his waist and presented it to Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi didn't stand on ceremony. He took the sunglasses and skillfully put them on the bridge of his nose. From the looks of it, he had already learned how to use the sunglasses from Qing Yao Jin and had even tried them on. Li Wangyu was even surprised to find that not only was Qing Yao Jin wearing sunglasses today, but many of the big shots present were also wearing sunglasses that he had made himself. Chai Linggu, Yuqi Jingda, Niu Jinda, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui. Li Wangyu suddenly understood that these were the sunglasses of the rich playboys, which had been confiscated by his father. He had asked Qing Chumo to give the sunglasses to the debauches. Now, it seemed that these big shots had benefited. Qing Yao Jin, who was wearing a pair of sunglasses, came over and slapped Li Wangyu's shoulder heavily. Wahaha, my dear nephew, you've got guts. Using 2 troops to fight against 10 troops of Duke Ho, even this old man wouldn't dare to do such a thing. But don't worry, this old man will definitely support you. This old man even went to those gambling houses of the great clans and placed a bet of 100 taels of gold on your victory. Li Wangyu was confused, but he could only hurriedly bow and say, many thanks for Uncle Cheng's great favor. This little nephew can't thank you enough. What bet? What did this old hoodlum bet with the gambling houses? Li Wangyu had no idea that over the last 3 days, everyone in Chang'an knew about the gambling match between him and Ho Junji. It was naturally Ho Junji who had ordered people to spread the news. He had done this because he was worried that Li Wangyu would go back on his word and cause him to miss out on the 20% share of the winery. Thus, when Ho Junji had decided on the gambling match, he had ordered people to spread the news so that Li Wangyu wouldn't be able to go back on his word. This was also why everyone had gathered here today. How could Pai Lupi and the others not come to personally witness such a spectacle? The gambling houses of Chang'an had also begun to place bets on the outcome of the battle between County Count Hu and Duke Lu. However, even these gambling houses, including Qing Yao Jin, Yuqi Jingda, and the other gambling houses in the Duke's public houses, did not think that Li Wangyu would win. The gambling houses placed the odds that Duke Lu's troops would win, with the odds being 1-1. 2. It meant that if one bet a copper coin and won, the gambling house would pay out 200 copper coins with interest. If the county count of Hu County, Li Wangyu, won, the odds would be 10. If one bet a copper coin, one could win back 10 coins. But even so, very few people dared to bet that county count who would win. Everyone in Chang'an believed that Li Wangyu had brilliant literary talent, was the god of wealth, and was also a divine doctor. But no one believed that his 2 crippled troops could defeat Ho Junji's 10 elite troops. Li Wangyu knew nothing of this. In the last 3 days, he had been holed up in Dingzhou village with the Niu brothers, studying the divine tool. He had not gone to Chang'an even once. After Qing Yao Jin left, the 3 Qing brothers appeared out of nowhere and said something that made Li Wangyu so angry that he almost pulled out his knife and hacked at them. Ziyu, in truth, my family's milord even bet 1,000 taels of gold on Duke Lu's victory. If it weren't for the fact that he was in front of the 3 Qing brothers, Li Wangyu would have given Qing Yao Jin the middle finger as a sign of respect. This old hoodlum was truly too shameless. He actually bet on both sides. And he even said that he supported him. This was truly a disgrace to the Tang dynasty. The group of silk pants also squeezed to Li Wangyu's side, but all of them looked dejected. Ziyu, those sunglasses, why don't you give your older brother another pair? Ziyu, your older brother is so pitiful. Those sunglasses weren't even warm before my milord took them away. Me too. Ziyu, can't you make more sunglasses? When Li Wangyu saw the wastrel's expressions, he almost burst out laughing. Huh, brothers, this younger brother doesn't have any more sunglasses. You all know that these sunglasses are made from crystal. Although they aren't expensive, grinding the lenses takes a lot of effort. This younger brother can't take out any extra sunglasses in such a short time. Huh, but don't worry, I've already instructed the craftsman to continue grinding the lenses. In a few days, there will be new sunglasses for everyone. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, the wastrels could only nod their heads helplessly. They then looked at Li Wangyu and the three Qing brothers with incomparable envy. Among the younger generation, only the four of them still wore sunglasses. Even the Yuqi twins didn't lose a single pair of sunglasses. They were all snatched away by Yuqi Jingda, saying that he was going to give them away. If their father wanted them, what could these fearless wastrels do? Of course, they could only give them away. After chatting and laughing for a while, Ho Junji walked over. County Count who has also come. Very good. This one was worried that County Count who would go back on his word and refuse to show himself. Li Wangyu smiled. What is Duke Ho saying? If someone wants to give me a gambling house, how could I refuse? Then let's cut the crap. Since the sage has personally come today, let's make a formal bet in front of the sage and begin the gambling match. Good, that's how it should be. Li Wangyu was not the slightest bit hesitant. For today's gambling match, he had spent a great deal of effort over the past 3 days waiting for Ho Junji to say these words. Chapter 475. At this point, neither Pai Lupi nor Qing Yaojin had any intention of stopping this gambling match. Li Wangyu and Ho Junji had made their bet in front of Pai Lupi and everyone else, signing their names and using their personal seals. With this, the bet was officially established, and no one could go back on their word. The great clans and many of the nobles present were all envious of Ho Junji's good luck. Everyone agreed that the astute Count Huxian must have lost his mind to make such a bet with Marquis of Lu. Wasn't he just in a hurry to give Ho Junji a share of the winery? For his own benefit, Pai Lupi had made sure that the winery was well guarded. Not even a fly could get in, much less leak the secrets of the winery. As a result, the high quality of sorghum wine on the market was the only one of its kind. There was no one in Chang, and who wasn't jealous of the daily income. Even if it was a one-on-one bet, many people would be willing to bet with Li Wangyu, let alone a 2-on-10 bet. Li Wangyu waved at the Niu brothers, indicating that they should come over. Then he turned to Ho Junji and said, Duke Marquis, let's begin. Have your men come over and inspect the weapons. See if there's any cloth wrapped around the blades and arrowheads. Ho Junji naturally had no objection, and he waved his hand to summon his men. Those 10 troops of the Lord's manor were all elites with one look. Even though they were just standing there, they exuded a valiant aura. In contrast, the 2 men at Li Wangyu's side were also strong and courageous. But one of them was missing an arm while the other was blind in an eye. No matter how one looked at it, they didn't think that these 2 could win against these 10 men. Niu Yong and Niu Wu stepped forward to inspect each other's weapons, and then they handed over their own weapons for inspection. The Niu brothers had very simple equipment. The 2 of them were dressed in clean, short robes, and each of them carried a bag and a short blade. Niu Wu carried a longbow and a quiver of arrows, but nothing else. Ho Junji's men inspected the bag, but after seeing that it was just some rags, they didn't pay any more attention. Ho Junji's men, on the other hand, were armed to the teeth. Sabers, short spears, bows, daggers, and so on and so forth. As Li Wangyu had requested, these weapons had been wrapped in cloth and covered in lime. Just as the Niu brothers were inspecting the corpse, they saw a person step out from the crowd. He said with a mocking tone, State Duke Lu, are you playing a childish war game with County Earl Hu? Why do they even need to wrap the arrowheads and blades? What kind of bet is this? Li couldn't help but frown on his face. It was the head of the Wang clan of Taiyuan, Wang Renyu. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, another person stood out from the crowd and echoed, "What Lord Wang said is right." In the past, the troops have always fought with their lives on the line. How could it be like playing house? How could it be wrapped in arrowheads and decide the outcome with lime marks? Duke of Lu, you are a veteran general who has fought for many years. Why are you fooling around with youngsters? The one who spoke was Jing Yuanshou of the Jing clan, and behind him, another noble stepped forward. It was the prefectural Duke of Chongping, Zhang Liang. Duke of Lu, when have the troops in our residence ever been afraid of death? We have always licked blood from our blades and sought survival from the jaws of death. Our Tang dynasty's military prowess is renowned throughout the world. When did we start to play games like this, using lime to decide victory? Duke of Lu, if this matter were to spread, I'm afraid that your fellow soldiers would lose face, right? Ho Junji was a prideful person, but he also cared a lot about face. After being criticized by Wang Renyu, Jing Yuanshou, and Zhang Liang, he couldn't help but blush. Count who, everyone's words are reasonable. Why don't we stop using these cotton-wrapped arrowheads? The life and death of our troops will be decided by fate. Let's fight to the death. How about it? Ho Junji was now somewhat regretful that he had agreed to Li Wangyu's request. Li Wangyu naturally shook his head. No, this is a condition that we agreed on that day. How can we go back on our words? He was confident that the Niu brothers could defeat Ho Junji's troops. But swords had no eyes. If the Niu brothers made a mistake, wouldn't they be taking their lives? Moreover, as a good youth who had transmigrated from the future, how could Li Wangyu allow others to fight to the death for him? This wasn't the Roman era, where gladiators were still played. In truth, the battles between the troops of the Tang dynasty weren't necessarily any better than the gladiators of the Roman era. Although it wasn't necessarily a battle to the death, every time there was a conflict between nobles, when was there a battle that didn't result in several deaths? Li Wangyu was already cursing Wang Renyu, Jing Yuanshou, and Zhang Liang's words. These bastards had nothing better to do. Did this daddy invite you? What does it have to do with you? Count who, I will instruct my troops to do their utmost to not harm your troops. How about it? Ho Junji still wanted to persuade him. Li Wangyu immediately refused. No. Since we agreed on this, there's no reason to change it at the last minute. If Lord Marquis isn't willing to fight like this, then why don't we just drop the matter? Ho Junji felt rather helpless at Li Wangyu's refusal. He naturally didn't care about the method of the battle. In any case, his goal was to get a share of the winery. But if he continued to follow Li Wangyu's wishes and fight like this, he felt that he couldn't afford to lose face. Just as Zhang Liang had said, if this matter got out, wouldn't his fellow soldiers laugh their heads off? But now, Li Wangyu refused to agree no matter what. If he insisted, this battle naturally couldn't be carried out, and Ho Junji would never agree to that. For a moment, Ho Junji was in a dilemma. Even though Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin were close to Li Wangyu, they didn't want to see Li Wangyu lose this battle. But in truth, they all agreed with Wang Renyu and the others. Even Pai Lupi had been on the battlefield for many years and was used to seeing life and death. Using some sort of cloth to wrap up weapons and arrows to carry out a battle was truly child's play. But Li Wangyu was young and their nephew, so they naturally didn't voice their opinion. They just coldly watched, allowing Li Wangyu and Ho Junji to negotiate. Seeing Li Wangyu shake his head in refusal, Zhang Liang spoke once more. Count who, you're also a noble of the Tang dynasty. How can you be so afraid of death? Moreover, aren't you the one who's going to fight? How can you be so wishy-washy? If all the nobles of the Tang dynasty were as compassionate as Count who and couldn't stand the sight of blood, wouldn't we just allow the Turks to invade and trample on the lands of the Tang dynasty? Zhang Liang's words struck at Ho Junji's heart. Li Wangyu clenched his fists in anger, his eyes spitting fire as he angrily glared at Zhang Liang. Since Prefecture Duke Chongping is so hot-blooded, why don't you bring your fake son here to fight? This one is willing to accompany you to the end. Chapter 476. Zhang Liang, the prefectural Duke of Chongping, was enraged by Li Wangyu's words and wanted to teach this young man a lesson. He had suffered at the hands of Li Wangyu several times in a row and had long found Li Wangyu to be an eyesore. This was why he had followed Wang Renyu and Zheng Yuanshou in sowing discord. Now that Li Wangyu had so rudely rebuked him in front of everyone, he felt his blood boil. Count Huxian, don't be so impudent. Before Zhang Liang could finish speaking, Pai Lupi roared, enough. Zhang Liang, you are also a veteran of the army. How can you speak so irrationally? Zhou cherishes the lives of his troops. How can you say that the soldiers of the Tang dynasty are unable to defend against the sabers and spears of the Turks? What nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Liang's blood that had just surged to his head quickly receded like the receding tide after being scolded by Pai Lupi. Only then did he realize that the Count of Huxian, whom he had just reprimanded, was the Emperor's nephew. He was the current master of the Emperor's heart. He had been blinded by lard. How could he have offended him? Zhang Liang was not one of those aristocratic families. He did not have the qualifications to challenge Pai Lupi. Although the reason Zhang Liang had been executed 20 years ago was that he had plotted rebellion, he did not have the courage to do so. After being reprimanded by Pai Lupi, Zhang Liang immediately cracked a smile that was uglier than crying. Yes, Your Majesty. This subject was impetuous. This subject was too emotional and spoke without thinking. This subject apologizes to Count Huxian. Just now, I was muddle-headed and spoke nonsense. Please do not blame me. Seeing Pai Lupi stand up for him and Zhang Liang immediately lower his head, Li Wangyu could not say anything more. He could only silently nod his head, indicating that he accepted Zhang Liang's apology. The reason why Pai Lupi spoke up to defend Li Wangyu was naturally because there was a difference between them. Right now he had a lot of trust in Li Wangyu. This nephew of his, who had not yet stepped out of the 5th generation, not only had brilliant literary talent, he had also repeatedly rendered outstanding service. Which one of the things Li Wangyu came up with was not a treasure that could benefit the country and its people? Needless to say, he had also rescued Pai Lupi's son, Li Qingqian. He had also seen through the schemes of those people with ulterior motives and found Prince Li Ji. Li Wangyu's position in Li Er's heart had become incomparably important since a long time ago. Therefore, Zhang Liang's words against Li Wangyu naturally made Pai Lupi very unhappy. Therefore, he directly reprimanded Zhang Liang and helped Li Wangyu out of the situation. But this matter was not over. After Li Er reprimanded Zhang Liang, he waved at Li Wangyu and called him to his side. He lowered his voice and said to him in a soft voice. He lowered his voice and whispered, Zio, although Zhang Liang's words just now were unreasonable, they weren't without reason. Since you and the Junji family want to make a bet, you should have mentally prepared yourself. The cotton cloth wrapped around the saber is truly unseemly. Zio, why don't you reconsider and follow the usual procedures? If you're worried about your own troops, I'll tell Junji to make sure that your troops don't die. How about it? Seeing that Pai Lupi was also trying to persuade him like this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but panic. He could never have imagined that things would develop like this. It was completely out of his expectations. Uncle, For a moment, Li Wangyu didn't know what to do. Zio, listen to us. We will not harm you. Don't look at how close Qingjijia and the others are to you. In truth, they must also be thinking the same thing. If you insist today that the saber must be wrapped around the saber before you agree to the bet, perhaps Qingjijia and the others won't say anything, but all the civil and military officials in the court will look down on you. They will inevitably treat you as a weak and incompetent person. Are you willing to do this? Pai Lupi's words made Li Wangyu feel even more stifled. He had never imagined that the civil and military officials of the Tang dynasty would be so barbaric and disregard human life. Li Wangyu felt stifled, but he didn't know how to vent it. Pai Lupi's words were naturally for his own good, but this was not what he wanted. Uncle, allow me to discuss this with the troops in the residence, Li Wangyu said in a hoarse voice. Pai Lupi nodded and said nothing more, only lightly patting his shoulder. Li Wangyu moved his feet and walked in the direction of his troops. Niu Yong and Niu Wu were staring at him with burning eyes. Behind them were the 73 old soldiers of the Jianghu guard, all of whom were looking at Li Wangyu. Lang Jun, what do you think? But do you want to fight with them with real swords and spears? Don't worry, my brother and I will definitely not lose to those bastards. Before Li Wangyu could say anything, Niu Wu impatiently asked. Li Wangyu opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. He knew that as long as he nodded, the Niu brothers would definitely not have any complaints. They would definitely draw their swords without hesitation and fight with the troops in Ho Junji's residence. But, in Li Wangyu's mind, he recalled the words of his beautiful superior 3 days ago. Although they are our troops, aren't you being too disrespectful to them? He looked at Niu Yong's severed arm. That was the arm he had thrown away when he was fighting with the Turkic wolf cavalry at Yanmen Pass. They were fighting for the country and its people. They could die without regrets. Niu Yong's severed arm and Niu Wu's blinded eyes were the insignia of heroes. They were the pride of the Great Han. They were the backbone of the Great Han. But now, he wanted them to fight with the troops of that bastard Ho Junji. What was the meaning of this? What right did he have to make such heroes fight for him? Was it just for that damned 50 strings of cash? If anything happened to the Niu brothers, how could he face the 2 daughters-in-law of the Niu clan? No, this shouldn't be the case. Absolutely not. Li Wangyu finally understood what he wanted. He slowly but firmly shook his head and raised his voice. Even if he was speaking to Niu Yong and Niu Wu, he was also speaking to Pai Lupi and the nobles present. No, I won't agree to Du Ko's words. If we have to fight to the death in this battle, I am willing to admit defeat. He turned his head to look at Li Er, Qing Yao Jin and the others and continued to speak. I admit that just now, I also thought about letting my troops fight it out with the troops of the Duke Marquis Manor. Even though I knew that they would definitely win, I immediately regretted it. It wasn't that I was afraid of losing, but that I wasn't worthy. The more Li Wangyu spoke, the more agitated he became. He patted Niu Yong's chest and said, Niu Yong, from Dingzhou village in Hu County, fought a bloody battle with the Turkic army at Yanmen Pass in the 11th year of the day. He killed a total of 31 enemies. This arm was severed by a Turkic wolf cavalry and was saved by a comrade. How could I, Li Wangyu, dare to order such brave men to fight for me and risk their lives in gambling battles? He pointed at Niu Wu and said, Niu Wu, in the 11th year of the day, at Yanmen Pass, he killed 27 enemies and suffered countless injuries. This I was also blinded in a bloody battle. Don't say that I can't bear to part with the Niu brothers. Even the old soldiers in my residence have fought for the country for many years. What right do I, Li Wangyu, have to order them to fight for me? Forgive me for not being able to comply. Li Wangyu took a deep breath, as if he wanted to shout out all the suppressed anger in his heart. Isn't it just 20% of the winery's shares? I can afford to lose. In today's duel, I, Li Wangyu, admit. Before he could utter the words admit defeat, Niu Yong and Niu Wu had already rushed over and hugged him tightly. Niu Yong covered his mouth with his broken arm. Lang Jun, you can't admit defeat. You can't. You can't. Chapter 477. At this moment, the Niu brothers' eyes were filled with blood and tears. Even the 73 veteran ruffians that Li Wangyu had recently recruited were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. Their chests were straight. With such a loyal and righteous master, how could they not be excited? Li Wangyu's words made the 73 veteran ruffians who had just been registered feel a sense of recognition and belonging in their hearts. These veterans of the Golden Guards naturally knew about the burning knife wine that was currently popular in Chang'an. Although the old soldiers didn't know how much the 2 ingredients of a brewery that could brew such a unique wine were worth, they were sure that it was an astronomical figure. And their own master would rather give up the money than let the Niu brothers take the risk. Who had ever seen such a master? Not to mention Chang'an City, even if they flipped through the history books, they would never hear of such a thing. How could this group of veterans not fall in love with such a master? The county count mansion of the founding of Hu County would be their home from now on. However, anyone who offended them would be killed without mercy. If Li Wangyu knew that his words had such a great effect and could make the 73 veterans fall in love with him, he probably wouldn't know whether to cry or laugh. Even Pai Lupi, Qing Yao Jin, and the others couldn't help but blush with shame after hearing Li Wangyu's words. Pai Lupi nodded silently in his heart. He valued Li Wangyu more and more. Niu Yong's face was filled with tears. He covered Li Wangyu's mouth and didn't let him admit defeat. Lang Jun, you can't admit defeat. We didn't lose. Erlang and I would rather fight to the death than to accept defeat. Yes, Lang Jun, my brother and I will never admit defeat. If you insist on admitting defeat, then my brother and I will kill ourselves right here. How will we have the face to return home? Niu Wu shouted at Li Wangyu with a face full of tears. The 73 troops roared in unison, fight! 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 Li Wangyu was also angry. He forcefully pulled Niu Yong's arm away and roared at the two brothers, you are crazy. What if something happens and you want me to go back? How are you going to explain it to your aunts? Lang Jun, if we brothers are so cowardly and watch you admit defeat, how can we face our wives when we return home? Niu Yong pulled his brother, and both of them knelt down on one knee before Li Wangyu. Lang Jun, please allow the two of us to go to battle. The 73 veteran ruffians also knelt down on one knee. Lang Jun, please allow us to fight in place of the two brothers of the Niu family. When the Niu brothers heard that, they glared at the crowd and scolded jokingly, get lost, get lost, get lost. It's none of your business. This is the work of the two brothers. If you want to fight for Lang Jun, you should wait until you get married. Their joking and cursing caused the group of old ruffians to laugh endlessly, and the heavy atmosphere was diluted by quite a bit. Niu Yong and Niu Wu's words made Li Wangyu feel very conflicted. Do you two brothers have to force me? Lang Jun, don't hesitate. Do you still not believe in us two brothers? Ask this group of murderous geniuses. Is there anyone who is still unconvinced? Besides, don't we still have Lang Jun's divine weapon? Niu Wu wiped away the tears on his face and whispered with a smile. His words were all heard by the surrounding Li residence troops, but all of them revealed looks of shock and embarrassment, appearing to be extremely embarrassed. Seeing this, Li Wangyu had nothing to say. After a long silence, he finally nodded and patted the shoulders of the Niu brothers. Be careful. I will wait for you to come back. Yes. Li Wangyu strode up to Ho Junji and stared into his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he said word by word, if you want to fight, then let's fight. Life and death shall be decided by the heavens. For some reason, a dark cloud flitted through Ho Junji's heart. Just now, Li Wangyu had actually wanted to admit defeat for the sake of his troops, leaving everyone stunned. And the troops of the county count's residents made all the great clans and nobles jealous. Which clan wouldn't want such loyal troops? As for the troops of Ho Junji's residents, their morale seemed rather low. The 10 valiant troops of the marquis residents looked at Niu Wu and the others with envy. Their monthly salary was high, and their master was so benevolent and righteous, it was truly infuriating. Very good. Since that's the case, let's begin. Ho Junji didn't want to say anything more. He just wanted to start this gambling match as soon as possible and get his 20% share of the winery as soon as possible. Okay. That mountain will be the location of this gambling match. How about it? Our troops will fight here. 2 hours will be the limit, and the team that survives the most will be the winner. Li Wangyu pointed at a nearby mountain peak. It was around 100 meters tall, but its trees towered into the sky and its bushes were thick. Ho Junji carefully looked into the distance and nodded. Although the mountain peak was covered in trees, it didn't have any steep terrain. It was just an ordinary mountain peak. In this way, there was no need to worry about Li Wangyu's 2 troops occupying some strategic location and defending from above. Pai Lupi and the others couldn't help but shake their heads when they saw the mountain peak. Your Majesty, that child Zio still doesn't understand the ways of the army. Other than the fact that there are a lot of trees on that mountain top, there is no other dangerous terrain. How did his 2 troops escape the encirclement of the 10 troops of Duke Lu's mansion? Qing Yaojin moved closer to Li Er and whispered. Yuqi Jingda also came over. Your Majesty, do you want to warn Count Hu? If he chooses this mountain peak, his 2 troops probably won't have anywhere to hide. Once they're surrounded by Duke Lu's troops, no matter how capable they are, they won't be able to escape their doom. Pai Lupi silently nodded. This was also his view. Neither side would pay too much attention to this sort of mountain, as there was no terrain suitable for ambushes. But he couldn't say much. After all, Ho Junji was his favorite general. Pai Lupi could only watch from the sidelines in this gambling match. Forget it. Just treat it as Zio buying a lesson. He can pay for 20% of the winery, but it's a pity for those 2 warriors. Pai Lupi decided not to interfere in this matter. Pai Lupi had a deep impression of Niu Yong and Niu Wu, and he couldn't help but sigh. Duke Lu, since you have no objections, let's begin. But since my residence only has 2 troops, I presume that Duke Lu won't mind if they go first, right? Li Wangyu asked with an indifferent expression. Ho Junji naturally didn't mind and gestured for them to go first. Niu Yong and Niu Wu glanced at each other and then got down on one knee. After bowing to Li Wangyu, they turned and rushed toward the mountain peak. Li Wangyu and his 73 troops all bowed to the departing figures of the 2. The figures of the Niu brothers quickly disappeared into the forest not far away and could no longer be seen. 15 minutes later, Ho Junji waved his hand, and his 10 subordinates all pulled out their shining weapons and charged into the forest. Chapter 478. Once Ho Junji's troops entered the forest, everyone, including Pai Lupi, craned their necks to look up the mountain to see what the result was. The mountain peak that Li Wangyu had pointed out was only a few hundred meters away from where everyone was. Ho Junji was a high-profile individual, and the clothes he had distributed to his troops were also the same. The troops of his residence all wore red cloaks over white robes embroidered with violet flames, making them appear rather imposing. The color of these clothes was very conspicuous, so even after entering the forest, everyone could still make out their silhouettes. From the occasional red and white silhouette, everyone could see that Ho Junji's troops had distanced themselves from each other and were beginning to search the mountain for the Niu brothers. As for the Niu brothers, no one had seen them since they had entered the forest. The mountain wasn't big. From the foot of the mountain to the top, it was only about 100 meters high. The troops of the Marquis's residence had only needed 15 minutes to find the mountain. But even those at the base of the mountain could see that the troops of the Marquis's residence had come up empty-handed. There was no sign of the Niu brothers. Could the Niu brothers have ascended to the heavens on such a flat and unassuming hill? Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin glanced at each other, confused as to why the troops of the Marquis's residence had failed to find them. Wang Renyu chuckled and said, Count Huxian, those 2 troops of your family didn't just speak pretty words but have already crossed the mountain and fled for their lives, right? No wonder the troops of the Duke of Lu residence couldn't find them. That's most likely the case. As expected, anyone can speak pretty words. This old man thought that Count Huxian's troops were truly chivalrous and courageous men, but in the end, they ran away. Truly laughable. Jing Yuanshou naturally wouldn't let go of this chance to ridicule Li Wangyu. Zhang Liang's lips twitched, but when he thought about how he had been angrily reprimanded by Pai Lupi, he swallowed his words, but everyone could see the sneer on his face. Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the other big shots were also suspicious. They couldn't help but be filled with doubt. He was somewhat skeptical of Wang Renyu and Jing Yuanshou's words. The hillside was not big. Other than the towering trees and shrubs, there was no place for people to hide. The 10 troops of the House of the Marquis formed a human net and searched from the foot of the mountain all the way to the top of the mountain. However, they did not find anything. This was naturally abnormal. Those were 2 living people. Could it be that they could dig a hole and hide? Ho Junji stared at the faintly discernible figures of his own troops on the mountain and couldn't help but jeer. Count Huxian, those 2 warriors of yours shouldn't have already run off, right? That's really a good idea. But in this way, there's no need for this battle to continue. Li Wangyu showed a look of disdain towards the crowd's mockery. Even the 73 old ruffians behind him were the same. There were even some people who couldn't help but chuckle, thinking that Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and Hou Junji were telling an extremely laughable joke. Li Wangyu was in no rush. In any case, he couldn't stop the Niu brothers from putting their lives on the line, so he would just wait and see. He had absolute confidence in the divine tool he had given the Niu brothers, and he had even more confidence in the skills of the Niu brothers. Upon hearing Hou Junji's words, Li Wangyu adjusted the sunglasses on his nose and calmly replied, "Why is Duke Lu in such a rush? Only the time it takes for an incense stick to burn has passed since the 2 hours. Could it be that Duke Lu is so impatient to see your own troops lose their lives? Humph, Count Huxian and your troops are all so eloquent. Since that's the case, this lowly one would like to see what sort of tricks those 2 troops of yours can play. What's the point of just saying nice things?" Quite a few of the great clans and nobles who had come to watch the show began to chatter. They all wanted to see just why Count Huxian dared to send his 2 crippled troops to challenge Duke Lu's 10 elite troops. They had originally believed that they would be able to see a hot-blooded battle today, but they hadn't expected it to be so bizarre. The fact that the 2 troops from the Count Huxian's residence had fled without a fight caused the spectators to begin to whisper derisively. Another 15 minutes passed, and the crowd looked at the troops of the Marquis residence that were barely visible in the forest. They once more searched the mountain, but they still found nothing. The jeers only grew louder. Count Huxian, don't waste any more time. Just concede. This is simply a farce. No one here is blind. The troops of the Duke Lu residence have already searched the mountain twice, but there's still no sign of them. Could it be that those 2 troops of yours know how to hide themselves? That's right. If you're afraid, you should have said so earlier. Why put on such an act? Count Huxian, in the future, when you're recruiting troops, you should keep your eyes open. Just what sort of people do you have in your residence? They actually fled without a fight. What a disgrace. Li Wangyu was no longer in a rush, and his expression was growing more and more relaxed. The situation on the mountain was exactly what he wanted to see. Li Wangyu was unperturbed by the jeers of the crowd, and his smile only grew more and more dazzling. Oh. Is that so? Since that's the case, I wonder if sirs are interested in making a bet with me? Wang Renyu and Zheng Yuanshou immediately stepped forward. With things as they are, who does a young man like you want to fool? If you want to make a bet, fine. This one will use Yongyi Gambling House to wager the remaining 20% of your winery. Does Count Huxian dare? This old man will use Lacan Gambling House to wager the 20% of your Shun Feng Express Carriage Company. Will Count Huxian accept? Lacan Gambling House was the gambling house of the Zheng clan estate in Xinjiang. Li Wangyu raised his head to the sky and heartily laughed. Why not? Write the bet. His words caused Pai Lupi to furrow his brows. Pai Lupi naturally did not want the winery and carriage company to be interfered with by the aristocratic families. Originally, he was already unhappy that Hou Junji was betting with Li Wangyu on the winery. However, seeing that Hou Junji was his favorite subordinate, he did not say anything and tacitly agreed. But now, Li Wangyu was actually betting with the Taiyuan Wang clan and Xinjiang Jing clan. This made Pai Lupi extremely unhappy. But now, he could not stop it. He could not say that Hou Junji could gamble, but Wang Renyu and Zheng Yuanshou could not, right? That did not make sense. Qing Yaojin was even more anxious. Li family brat, you're crazy. How can you still dare to gamble with them at this time? Li Wangyu did not panic at all. Hee, Uncle Cheng, someone insisted on giving me a gambling house, so how can I not accept it? But Uncle Cheng, Uncle Yuchi, are you interested in these gambling houses? This little nephew has no interest in running a gambling house. If you're interested, I can give you a discount and transfer them all to you. Qing Yaojin was almost angered to death by his words. At this time, he was still speaking such nonsense. In a fit of pique, he said, Good, this old man wants to see how you'll win. If you win, this old man will take all of these gambling houses. I won't let you take advantage of me, this old man will even give you more money. Li Wangyu chuckled. Then I'll have to thank Uncle Cheng. When Qing Yaojin heard this, he was so angry that he turned his head away and couldn't be bothered with him anymore. Li Wangyu, Wang Renyu, and Jing Yuanshou immediately wrote down the terms of the bet in front of everyone and signed with their seals. Ho Junji coldly watched from the side. In his heart, he also felt that this county count was crazy and completely unreasonable. But this had nothing to do with him. In any case, his goal was only 20% of the winery. Ho Junji looked at the sky and coldly asked, "County count who? An hour has already passed. Do you still not intend to admit defeat?" Li Wangyu once more looked at the mountain and saw that the red and white figures of the marquis residents had already spread out and were searching for the Niu brothers. A smile appeared on his lips. "Since Duke Lu is in such a hurry, then I'll invite your troops to meet their deaths." Just as he finished speaking, he heard an extremely terrifying and miserable howl coming from the mountain forest. Chapter 479. Ho Junji was rather surprised to hear Li Wangyu say, "Invite your troops to their deaths." But before he could ridicule Li Wangyu's wishful thinking, he heard a scream coming from the nearby mountain. This scream immediately attracted everyone's attention. The people who had been discussing spiritedly before didn't say anything. They all widened their eyes and looked towards the mountain top. What's wrong? What's going on? What was that scream just now? Wang Renyu and Jing Yuanshou were in the midst of receiving congratulations from the surrounding clans, but they were also struck dumb by that scream. Ho Junji's face instantly turned ashen. He was a veteran soldier, so he naturally knew that the scream just now had been the final scream of a man before he died. What made him even more uneasy was that the voice was rather familiar. It seemed to belong to one of the soldiers from his residence, one of the soldiers who had come out to fight today. Before Ho Junji could suppress his fear, he heard someone call out from behind him, One person is missing. The Duke of Lu residence's soldiers are missing one person." Everyone carefully counted the red and white figures that could be vaguely seen in the forest. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. No matter how they counted, there were only 9 figures. As expected, one person was missing. The soldiers of the Marquis's residence had apparently been alarmed by that scream, and they were all running toward the source of the scream. Could it be that one of the soldiers from the Marquis's residence accidentally slipped and fell off the mountain? Someone guessed. Don't speak nonsense. This mountain is so flat. How could there be a place where someone could slip and fall to their death? Someone immediately retorted. Then what do you think is going on here? I don't see anything happening on that mountain. Perhaps they were attacked by some fierce beast? This is the vicinity of Jade Star Palace. If there were any fierce beasts, the Imperial Army would have already wiped them out. And this is such a small mountain. How could there be any fierce beasts? Could one of the soldiers from the Marquis's residence have been bitten by a rabbit? While everyone was discussing, they suddenly heard another scream coming from the other side of the mountain. Ho Junji paled at this scream. It was clearly the voice of one of the soldiers from his residence. Another person is missing. Dao ancestor above, could it be that there are ghosts on that mountain? That's right. I saw it very clearly just now. The figure of that troop member from Duke Lu's estate had just passed by a pile of shrubbery when a black shadow suddenly flashed past. After that, I heard a blood-curdling scream. The troops of Duke Lu's mansion were nowhere to be seen. What the hell is going on? Wang Renyu and Jing Yuanshou grimaced. The two of them had placed a heavy bet on Ho Junji, even using their own gambling house. Was there really going to be an accident in today's match? Marquis, what do you think about this matter? What happened to the troops in your mansion? Ho Junji mentally cursed at Wang Renyu's question. If you're asking me, who am I supposed to ask? However, there was a smart person who suddenly asked Li Wangyu, County count who, could it be that 2 of your troops made a move just now? Li Wangyu had a smile on his face, but in truth, his palms were covered in sweat. Marquis, just keep watching. Although he had been brimming with confidence and accepted the enormous bet between the Wang clan of Taiyuan and the Jing clan of Xinjiang, how could he not be nervous? Moreover, he had been an ordinary white-collar worker in his last life. How could he have ever experienced such a bloody scene of slaughter? Although he was very far away and couldn't see what was happening on the mountain, and the dense foliage obscured his view. However, every time they screamed, Li Wangyo's heart would beat violently. On the mountain top, the troops of Duke Lu's mansion, who had been silent all this time, also discovered the corpse of their comrade at this moment. They couldn't help but shout in panic. "Hurry, he was struck, dead, you, keep your eyes open, pay attention to the trees." Ho Junji's face turned even paler as he heard these shouts carried by the wind. It seemed that his conjecture had been correct. The screams just now really had come from one of his troops. This meant that not only had those two of Li Wangyo's troops not fled, they had hidden themselves and used this chance to ambush his troops. Humph, County Count Hu, what a good scheme. You even dared to use such a despicable method. He coldly snorted as he glared at Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu was not to be outdone, his death's eye glaring back. What? When Duke Marquis went to war, did you not use the art of war, only your saber? That's rather strange. It seems that Duke Marquis views this art of war as a despicable method. You. Ho Junji didn't know how to respond to Li Wangyo's rebuke, so he coldly snorted and ignored him. Although Ho Junji was rather nervous, he wasn't too worried. After all, both sides had agreed that after 2 hours, whoever had the most troops left would be the victor. So what if those two cripples had used sneak attacks to ambush two of his troops? In less than 2 incense sticks of time, the time for this gambling match would be up. And there were still 8 of his troops on the mountain. Although the situation was rather ugly, Ho Junji was still the victor. In Ho Junji's view, those soldiers of his weren't idiots. They were all fierce soldiers who had been through many battles. Now that 2 of their comrades had died, the rest of them should be on high alert and not give those 2 cripples a chance to ambush them. Wang Renyu and Jing Yuanshou had gathered at Ho Junji's side to ask for his opinion. Ho Junji naturally informed the pair of them of his analysis, and only then did Wang Renyu and Jing Yuanshou feel much more at ease. But before the 3 of them could breathe a sigh of relief, another scream came from the mountain. This time, everyone could clearly see that it was a red and white figure from the Marquis's estate who had been struck in the back by an arrow, causing him to scream as he died. Jing Yuanshou had personally witnessed the death of the Marquis's estate subordinate, and he was so frightened that he stammered, Marquis, another one has died." This scene was really too strange. No matter how wide everyone at the foot of the mountain opened their eyes, they were unable to see the figures of the Niu brothers. And this wasn't even mentioning the fact that the Marquis's estate's troops had already begun to panic after losing 3 men in a row. In everyone's line of sight, there were only the 7 red and white figures in the forest. They were like headless flies, flying around in all directions. "Brat from the Li clan, you better explain to this old man what's going on here. Are those 2 troops of your family human or ghost?" Qing Yao Jin was also frightened out of his wits. He had always believed that with his abilities, he would find it difficult to find a match. However, even if he were to personally go into battle, he would not be able to do it so silently. Pai Lupi turned to Li Wangyu and asked, "Zio, could it be that those 2 troops of your family can fly through the air and travel through the earth?" Uncle Cheng, this little nephew is also unable to explain this matter clearly. Once the gambling match is over, you will understand. Li Wangyou's answer made everyone even more anxious and impatient. And what made Ho Junji, Wang Renyu, and Jing Yuanshou even more worried happened. 2 more screams came from the mountain. It was clear that 2 more of the Marquis's estate subordinates had died. Half of Ho Junji's 10 troops had been killed, leaving only 5, and the Niu brothers were still nowhere to be seen. Chapter 480. Ho Junji could no longer maintain his composure. Seeing that 5 of his men had died, he anxiously stomped his foot and began to curse. "Bastard! You bunch of farmhouse slaves can't even find 2 handicapped people. What are you standing around for? Stick together for this old man. Don't spread out and give them a chance." Hold the line for this old man. No matter how loud his curses were, they couldn't reach the mountain several hundred meters away. Fortunately, the soldiers of the Marquis's residence were no fools. After losing 5 of their comrades without even seeing where the enemy was, the remaining 5 no longer dared to spread out and search for the Niu brothers. The 5 soldiers quickly gathered together, all of them wielding sabers and knocking arrows as they nervously watched their surroundings. Only when he saw the red and white figures of his 5 soldiers gathered together did Hou Junji relax. There was still one incense stick of time before this gambling match was over. Hou Junji was confident that as long as his soldiers stayed together and guarded against the sneak attacks of those 2 cripples, they would have no problem enduring this incense stick of time. Although the scene was very ugly and his soldiers had been completely defeated, what did it matter? In short, he would be the one to win the bet. Wang Renyu and Jing Yuanshou, the 2 patriarchs of the aristocratic families, naturally saw this scene on the mountain top and could not help but let out a long breath. What they had feared the most was that the soldiers of the Marquis's residence would not know when to retreat and search for the 2 brothers, only to be defeated one by one. But Qin Yaojin couldn't help but coldly snort when he saw the 5 soldiers of the Marquis's residence. Hou Junji, your soldiers are really quite good. 5 against 2, but they're still scared out of their wits, trembling in fear and huddling together for warmth. What is this? Have their guts been scared out of their wits? Hou Junji's face was ashen at Qin Yaojin's jeers, and he said nothing, pretending not to hear. He also knew that he, Hou Junji, had lost a great deal of face in this gambling match. 10 soldiers of the Duke of Lu's residence had been beaten so badly by 2 crippled soldiers of the county count of whose residence that they didn't even dare to move. If this matter were to spread, it would probably cause massive waves in Chang'an. But at this point, it was too late for regret. Winning the bet was the most important thing. As for losing face, so be it. Between face and 20% of the winery, Hou Junji would rather win the bet. At this moment, on the mountain top, the remaining 5 troops of the House of Marquis stood back to back in a circle. All of them were extremely nervous. Even the slightest movement would make them extremely nervous. Sweat was already dripping down from the foreheads of the 5 men. Just now, 5 of their fellow soldiers had died in the forest one after another. This had already scared the guts out of these 5 men. When they first entered the forest, they still had a playful attitude, like a cat catching a mouse. They planned to find the crippled brothers, tease them, and then kill them. Daring to challenge the 10 of them with just 2 people, such arrogance, the troops of the House of the Marquis had long since been impatient to let these 2 crippled brothers experience their power. However, no one expected that even after the 10 of them searched the entire mountain, they still couldn't find any trace of the 2 brothers. Among these 10 troops, there were naturally some original scouts. Scouts were the scouts in the ancient army. They were mainly responsible for scouting the enemy. These scouts were skilled in disguise, concealment, and reconnaissance. They believed in their own eyes. Other than the 10 of them, there was absolutely no one else on this mountain top. Just like the rest of the people at the foot of the mountain, the troops of the House of the Marquis naturally believed that the Niu brothers had fled over the mountain. They couldn't help but laugh and jeer at the audacity of the Count of Huxian's troops. But the time wasn't up, and they still had work to do, so they scattered and continued to search the mountain. No one took this bet seriously, and they relaxed as if they were on a scenic tour, casually strolling through the forest to kill time. After an hour, many of the troops of the House of the Marquis couldn't even be bothered to continue searching. They simply found rocks or tree stumps to rest, waiting for the time to end so that they could return victorious. But just when everyone was in a good mood and brazenly jeering at the 2 troops of the Count of Huxian's house, something unexpected happened. When the first scream rang out, everyone was given a fright, not understanding what was going on. They hurriedly ran in the direction of the sound, but what they saw was a comrade who had been stabbed in the back and was lying in a pool of blood. This scene scared everyone out of their wits. Before they could react, another scream came from not far away. When their comrades were assassinated one after another in this forest, the remaining few people were terrified to the extreme. This wasn't a big mountain, yet no one could find the 2 brothers. Instead, their comrades kept dying miserably. This extremely strange scene frightened everyone. If it weren't for the strict prohibition of the Duke of Lu's house, they wouldn't have dared to run. Otherwise, the remaining few people would have run away long ago, far away from this suffocating mountain forest. Brother Ran, this troop of the Count of Huxian's house, are they people or ghosts? Why can't I see their figures? How the F***ck would I know? Damn it, all of you, get your spirits up and open your eyes wide. I don't want to die in this damned place. Before he could finish his words, he saw an arrow flying through the air like a phantom. Before anyone could react, an arrow was nailed into the head of the soldier surnamed Ran who had just spoken. The tail of the arrow was still slightly trembling. This time, he didn't even let out a scream. He only let out a muffled groan and stood still for a long time. Then, under the gazes of the 4 soldiers around him, he fell on his back. The 4 of them stood there in a daze for a few seconds. In the next moment, the 4 of them were like frightened quails, scattering in all directions. They no longer cared about sticking together to defend. At the base of the mountain, Ho Junji and the others naturally saw this sight. Ho Junji's hands began to tremble in anger at the sight of his own troops fleeing. He wanted nothing more than to take out his sword and cut off their heads to vent his anger. Wang Rinyu and Jing Yuanshou were ghastly pale. The thought that their gambling house would fall into someone else's hands made their hearts drip blood. But it was too late to say anything now. Ho Junji's group of 3 could only pray that their 4 troops would be able to last through the remaining time. But it was clear that their prayers were not accepted by the heavens. 2 more screams came from the forest, and Ho Junji's heart sank to the bottom of a lake. The conceited Ho Junji only had one thought in his mind: I lost. Not only did he lose the gambling house, he would also lose the lives of his 10 troops. He had tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Moreover, after today, Ho Junji could almost hear the jeers of Cheng and all over the place. As for Pai Lupi, Qing Yao Jin, and the others, they were all in disbelief, their mouths hanging open. Before the battle began, no one had expected such a result. Junji, admit defeat. Don't take the lives of those 2 troops in your residence. If you continue, you have no chance of winning, Pai Lupi finally said, hoping to stop the slaughter. But Ho Junji firmly shook his head, his eyes bloodshot as if ready to devour someone. Your Majesty, no, this one still hasn't lost. Before he could finish his words, another wail was heard from the mountain forest. Chapter 481. On the nameless mountain, the last soldier of the Duke Lu residence participating in the gambling match was already scared out of his wits. He no longer cared about the rules and immediately prepared to charge out of the mountain. He would rather accept Duke Lu's punishment than stay in this man-eating forest any longer. For humans, the fear of the unknown was the most frightening. An invisible enemy could hunt and kill them silently. This psychological pressure caused this troop of the Marquis's estate to collapse. He madly ran down the mountain, not even daring to stop when he fell. He got back up and continued running. However, just as he passed by a bush, something strange happened. The bush that seemed to be the same as the other bushes on the mountain suddenly stood up and rushed toward him. Without waiting for him to react, a sharp cold light flashed by, directly aiming for his throat. In the next moment, the last troop of the Marquis's estate tightly clutched his throat that was constantly gushing out blood. His eyes looked in disbelief at the one-armed man in front of him. His last thought was that he was a soldier of the Count of Huxian, and his clothes were very strange. The nameless mountain regained its silence once more, as if nothing had happened here. At the base of the mountain, Ho Junji's mouth was filled with bitterness, his mind in turmoil. Lost. He had actually lost. How could he have lost? Wasn't this supposed to be in the bag? Even if they were thrown onto the battlefield, each of them would be able to fight against 10 ordinary soldiers. They would not feel any pressure when facing a regiment of ordinary soldiers. How could they have died so cleanly in the face of 2 cripples, not leaving a single one alive? Wang Rinyu and Jing Yuanshou were even more miserable and regretful. They had clearly come to watch the show, so why had they used their own gambling house to gamble with that little bastard surnamed Li? In the last few months, their Taiyuan Wang clan and Xinjiang clan had repeatedly suffered grievous losses at the hands of Li Wangyu. They had gambled with Li Wangyu several times, but they had never won a single time. These two clan leaders were beginning to doubt their lives. Even today's gambling match, which they had been so sure of winning, had ended up being laughable to that little bastard. This sort of blow made these two clan leaders of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes seem to age a little. The two of them glanced at each other, their interest waning. County Count Hu, you can have someone take over those 2 gambling houses at any time. I hope that County Count Hu's luck will continue to be so good. This old man will take his leave. Wang Rinyu and Jing Yuanshou, these 2 clan leaders, were rather straightforward and directly admitted defeat. But the meaning behind their words was that they were still unconvinced. Li Wangyu didn't care about this at all. He casually cupped his hands at the two of them as a form of thanks. Good people. These 5 surnames and 7 hopes were definitely good people. Li Wangyu silently calculated in his heart. He didn't know how much gold these aristocratic families had given him. From the very beginning, when the steward of the Taiyuan Wang clan came to break off the engagement, they gave him more than 100 taels of gold. Later on, the Xinjiang clan's apology, the gold that Prince Qiao lost in a bet, the money from the polo match, the 3 million jin of private money that Yongyi gambling house lost to him, and now, even the gambling house was given to him. It was all thanks to these great clans that he, Li Wangyu, was able to become rich. Wang Rinyu and Jing Yuanshou apologized to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, this subject is not feeling well and will take his leave first. Your Majesty, please allow this subject to take his leave. They led their troops and rode away, returning to Cheng and city to lick their wounds. As for the clans who had come to watch the show, seeing these 2 big shots leave, they had no interest in staying any longer. They all excused themselves from Pai Lupi and rode away. It didn't take long for the crowd in front of Jade's Star Palace to dwindle away, and the place became much quieter. Pai Lupi waved at Li Wangyu and called him over. Zio, you can tell me now. What's going on with those 2 troops of your clan? Uncle, the Niu brothers were hiding on that mountain this entire time. It was just that Duke Marquis's troops didn't see them. Li Wangyu's words infuriated Ho Junji, who rushed over and roared, "Don't speak nonsense. Quite a few of my troops were originally scouts and had experienced countless battles. How could they not see where they were hiding? You're spouting nonsense. You must have used some sort of evil technique to cause my troops to die for no reason. Your Majesty, this subject's troops died for no reason." Ho Junji's words made Li Wangyu smile. Now that the dust had settled, Li Wangyu was in a very good mood. He didn't seem to mind Ho Junji's crude words, only shrugging his shoulders. 2 of my troops are still on that mountain. Duke Marquis, why don't you go and see for yourself if it was some sort of evil technique? As for what happened to your troops, I also sympathize with them. But it seems that from the very start, I didn't agree to a real battle, but Duke Marquis, Duke Wang, and Duke Xing forced me to agree. Now that your troops have died, how can you blame me? His words naturally left Ho Junji speechless. Just as Li Wangyu had said, Li Wangyu had requested that weapons and arrows be wrapped in cotton cloth for the gambling match. It was he, Wang Rinyu, and the others who had forced Li Wangyu to agree to a battle to the death. But the result was that all his troops had died. This result made Ho Junji feel a sweet taste in his throat, and he couldn't help but vomit blood. His appearance gave everyone a fright. Pai Lupi hastily called for Ho Junji to be sent back to Cheng and to recuperate. Zhang Liang and the other comrades who were on good terms with Ho Junji also sent him back to Cheng. Once everyone was gone, only Pai Lupi, Qing Yao Jin, and the others remained, all of them close to Li Wangyu. Qing Yao Jin no longer had any misgivings. Wearing his sunglasses, he came over and laughed. Wahahaha, virtuous nephew, is it true that your troops didn't have any immortal arts? There are no outsiders here, so explain to this old man what's going on. Uncle Qing, don't joke around. There's no immortal arts. It's just a disguise, Li Wangyu explained with a smile. Don't lie to me. I've seen a lot of scouts in the army. How could there be any camouflage method that can make people completely unable to see through it? Qing Yaojin shook his head, not believing Li Wangyou's words. Pai Lupi's eyes flashed. Zio, is it really just a disguise? Can others learn it? Can it be spread throughout the army? Of course. In truth, it's very simple. It's not even worth mentioning. Pai Lupi nodded, and then he turned to Qing Yaojin and ordered, Jijia, take some soldiers and search that mountain again. We want to see if it's really that miraculous. Qing Yaojin's eyes brightened, and he immediately nodded in agreement. When Pai Lupi went out, he naturally had to be accompanied by the Imperial Army of the Golden Guards. As the great general of the Jianghu Guards, Qing Yaojin gave the order and several hundred Imperial Army soldiers immediately rushed toward the mountain. They were prepared to conduct a thorough search to find the Niu brothers. Chapter 482. Hundreds of Jianghu guards searched the mountain on a large scale and almost dug 3 feet into the ground. However, other than finding the corpses of the 10 Ho Junji's troops, they still found nothing. Qing Yaojin was even more confused when he heard the report from his subordinate. He carefully examined the corpses that were carried down the mountain by the soldiers. Other than a few people who died from arrows, the others were killed by a sneak attack from behind by a sharp blade. Qing Yaojin even had the soldiers hold up the corpses while he simulated an attack from behind the corpses. Seeing this, Li Wangyu felt a wave of nausea. Li Wangyu didn't dare to look at the bloody corpses carefully. He hid far away while cursing Qing Yaojin in his heart. This old man's taste was too heavy. He was a pretty boy from the modern era. When had he ever seen so many bloody corpses? Not vomiting on the spot was already a sign of his strong mental fortitude. After Qing Yaojin finished looking at the corpses, he casually wiped the blood on his hands on the corpses' clothes and strode to Li Wangyou's side. Boy, tell me honestly. Are your 2 subordinates still on the mountain? I don't believe that someone can hide so well that hundreds of Jianghu guards can't find them. Did the Niu brothers really become immortals? Hee, Uncle Qing, if you don't believe me, I can call them out now. Won't it be clear then? Li Wangyu glanced at Qing Yaojin's big hand, which was still wet with blood, and quietly moved back a few steps. He was afraid that this old man would be so happy that he would pat his shoulder again. No need. I don't believe that we can't find them. I'll go look for them myself. Pai Lupi, Yuchi Jingda, Chai Lingwu, Li Jing, and the others were also interested after hearing the 2's conversation. Thus, they simply walked to the small mountain and planned to see it with their own eyes. Everyone carefully searched the mountain several times, but still found nothing. Qing Yaojin ran up and down the mountain several times and was already panting from exhaustion. Brat, call your troops out. I'm convinced. I really can't find them. Damn it, I still don't believe that they're on this mountain. Pai Lupi also nodded. Ziyu, call your troops out. I want to see how they hide themselves. Li Wangyu nodded. Just as he was about to open his mouth to summon Niu Yong and Niu Wu, he saw a bush beside them suddenly shake a few times. Then, 2 figures stood up. Husband, there's no need to shout. My brother and I are here. Niu Wu grinned and said in a low and muffled voice. Everyone was shocked. Qing Yaojin did not expect that 2 people would appear from the bushes near his feet. He was so scared that he pulled out his knife. Where did the 2 of you come from? Hee, greetings, High Duke Lu. Niu Wu laughed. It was no wonder that Qing Yaojin could not recognize the Niu brothers. At this time, their faces had been painted black. When they smiled, other than their snow-white teeth, they did not look like humans at all. Furthermore, the clothes they were wearing were even stranger. They were all dirt-colored and dark green rags that hung on their bodies. There were also all kinds of shrubs, branches, and leaves on them. Li Wangyu did not know that the Niu brothers were nearby. When he saw the 2 of them appear, he quickly ran forward and looked at them carefully. How are you? Are you hurt? Hee, husband, don't worry. Those are just chickens and pottery dogs. How could they hurt me and my brother? Seeing that the Niu brothers were not hurt, Li Wangyu was finally relieved. Pai Lupi and the others were also shocked. No one expected that the Niu brothers would be lying in the bushes near their feet. Niu Yong, Niu Wu, the two of you have been here all this time? Your Majesty, the two of us have been here all this time. Hide again for me to see. Yes. Niu Yong pulled Niu Wu and lay down in the bushes again. Qing Yao Jin rubbed his eyes hard. Damn it, it's really strange. There are two living people lying there, but I can't tell them apart. Li Jing took a few steps forward and sized it up carefully for a long time before he kept shaking his head. Unbelievable, it's really unbelievable. How can it be so magical? I know that the Niu brothers are here, but I can't tell. TSK, if this is used to ambush the enemy or to scout, who can find out? Pai Lupi also nodded. He had thought of this just now. My two Niu brothers, please get up. Pai Lupi called the Niu brothers up again and asked, if I'm not wrong, the two of you can hide your bodies because of the clothes you are wearing, right? Your Majesty is right. This set of clothes was specially made for us two brothers by my husband. My husband said that this is called auspicious clothing. Li Wangyu almost spat out blood. What the hell is auspicious clothing? Auspicious? This Niu Yong is really infuriating. He should be punished and not allowed to sleep with his wife. Brother, it's auspicious clothing. Niu Wu quickly corrected his brother. Niu Yong patted his head. Yes, auspicious clothing. My husband said it a few times, but I can't remember it. Pai Lupi couldn't help but shake his head. Your husband is good at everything, but why is the name so unpleasant? What auspicious clothing? I don't know what it is. I think this clothing can hide your bodies, so it should be called evasive clothing. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes. You are the boss, so you have the final say. The cement was changed into mirage mud by Pai Lupi, so the auspicious clothing didn't escape from Pai Lupi's evil claws. He understood what Pai Lupi meant. Evasive clothing was the ancient Chinese name for chameleons. It was not bad to call it evasive clothing. Anyway, the so-called ghillie suit was just a transliteration of the later generations. It didn't have any practical meaning. Li Wangyu was just used to calling it ghillie suit. The clothing that the Niu brothers were wearing was the disguise clothing used by the special forces in the future, the auspicious clothing. The auspicious clothing was invented by a Scottish hunter during the First World War. It was basically a coat made of cloth and cloth with many ropes and strips. It was usually made into the color of the soil or plants. After the soldiers wore the auspicious clothing, they would be able to blend into the background like chameleons. It would be hard for the enemy to discover them. Li Wangyu was also a fan of the military in the future. Although he couldn't recite the data of the various military equipment, he was still familiar with the general military knowledge. In the future, he was also a frequent visitor to a few famous military forums. That day, when Niu Wu said that he and his brother could deal with dozens of golden guards in the wild, Li Wangyu only thought that he was bragging. Of course, Niu Wu's words were also an exaggeration. Although he and Niu Yong were members of the White Trampling Army, they weren't supermen that could deal with dozens of people. Li Wangyu suddenly thought of the scenes of special forces ambushing the enemy in the movies. Especially the snipers wearing the auspicious clothing, they left a deep impression on him. Therefore, when he was unhappy with Ho Junji for sowing discord and angrily brought up the matter of the forest fight, it was because he suddenly thought of the auspicious clothing. Reality also proved that the auspicious clothing's camouflage effect was surprisingly good. The troops of the Marquis estate who never thought that there would be people who could conceal themselves so well were ambushed by the Niu brothers. In the end, they all died in the forest. After Pai Lupi understood the use of the auspicious clothing, he had the Niu brothers take it off and had two golden guards put it on. As expected, it had the same camouflage effect. Good. Zio, I didn't expect you to have such an understanding of the military. I have underestimated you. I'll accept this auspicious clothing, but I won't give you anything else. After all, you have gained a lot this time. TSK, the 3 gambling houses in Chang, and all belong to you now. Chapter 483. The 2 sets of ghillie clothes that the Niu brothers were wearing were naturally made in 2 days by their beautiful superior, the maids in the estate, Afro, and Perrin. The Niu brothers originally looked down on these tattered clothes, but after trying them on, they realized how terrifying they were. After the 2 brothers put on the ghillie clothes, they had already fought with the 73 golden guards several times, and the results were self-evident. Thus, when Wang Renyu, Jing Yuanshou, and the others mocked the Niu brothers for running away without a fight, the 73 soldiers couldn't help but laugh. What kind of joke was this? If not for the fact that they had used wooden sabers and wooden arrows to fight with the Niu brothers, the 73 of them would have already been buried in the ground. Even the 73 of them had been killed by the Niu brothers in the forest. No matter how formidable Hou Junji's troops were, how strong could they be? After a few rounds of fighting to the death, these old ruffians were now full of admiration for the Niu brothers. Thus, no one was jealous of the fact that the Niu brothers could earn a monthly salary of 50 strings of gold. The 2 sets of ghillie clothes were carried on the backs of the Niu brothers for today's gambling match. After they entered the forest, they immediately changed their clothes and darkened their faces, palms, and other parts of their skin that were exposed. Then, they hid in the bushes of the forest. When the troops of the marquis residents were searching for them, they didn't even notice them when they passed by. Only when the troops of the marquis residents let down their guard did the Niu brothers decisively strike, using their daggers and bows to kill several of them. After understanding the details of the fight on the mountain from the Niu brothers, Qing Yaojin and the others could only shake their heads. Hou Junji's loss wasn't unjust. No one could do anything against such an opponent. Hee, Uncle Cheng, Uncle Yuchi, are you guys interested in those 3 gambling houses? This little nephew has already said it before. Are the uncles willing to take over? Li Wangyu thought of today's spoils of war and immediately pulled Qing Yaojin, Yuchi Jingda, and the others to ask. Qing Yaojin glared at him and said, "Enough, this daddy already said that I'll take over those gambling houses. Would I lie to you? Of the 3 gambling houses that you won, I will take Yongyi gambling house. I will give you 10,000 taels of gold. How about it?" Li Wangyu naturally nodded. Yongyi gambling house was about the same as Hou Junji's Jingan gambling house, with a monthly profit of around 5,000 strings of thread. Qing Yaojin bought it for 10,000 taels of gold, which was equivalent to 60,000 strings of coins. He was quite generous. With Qing Yaojin's help, the other dukes would naturally not give up on the opportunity to expand their own businesses. In any case, they already had a gambling house in their residence, so it would be good to have another one. Pai Lupi wanted to ban gambling, but was unable to do so due to the pressure from the aristocratic families and nobles. However, Pai Lupi also made an agreement with the aristocratic families. In Chang'an, only the existing 72 gambling houses were allowed to exist. Other than that, no one else was allowed to open any gambling houses. This was somewhat similar to the gambling card system of the later generations. Only with gambling cards could one open a casino. Those aristocratic families and nobles, as those with vested interests, naturally didn't want anyone else to take a share of the profits, so they naturally nodded in agreement. This was also why Hou Junji, Wang Renyu, and Jing Yuanshou were so sad today. If they lost their gambling houses, they would lose the right to operate gambling houses. Unless their 3 clans took over gambling houses from other aristocratic families, they would not be able to open any more gambling houses. Gambling houses were businesses that made huge profits with little capital. Last time, Li Wangyu had used his understanding of history to work with Qing Yaojin to take a huge bite out of the gambling houses of the aristocratic families, but who had ever heard of a gambling house losing money? Yuchi Jingda and Chai Linggu also expressed that they were willing to buy Hou Junji's and the Jing clan's gambling houses for the same price as Qing Yaojin, 10,000 taels of gold. This naturally made Li Wangyu grin so much that his eyes turned into slits, and he repeatedly bowed in thanks. To suddenly earn 30,000 taels of gold, it truly was true that one could not become rich without a windfall. After dividing up the loot, everyone was very satisfied with their harvest. Pai Lupi ordered his men to carefully put away the too evasive uniform. While these things didn't seem very eye-catching, their concealment ability had greatly tempted Pai Lupi and the other military bigwigs. As the Minister of War, Li Jing was naturally very concerned about military equipment. He looked at the evasive uniform that Pai Lupi had given its name to and shook his head. These evasive uniforms are not bad, but they have a flaw. These clothes are too trivial. The cloth, ropes, and branches on them hinder the soldiers from wielding their weapons. Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin nodded in agreement, finding Li Jing's words reasonable. That's right, the evasive uniform is not suitable for ordinary soldiers. How can they fight when they're dressed like this? Qing Yaojin also shook his head. Hearing this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Duke Wei, Uncle Cheng, this auspicious, oh, no, evasive uniform is used for special operations. It's used by special forces when they are in hiding. They are used for special operations, but normal soldiers don't need them. Pai Lupi couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Ziyu, what is special operations? What's the meaning of special forces? Li Wangyu was also stunned. It seemed that he had said too much. Special forces soldiers. They are soldiers who carry out special missions. Special operations are people who use special methods to complete their missions. Yes, it's like sneak attacking the enemy's camp, killing the enemy's chief, burning their provisions, spying for information, and so on. Li Wangyu's forehead was almost covered in sweat. It was so tiring to make this up. He was just a fan of the fake military in the future, so how could he know so much? He had only participated in military training in high school and university, and had only practiced target shooting twice. How could he know what a real special operations soldier did? But wasn't that how it was portrayed in movies? Hiding in the enemy's base, spying for information, sneak attacking the enemy, and so on. Li Wangyu's words attracted the interest of Pai Lupi, Li Jing, Qing Yaojin, and the other military bigwigs. Oh. Ziyu, tell me in detail about the special forces and special operations. Li Wangyu couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Details? How the hell would he know the details? But looking at the burning gazes of Pai Lupi and the other dukes, Li Wangyu didn't dare to tell the truth. If he were to say, I don't know now, would he be beaten half to death by this group of violent bigwigs? Since ancient times, there were two types of people that everyone had the right to kill. Those who hung people's stomachs and those who spoiled their entire family. Li Wangyu had lost the appetite of Pai Lupi and the others. If he were to say that he didn't know anything else, Niu Yong and Niu Wu would probably have to lead the 73 troops and carry him back to Dingzhou village. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but shiver. He looked left and right, then smiled and said, Uncle, this isn't a good place to talk. This kid's mansion isn't far away. Why don't I invite Uncle to my mansion, and we can talk while drinking? Wahahaha, kid, after talking for so long, this is the only sentence that sounds good. Let's go, lead the way. I've been thirsty for a long time, and I need wine to quench my thirst. Qing Yaojin's bloodstained and dirty hand finally landed on Li Wangyu's shoulder. Looking at the handprint on the shoulder of his white robe, Li Wangyu was about to cry. F***ck, this old hooligan, did he do it on purpose? Chapter 484. Today, because Li Wangyu and Hou Junji were having a gambling match, Qing Yaojin and the other Grand Dukes had also brought along quite a few of their own troops to watch the match at Jade Star Palace. In addition, Pai Lupi had the Golden Guards protecting him. A group of nearly 1,000 people followed Li Wangyu to Dingzhou village. With so many people, there was no way they could return to the Li family's old residence. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have a place to stay. Li Wangyu pondered for a moment. In any case, the manor had already been completed. The 100 servants and maids that the old steward Li Hang had bought had already made the manor ready to move in at any time. He might as well invite Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, and the others to the new manor. He gave an order to the troops behind him, and 2 of them immediately urged their horses forward to inform the magistrate that they were ready to welcome Pai Lupi and the other Grand Dukes. The large group slowly advanced. When they arrived at Dingzhou village, fortunately, the troops had come back to inform them in advance, so they didn't cause any commotion among the villagers. Under Li Wangyou's guidance, the group passed through Dingzhou village and headed toward the hillside outside the village. The walls surrounding the manor and Dingzhou village had already been completed. In order to get to Li Wangyou's residence, they had to first pass through the new village that Li Wangyou had built for the villagers. After the group passed through the gates of Dingzhou village, the scenery before them caused the eyes of Pai Lupi and the other Grand Dukes to brighten. Compared to the old village they had just passed through, this Dingzhou village was like a paradise on earth. The smooth winding roads in the village, the flowing water canals on both sides, the constantly rotating water wheels, and the trees and flowers that Li Wangyou had people transplant from the Qinling Mountains, it was a truly idyllic scene. After seeing the dilapidated yellow mud and thatched huts in the old village and then looking at the green-tiled and white-walled courtyards, Pai Lupi didn't know what to say. Not to mention that he had never seen such a village before, even in the entire Tang dynasty. Pai Lupi estimated that he would not be able to find another village that could be comparable to this brand new village in front of him. Zio, you're really generous. TSK, even we are a little envious of these farmers. Hee, uncle, you flatter me. This is what I should do. Pai Lupi looked at the spinning water wheels beside the canals, constantly sending cool spring water to the roofs of the green-tiled houses, forming rain houses. One could imagine how comfortable it was to live in such a house on a hot summer day. Pai Lupi was not in a hurry to move forward. He dismounted from his horse and casually walked to a small courtyard by the side of the road. He reached out and pushed open the courtyard door. Since Li Wangyou had not yet moved into his new home, the villagers of Dingzhou village were naturally unwilling to move into their new home first. Therefore, these small courtyards were still empty. However, all the small courtyards in the village had already been distributed to the 127 families in the village by the number of family members and drawing lots under the auspices of the old village chief. Although they had not yet moved in, the villagers would come to the new residence when they had nothing to do. The small courtyards had already been cleaned by their owners until they were spotless. Pai Lupi looked at the small courtyard inside and out and even used his hand to knock on the wall a few times to see how sturdy it was. Good. If the people of the Tang dynasty could live in such a residence, how prosperous would it be? Pai Lupi reached out to catch the water droplets dripping from the eaves and muttered to himself. Uncle, you are skilled in civil and military affairs, wise and powerful, and you know how to make good use of people. You are kind and thrifty, and you rest and take care of the people. As the saying goes, with a wave of your hand, you flatten the world, and with your feet, you set the world. With Uncle's guidance, the prosperous Tang dynasty is right before our eyes. This is the fortune of all the people. The fortune of all the people. Li Wangyou's string of free flattery made the corners of Pai Lupi's mouth curl up uncontrollably. After hearing Li Wangyou's words, Qing Yaojin blinked a few times and pondered for a while. Then, he turned around and slapped Qing Chumo and his 2 brothers on the head. Listen to how Li Jia Shaolang talks. You 3 bastards should learn from him. Hearing Qing Yaojin's flattery, even Pai Lupi couldn't help but blush, and Li Wangyou almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Old Qing, you bastard, you must be doing this on purpose. However, Qing Yaojin's words made Yuqi Jingda, Chai Lingwu, and the others nod their heads repeatedly. They also turned around and slapped their sons on the head. You guys should learn from him too. Li Wangyou was so angry that his teeth creaked. Pai Lupi also coughed awkwardly. He pretended that he didn't hear this group of old bastards and turned around to walk out of the courtyard. Pai Lupi was very interested in all the places in the newly designated Zhou village. He simply didn't ride a horse and walked leisurely like a carriage. Under the guidance of Li Wangyou, they walked around the village and looked around. Li Wangyou felt that he was just short of raising a small red flag. Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, and Little Red Riding Hood could form a tour group. Zio, you're really generous. This road is actually built with mirage mud and cobblestones? Li Jing finally found the difference in the road under his feet. He curiously squatted down and touched the road. When he said this, Pai Lupi and the others were also curious. They all squatted down and touched the road with their hands. Li Wangyu was speechless again. This group of tour group members had a lot of questions. Was it strange that the road was paved with cement and cobblestones? However, he didn't know that ever since the Ministry of Work started to make mirage mud, it was used to make bricks and walls. No one had ever used it to pave the road. Moreover, the production of mirage mud wasn't high now. Who would be willing to use such precious mirage mud to pave the road? Hee, Duke Wei, this mirage mud is a good thing to pave the road. Not only is it flat, but it's also sturdy and won't be washed by the rain. If the roads of the Tang dynasty were all paved with mirage mud, then it would be called a natural moat changing the road. Li Jing couldn't help but shake his head. How is that possible? How much mirage mud is needed to do that? Although mirage mud is a good thing, it's not easy to make. It's a waste to pave the road. What a waste. Pai Lupi and the others also shook their heads. They looked at Li Wangyu as if they were looking at a prodigal. Li Wangyu was so angry that he cursed this group of country bumpkins in his heart. He was too lazy to explain. If I'm a prodigal, then I'm a prodigal. I'm rich, so what? Everyone continued to move forward. They were like a group of curious babies who kept asking questions. The tour guide, Li Wangyu, was almost dry from talking. Finally, he led Li Er and the others to the entrance of his mansion. The beautiful boss and the old butler, Li Heng, were already waiting in front of the mansion. When they saw Pai Lupi and the others arrive, they quickly went forward to greet them. All right, there's no need to be so polite. Today, I'm here to visit Zio's new mansion. I didn't send any congratulatory gifts today. In a few days, when Zio moves in, I'll send a congratulatory gift. Pai Lupi smiled and gestured for everyone to stand up. He then turned his head and looked at Li Wangyu. Zio, lead the way. Show me and everyone else your new mansion. Duke Duan has complained to me a lot about your mansion. He said that your mansion doesn't conform to the rules of the Tang dynasty. Duanluan was the Minister of Works. Li Wangyu's mansion was built by the Ministry of Works. Naturally, this European-style mansion didn't conform to the rules. Fortunately, Pai Lupi saw Li Wangyu's hard work and contributions, so he made an exception and allowed it to be built in violation of the rules. Hee, I thank Uncle for your kindness. Uncle, everyone, please. Li Wangyu didn't waste any time and led everyone into the mansion. Chapter 485. Li Wangyu's manor covered an area of nearly 1,000 mu, making it extremely huge. Even if one rode a horse, it would still take a while to get to the castle from the gate. As for the imperial army soldiers of the Jianghu guards and the duke's troops, the old housekeeper, Li Heng, instructed the servants and maids in the mansion to lead them to rest. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, led Li Er and the others on horseback and slowly moved forward in the mansion, admiring the scenery. Unlike the mansions of the nobles of the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu's manor did not have many courtyards. On the hillside of Noda, other than the main castle, there were many small buildings scattered around. They were the residences of the manor's troops, servants, and other facilities. Pai Lupi, Qingyao Jin, and the others had already seen a model of the manor and had a preliminary impression of it. But when they saw the real thing, they were still shocked. After entering the manor, not far away, there was a wide lake. The ripples were faint, and when the breeze blew, ripples appeared on the water's surface. It was almost dusk. The setting sun sprinkled mottled dots on the surface of the lake, making it look like a dream. Li Er and the others couldn't help but stare in a daze. After a long while, they muttered, Zio, your residence is really, really amazing. After admiring the scenery by the lake, they continued forward. Along the way, the sounds of admiration were endless. Whether it was the European-style gardens that they had never seen before, or the pavilions and waterside pavilions, they all made Qingyao Jin and the other big shots dazzled. Qingyao Jin pulled Li Wangyu over and said, Kid, what's going on in your head? how did you figure out so many things? These pavilions and waterside pavilions aren't anything special, but how come other people's mansions aren't as exquisite as yours? Hee hee, I figured it out blindly. Uncle Cheng, you flatter me. Li Wangyu replied very humbly. What else could he say? Could he say that he had copied the garden designs of the later generations? After visiting the manor, Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others thought about their own mansions in Chang and city and couldn't help but feel a little stifled. The mansion of the founding duke was not even as big as the lake in Li Wangyu's mansion, not to mention the beautiful pavilions in the mansion that would make anyone's eyes green with envy. Of course, Qing Yaojin and the others knew that although Li Wangyu's manor was big, the Ministry of Works did not spend much on it. At the very least, it was far from the upper limit of the cost of the founding duke's manor. First of all, almost all of the land was Li Wangyu's own land. And the land price of their mansions in Chang and city was sky high. Although the manor was big, except for the man-made lake, which required a lot of manpower, almost everything else was made from local materials. As for the castle, it was even built with mirage mud and bricks, and it didn't have any carved beams, painted rafters, or carved balustrades. This made Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others wonder if they should also ask Li Wangyu to build a manor for them so that they could come here to avoid the summer heat during their holidays. If Li Wangyu knew what these big shots were thinking, he would probably be overjoyed. There was no other reason than the fact that the real estate business could be developed in the Tang dynasty. It was a profitable business with little capital. Everyone looked around and finally arrived at the main building of the manor, the castle made of bricks. Pai Lupi could not help but shake his head. Zio, I really don't know what you're thinking. You actually like such a stone house? Yes, nephew, everything about this manor is good, but this manor is really outrageous. I heard from the barbarian merchants in Chang and city that in the far west, there is a country called Daqin. They like to live in stone houses like this. Nephew, did you learn from them? Qing Yaojin and the others also didn't like this castle. Li Wangyu could understand. After all, castles were incompatible with Chinese traditions. In fact, he didn't necessarily like castles. It was purely his bad taste that made his manner like this. Uncle Cheng, you're indeed knowledgeable. Yes, this castle is a custom of Daqin. Hee hee, don't you have a Daqin barbarian in your manor? This is also to let her think of her loved ones who are thousands of miles away when she looks at the objects. Li Wangyu could only use Afro as a shield. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain to Pai Lupi and the others why he had to build such a castle. Huh, Zio, you're a playboy. You actually built such a big manor for a barbarian. Tisk tsk, nephew, there are many rumors in Chang and city that you're a wastrel. Looks like it's true, wahahaha. Li Wangyu couldn't help but blush at the mockery of a bunch of old ruffians. He quickly coughed dryly and changed the topic. Uncle, everyone, please. I've already prepared some food and drinks. Pai Lupi and the others opened their eyes when they entered the castle. Noda's castle was divided into different areas, including the master's resting area, the servants' living area, the troops' living area, the guest rooms, the living room, the spacious living room, the dining room, and so on. The most important thing was that Li Wangyu had specially designed a large bathroom. Not only was there a bathtub comparable to a small swimming pool, there was also a sauna room and a shower room. The reason why Li Wangyu built such a large bathroom was naturally because he had an indescribable thought. In the entire castle, Li Wangyu had only designed this large bathroom apart from the servants' bathrooms. When the beautiful boss, Aphrodite, and the others, wahahaha. Li Wangyu led Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, and the others on a tour around the castle. When they saw the large bathroom, Qing Yaojin's eyes lit up. Nephew, what's this pool for? Uncle Cheng, this is the bathroom for bathing. Li Wangyu didn't think too much about it and answered casually. Wahahaha, great. I've been running around for the whole day and I'm all sore and smelly. It's a good time to take a bath. Your Majesty, what do you think? Why don't we take a bath together? Qing Yaojin's words made Li Wangyu's face darken. Damn it, this wasn't what he had imagined. Qing Yaojin, this old man, was he being too friendly with others? He really didn't treat him as an outsider. He actually came all the way to his residence to make such a request. He hadn't even used this bathroom before, let alone the beauty he was looking forward to bathing. Pai Lupi was actually rather tempted. Hearing Qing Yaojin's words, he nodded. All right, it's already late today. We might as well stay in Zio's residence. Since you won't be returning to Chang'an City today, we'll have fun together and not go home until we're drunk. Damn it, this was even more outrageous. Li Wangyu was about to cry. What kind of people were they? He, the master, hadn't moved in yet, but Pai Lupi and the others were actually going to stay. Even if he could tolerate it, his aunt, he had to tolerate it too. After all, Pai Lupi was the boss. Moreover, his residence was paid for by Pai Lupi, who had ordered the Ministry of Works to build it for him. How could Li Wangyu dare to say no? Seeing that Pai Lupi and the other big shots were going to take a bath and change clothes, Li Wangyu could only instruct the maidservants in the residence to hurry up and prepare to serve Pai Lupi and the others. Chapter 486. Since ancient times, there had been many natural hot springs in the Qinling Mountains. In the later generations, there were many hot spring hotels in the Qinling Mountains near Xi'an, which were very popular with tourists. Since Li Wangyu had built his manor at the foot of the Qinling Mountains, how could he let go of such a good thing like a hot spring? He ordered people to search around the mountains, and indeed, he found a natural hot spring. Thus, he spent a lot of copper coins to have the craftsmen use bamboo tubes to connect the hot spring water and build a few li-long bamboo tubes to continuously guide the hot spring water into his castle. When Pai Lupi and the others wanted to bathe, a servant girl in the manor immediately opened the valve of the bamboo tube. After a while, the hot spring water emitting mist poured out of the bamboo tube and into the spacious bath. Nephew, you don't need to boil water to bathe in your manor. Why is there hot water flowing out of the bamboo tube? Zio, why does your water smell like soup? Pai Lupi asked curiously. The soup he was referring to was the hot spring. Since ancient times, hot springs had been called soup in Huaxia. For example, the famous imperial hot spring, Huaqin Pool, in the later generations was originally called Mount Li Soup. Until the later generations, Japan also called hot springs soup, which was learned from the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu quickly explained, Uncle is right. This is the hot soup that I had people bring out from the mountains. It's perfect for bathing. Hearing that they were bathing in hot spring water, Qing Yaojin and the others became even more interested. Less than half of the water had been filled, and Qing Yaojin couldn't wait to take off his clothes and jump into the pool naked. This old man, this old hooligan, didn't he see that there were so many servant girls? Damn, this is so offensive to public decency. Not to mention Qing Yaojin's dark skin and frightening body hair. Li Wangyu felt that his eyes were going blind. Yuqi Jingda and the others were the same. They didn't care about the existence of the servant girls at all, and they all took off their clothes and jumped into the hot spring. They were so comfortable that they all cried out in joy. As for Qing Chumo and the others, they couldn't hold it in any longer. Without any instructions, they all took off their clothes and entered the water. Fortunately, Li Wangyu's bathroom was extremely huge. Even with dozens of people soaking in it, it didn't seem crowded at all. This huge bathroom was instantly no different from a bathhouse in the future. Pai Lupi was not pretentious either. With Mito's help, he simply took off his clothes and soaked himself in the pool, enjoying himself with the officials. After all, he was different from the other emperors. After Li Yuan raised his troops in Taiyuan, Pai Lupi had also fought in the army for many years. Although he had ascended to the throne, he did not have as many bad habits as other emperors. Bathing naked with Qing Yaojin and the others was not difficult for Pai Lupi. The Tangs liked bathing, especially hot springs. To be able to soak in the hot spring water in Li Wangyu's residence surprised all the officials. Qing Yaojin very shamelessly stretched out his hand to summon a servant girl whose face was already red from embarrassment to rub his back. At the same time, he shouted at Li Wangyu, virtuous nephew, quickly have someone bring wine, and also find some dancers to liven things up. Damn it, stinky bastard. Li Wangyu already had no energy to complain, but he could only obediently do as he was told. He ordered the servant girl to bring wine, and then summoned the newly bought dancers. He was not short of money now, and the old housekeeper Li Heng would not help him save money in this area. Originally, there were no dancers in the residence. Every time there were guests, there was no one to play music or dance to accompany them. This already made Li Heng feel very embarrassed. Now that the new residence was completed, Li Heng naturally did not want his Langjun to be looked down upon by others. This time, when the residence was completed, the old man bought 10 servants in the market, including the expensive dancers. He was so capricious when he was rich. This was the custom among the nobles in the Tang dynasty. Although Li Wangyu did not like it, there was nothing he could do. He just let the old man do as he pleased. When the wine and food were served, the sound of drums began to ring in the bathroom of Noda. When the dancers danced to the cheerful music, Li Wangyu could only secretly complain in his heart, this decadent aristocratic life of the Tang dynasty. Indeed, it should be criticized. Pai Lupi felt very comfortable soaking in the hot spring water. With the smooth little hands of the hot servant girl rubbing his back, he was very satisfied. When he looked up and saw Li Wangyu still waiting on the side, he waved at him. "Zio, why don't you come down and soak with us?" Li Wangyu was about to cry. Dozens of naked men were crowded in the pool. Did he have to go down? Although he was not obsessed with cleanliness, he did not find this comfortable. It was more likely that it was a beautiful woman or Aphrodite in the hot spring pool. He began to regret now. Why did he build such a huge bathroom? At this moment, in the bathroom, there were more than 20 maids serving everyone. Including the dancers and dancers, there were more than 20 people. Li Wangyu really did not have the habit of being stared at by so many young and beautiful girls and being asked to strip naked. However, Pai Lupi had already spoken, so what could he do? F***ck, let them look. I'm a man, what's there to be afraid of? Li Wangyu gritted his teeth, quickly took off his clothes, and jumped into the pool. It was his first time soaking in this hot spring water. The hot spring water, which he had spent a lot of money to get from the hot springs on the mountain, was indeed very comfortable. Li Wangyu silently gave himself a thumbs up. Comfortable. Qing Yaojin also noticed that there was a wooden hut in the bathroom. "Nephew, what's the use of that wooden hut?" "Uncle Qing, that's a sauna. It's used for a sauna." What's a sauna? Why do you have such strange names?" Li Wangyu was speechless. He was just used to it. The word sauna was indeed a transliteration. The original meaning seemed to be, a small wooden hut with no windows. When he thought about it this way, it was indeed not a fancy name. "Uncle Cheng, it's a steam house. There are heated stones in the wooden hut. Pouring water on the stones with a ladle will generate a lot of steam, raising the temperature in the wooden hut very high. After a while, you come out and soak in the cold pool. It's quite comfortable." Li Wangyu saw that everyone was curious, so he explained in detail. "Wahaha, it sounds quite interesting. Your Majesty, why don't we go to that sauna and have a steam bath?" Pai Lupi nodded. "Sure." Therefore, a group of big shots climbed out of the bathtub naked and rushed into the sauna room. Li Wangyu could only shake his head with a wry smile. He asked the maid to bring him a bath towel to wrap around his lower body and followed in. Knowing that the big shots were going to take a bath, the mansion's maids had already heated up the stones in the sauna. As soon as Qing Yaojin came in, he picked up a ladle and poured water on the stones. With a sizzling sound, the water vapor rose, and the sauna room was instantly filled with smoke. The people who were going to a sauna for the first time were so happy that they made a big fuss. The foppish lords even fought over the ladle and poured water on the stones. They were having a lot of fun. Li Wangyu was already speechless. This group of country bumpkins. How could they have the nerve to call themselves the nobles of the Tang dynasty? After steaming for more than 10 minutes, the group of dukes finally couldn't stand the heat anymore. Even Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda's dark skin had turned red and black, looking like steamed crabs. Li Wangyu hurriedly led everyone out of the sauna and took the lead to jump into another cold pool. The stimulation of the hot and cold made Qing Yaojin burst out with vulgarities. Bastard, so addictive, so king addictive. This cold and hot, I actually feel all the bones in my body go soft. Nephew, you king know how to enjoy yourself. What kind of sauna is this? Later, I'll ask someone to build one for my mansion. Li Wangyu had no reason to refuse and quickly nodded. Yuqi Jingda and the others also spoke up and asked Li Wangyu to build one for them in their mansions. Even Pai Lupi was the same. Taiji Palace didn't have such a comfortable bath. Li Wangyu looked at Pai Lupi and then at the sauna. He suddenly thought of something. Chapter 487. Li Wangyu remembered that Pai Lupi's family seemed to have some cardiovascular, cerebrovascular, and respiratory diseases. Empress Zhongsun passed away at the age of 36. Historians researched that she died of qi disease, which was respiratory diseases like asthma and bronchitis. And the children she had with Pai Lupi didn't seem to live long. Li Qingxian lived for 26 years, Li Tai was 32, and Princess Royal Li Lizzie only lived for 23 years. Princess Jinyang died of illness at a young age, and Princess Xinqing only lived for 30 years. Only Pai Lupi lived for 52 years, and Li Ji lived for 55 years. They could be considered the oldest people in the family. Later historians analyzed that Empress Jiangxuan's qi disease might have been passed down to her children, so the family didn't live long. Thinking of the sauna and the inherited diseases of Pai Lupi's family, Li Wangyu felt that he should persuade Pai Lupi to use the sauna more to prevent diseases. Everyone knew that the sauna could increase blood circulation and prevent hardening of the blood vessels. It had a certain effect on asthma and bronchitis. Li Wangyu now didn't want Empress Zhongsun and his disciples to have short lives. He also had feelings for this family. Uncle, this sauna is very good for qi disease. Why don't you let me build one for you and Aunt in Taiji Palace? Normally, you, Aunt, Qingxian, Qingke, and the others can all use the sauna. It's very good for your health. Pai Lupi originally liked his sauna very much. Hearing him say this, how could he not refuse? Since Zio is so filial, I thank you on behalf of Maid Guanyin. It would be impolite of me to refuse this sauna. Everyone went to the sauna a few more times. Their bones were all limp. Only then did they feel comfortable and soak in the hot spring water again. Pai Lupi took a sip of wine from the maidservant and asked Li Wangyu, Zio, you can tell me about the special forces now. Qing Yaojin and the others also came over when they heard this. They were naturally very interested in these big shots in the military and the special forces. The reason why Li Wangyu invited everyone to his residence was to stall for time and think about how to answer. Along the way, he racked his brains and finally came up with an answer. Uncle, the special forces, as the name suggests, are naturally soldiers of the special forces. Li Wangyu also took a cup of wine with ice cubes in it. After taking a sip, he continued, in little nephew's vision, our Tang dynasty can select 1 in 10,000 elite soldiers from the government troops and the imperial army, and train them strictly. These soldiers must have superhuman physical strength and courage, and they must be able to survive alone and complete the mission. Moreover, they must be able to survive in extremely harsh conditions, such as the snowy highlands, the Gobi Desert, or the deep mountains and forests. They must learn how to survive without supplies. Hearing his words, Pai Lupi and the group of big shots began to bite their teeth. Ching Chumo and the other playboys were so surprised that their mouths were wide open. Is this still a human? Li Wangyu glanced at Ching Chumo. I haven't finished yet. These special forces soldiers must be proficient in all kinds of fighting skills and can kill with one blow. They must have outstanding intelligence and be proficient in many combat skills. They must know how to camouflage, lurk, swim, and climb walls. Moreover, they must learn the customs and languages of different enemies. They must be able to disguise themselves and infiltrate the enemy forces to carry out missions. Ching Chumo had already begun to roll his eyes. Zio, Are you still talking about a human? I'm afraid only celestial soldiers and celestial generals can do that. Hee, I haven't finished yet. The most important thing is that these soldiers must be loyal to the Tang dynasty and His Majesty. They must always put the interests of the Tang dynasty first. Only such soldiers can be called special forces. Li Wangyu did not forget to flatter Pai Lupi one last time. His words made Pai Lupi and the others fall silent. In the eyes of the Tang people, special forces soldiers were simply unrealistic. Nephew, according to what you said, even if we can train such soldiers, how many of them can there be? Based on my experience, I can conclude that there are hundreds of thousands of government soldiers and imperial guards in the Tang dynasty. If we train according to your requirements, it will be good enough if we can train 100 people. No matter how powerful these special forces soldiers are, they can only fight 100 people at most, right? But with so few people, what's the use of being powerful? On the battlefield, facing thousands of soldiers and horses, these special forces soldiers won't be able to make any waves. After listening to Li Wangyu's words, Cheng Yaojin could not help but shake his head. Li Wangyu was amused. Uncle Cheng, you are wrong. The special forces soldiers are not ordinary soldiers. Even if they are few in number, their usefulness is not trivial. Oh. Then tell me, what is the use of these special forces soldiers? Looking at the unconvinced Cheng Yaojin and the puzzled eyes of Pai Lupi, Li Jing, and the others, Li Wangyu could not help but laugh. He did not expect that there would be a time when he, a fake military fanatic, would teach the Minister of War and the generals. Li Jing, the Minister of War, was basically the Minister of Defense in the future. Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda, these big shots, were at least equivalent to military commanders, right? Listening to a fake military fanatic like him talk about how to fight with such a group of big shots, Li Wangyu felt inexplicably amused. Cough. Li Wangyu coughed lightly. It was a pity that he was currently soaking in the bathtub with his butt naked. He did not have any glorious image to speak of and could not pose as a great and wise person. During the Three Kingdoms period, Cao Cao and Liu Bei discussed heroes while drinking wine. Today, Li Wangyu and a group of big shots were going to talk about soldiers without soup. And, at least everyone was honest with each other. They were all naked. Uncle Cheng, this nephew would like to ask, what is the most important thing in a battle? Of course it is the provisions. As the saying goes, before the troops and horses move, the provisions move first. If you lack soldiers and generals, you can still fight, but without provisions, you will lose without a doubt. Then this nephew would like to ask, if when Uncle Cheng is leading the troops into battle, this nephew sends out the special forces to burn Uncle's provisions. Can you still continue to fight? Cheng Yaojin could not help but stare. The military supplies are naturally guarded by a large army. How can they be so easily burned? You bastard, do you think it is as simple as what is written in the Three Kingdoms? Uncle Cheng, don't forget, the special forces that I mentioned know how to hide and disguise themselves. How can they not burn your provisions? If they wear evasive uniforms and sneak into the camp at night, can Uncle Cheng's soldiers find out? Or if they disguise themselves as soldiers in your camp and sneak into the main camp, can Uncle Cheng really defend against them? This. Cheng Yaojin thought about how everyone had gone to search the small mountain today, but they still couldn't find the Niu brothers. If there was really a sneak attack by the special forces that Li Wangyu mentioned, he really might not be able to do anything. Uncle Cheng, the special forces can also continuously harass your army when it is marching, assassinate the generals, poison, set fires, and do anything. And every move of your army is under the eyes of these special forces hiding in the dark. They will report to the rear army at any time. Uncle Cheng, do you think that you still have a chance of winning against such an opponent? Cheng Yaojin opened his mouth, but he really did not know what to say. He hit the water fiercely. Damn it. If there is such an enemy, I am afraid that I will have to sleep with one eye open. Kid, is this the special forces you mentioned? Chapter 488. Li Wangyu's words seemed to have opened a window to a whole new world for Pai Lupi, Cheng Yaojin, and the others. None of them had heard of the concept of special forces and special forces before. And when they came into contact with this kind of combat thinking, Li Wangyu, the fake military fan, could step aside. Pai Lupi and this group of bosses had been fighting wars for half their lives. They had experienced countless battles big and small and had a wealth of experience. Li Jing, Qing Yao Jin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others immediately came up with dozens of ways to use the special forces. Their methods were so sinister that Li Wangyu's back broke out in cold sweat when he heard them. This group of old assassins were indeed not some good birds. The more they talked, the more they felt that the special forces were powerful. Your Majesty, in my opinion, the special forces proposed by County Count Hu is a powerful weapon for the country. It's no small matter. Your Majesty, please issue an imperial edict and order the special forces to be selected from the government soldiers and imperial guards of the Tang dynasty. In time, the special forces will be a sharp blade in your Majesty's hands that can pierce through the enemy's vitals. Li Jing solemnly suggested to Pai Lupi. Qing Yao Jin, Yuqi Jingda, Chai Lingwu, and the others all agreed with Li Jing's suggestion. Pai Lupi was naturally tempted. Even if Li Jing and the others didn't mention it, he would have already made arrangements. Everyone, who do you think will be in charge of the special forces selection and training? Pai Lupi looked at the bosses and wanted to hear their opinions. Li Wangyu was leisurely drinking wine on the side. He felt that this matter had nothing to do with him. However, when he noticed that everyone, including the group of rich kids, was looking at him, he was so scared that he almost knocked over the wine glass in his hand. Duke Wei, Uncle Cheng, Uncle Yuqi, everyone, why are you looking at me? Li Jing twirled his beard and smiled. County Count Hu, I'm afraid that no one in the world knows the special forces better than you. Since you proposed this, why don't you build this army? What the hell do I know? Li Wangyu felt wronged in his heart. He was just a fan of the military. Other than watching movies, participating in military training, and standing in a military posture, he knew nothing about the military. Not to mention the special forces, he didn't even know how to train a normal army. What he had said just now was purely based on the movies he had seen and the military forums he had browsed in his previous life. He knew the facts, but he didn't know the reasons. He was absolutely unwilling to take over this kind of thing. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes, and the same old excuse came out of his mouth. Hee, thank you for your kindness, Duke Wei. However, I am still in the middle of cutting off my late father's decline, and I am truly unable to help. Well, the Tang dynasty ruled the world by filial piety. Li Wangyu had to observe mourning for his father for 3 years. During this period, he could not get married, nor could he enter the imperial court as an official. Therefore, when he used this excuse, Pai Lupi and the others were at their wits' end. Zio, you were the one who proposed this. At the very least, you should give us some details on how to operate it. Pai Lupi glared at him with dissatisfaction and settled for the next best thing. Li Wangyu didn't have any objections to this. Wasn't it just writing a standard for the selection and training of the special forces? He could just make it up and exaggerate it as much as he could. As for whether Qing Yao Jin and the others could do it or not, it had nothing to do with him. After soaking in the hot spring for almost 2 hours, Li Wangyu felt that his bones were soft. Pai Lupi and the other bosses, as well as the rich kids, finally climbed out of the hot spring in satisfaction. With the help of the hot maids, everyone changed their clothes and went to the dining hall to eat. Without a doubt, Qing Yao Jin and the other bosses drank until they were drunk again. Fortunately, Li Wangyu had the foresight and ordered the servants and maids to put away all the decorations in the dining hall. In addition, there were many troops and guards in the residence, so the group of old ruffians who caused trouble after drinking didn't suffer any losses. Li Wangyu ordered the servant girls in the mansion to send these big shots and foppish sons to the guest rooms to rest and serve them well. Then, he rode on the horse dizzily, leading Niu Yong and Niu Wu back to the old mansion. When he returned to the residence, it was already late at night. His beautiful superior was still awake and was waiting for him in the central room. However, when Li Wangyu saw his beautiful superior's cold face, he knew that something was wrong. He prepared to pretend to be drunk and sneak away. If there was anything, he could talk about it tomorrow. Perhaps his beautiful superior's anger would dissipate then. Changqing, you haven't slept yet? I'm very sleepy, I'm going to sleep first. Li Wangyou's words were slurred. He greeted his beautiful superior and prepared to sneak away. Stop. His beautiful superior's voice was cold. Don't think about pretending to be drunk to get away. Why did you agree to let the Niu brothers fight with Hou Junji's troops? As expected, it was because of this matter. Li Wangyu couldn't help but bitterly smile. He stopped pretending to be drunk and sighed deeply. Sitting beside his beautiful superior, he picked up the cold tea on the table and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Changqing, it's not that I want them to fight, but I have no other choice. Li Wangyu didn't hide anything from her and honestly recounted what had happened in front of the Jade Star Palace. When the beautiful superior heard that Hou Junji, Wang Renyu, and Zheng Yuanshou had forced the Niu brothers to fight to the death, she was so angry that her eyebrows furrowed. How can they do this? This was a living human life. Are human lives so worthless in their eyes? The beautiful superior said angrily. Li Wangyu gently put his arm around her shoulder and comforted her softly. Changqing, this is the Tang dynasty. The beautiful superior silently closed her eyes and leaned her head on Li Wangyou's shoulder. Wangyu, I'm so scared. I'm scared that one day, someone will force you to kill people. I'm scared that someone will force us to do things we don't want to do. Today, when she heard about the bloody massacre, the beautiful superior, who had always been strong, was scared. The Tang dynasty was too different from the world she was familiar with. Don't worry, I'm here. I'll protect you. Li Wangyu could only comfort her in this way. The beautiful woman in his arms suddenly trembled and began to cry. Li Wangyu hurriedly wiped away the tears on her face. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Changqing, don't scare me. I miss home. I want to go back. The beautiful superior cried like a pear blossom in the rain. Li Wangyu felt distressed when he saw this, but he didn't know how to comfort her. Go back? I'm afraid I won't be able to go back to my home in the future. Suddenly, Li Wangyou's eyes became a little red. He hugged the beautiful superior who was crying silently and softly hummed a song with a hoarse voice. It's not only the wine that made me cry last night. It's not only your gentleness that made me reluctant to part. How long do we have to walk the rest of the way? You hold my hand. In that rainy little city, I have never forgotten you. In Chengdu, only you can't be taken away. Walk with me in the streets of Chengdu. Don't stop until all the lights are out. Li Wangyu studied in Chengdu University in the future. He had friends and memories there. It was his favorite city, and Zhao Lei's Chengdu had also become his favorite song. The home he couldn't go back to, the city he couldn't go back to. That night, two time travelers, two lonely people, two people who couldn't find their way home, hugged each other in the central room and sat there for the whole night. Chapter 489. The next day, the beautiful boss finally regained her spirit, as if she had completely forgotten about her weakness last night. After giving Li Wangyu a kiss, she sat in the carriage and led the mansion to Chang and to inspect the various properties in the mansion. This made Li Wangyu feel a little relieved. At least, the beautiful boss could still smile, which was enough. After the beautiful boss went to work, Li Wangyu rushed to the manor. Pai Lupi and a group of big shots had not left yet, so he, as the host, naturally had to accompany them. Li Heng, are the sage and the others still in the mansion? Last night, the old housekeeper Li Heng was left in the manor by Li Wangyu to serve Pai Lupi and the others. Li Wangyu walked around the manor, but did not see Pai Lupi and the others. He was curious and asked Li Heng. The old man shook his head and said, the sage and the other nobles are not in the mansion. Li Wangyu was overjoyed when he heard that. Well, Pai Lupi and the others were quite self-aware. They went back to Chang and by themselves, which saved him a lot of trouble. He nodded and turned to leave, but was stopped by the old man again. Lang Jun, the sage and the nobles have not returned to Chang'an. They feel very comfortable living in the mansion and plan to stay here for a few days. Now the sage and the others are just hunting in the mountains. What? They want to stay for a few days? Li Wangyu suddenly felt frustrated, as if he had let a wolf into the house. Were these people addicted to living here? He didn't know that Li Er and the others were extremely satisfied with Li Wangyu's mansion, except for the stone castle, which they didn't like. This morning, before dawn, Pai Lupi sent people back to Chang'an. He informed Feng Xianling and the others that the court would be suspended for the next few days. If there was anything, they could send it to the county magistrate's manor of Dingzhou village. He would be resting here for a few days. At this time, Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, Qin Xiong, and the others had already led a large group of people to the Qinling Mountains to hunt. After Li Wangyu figured it out, he couldn't help but look up at the sky and sigh. *CK, the mansion that his master had never lived in had actually become Pai Lupi's temporary residence. The Jade Star Palace was not far away. Why didn't Pai Lupi go to his palace? Although he was cursing in his heart, he still had to continue receiving Pai Lupi and the others. Everyone in the mansion, including the old housekeeper Li Hang, was extremely excited. Even the newly bought maids in the residence had proud looks on their faces. What kind of honor was it to be able to serve a saint? Li Wangyu could only shake his head. He took a fishing rod and went fishing in the lake in the mansion to pass the time and wait for Pai Lupi and the others to come back. After noon, Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, and the others finally returned from the mountains, bringing back a lot of big and small prey. Wahahaha, virtuous nephew, quickly tell the cook in your residence to clean up the game. We'll be eating this tonight. Nephew, you really chose a good place for your mansion. Not bad at all. Qing Yaojin laughed. He was obviously very satisfied with the manner. Li Wangyu could only squeeze out a smile. If Uncle Qing likes it, you can stay in my mansion for a few more days. Wahahaha, well, since nephew said so, I will stay for a few more days. Qing Yaojin's words made Li Wangyu almost cry. *CK, does this old hooligan not know what politeness is? When Li Wangyu was busy calling the maids in the mansion to serve everyone, there were more guests in the mansion. Looking at Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the others who dismounted from their horses, Li Wangyu was about to cry. What was going on? Although he had made a little money now, he could not bear such a torment. The landlord did not have any surplus food, did he? Feng Xianling and the others came for official business. Pai Lupi had not been in Chang'an City for 2 days, but he had accumulated a lot of official business for him to decide. Master Feng, Master Du, Wuji, you came at the right time. This morning, Jijia and I went up the mountain to hunt a lot of prey. Don't go back to Chang'an City. Zio's mansion is very comfortable. You can stay here with me for a few days. Pai Lupi completely regarded himself as the master. Li Wangyu could only look at the sky silently and draw circles in his heart. I'm sweaty from hunting today. I don't feel good. Your Majesty, why don't we take a bath and have a sauna? Qing Yaojin turned to look at Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi immediately nodded. Okay. Then, the group of men rushed to the huge bathroom in Li Wangyu's mansion. Feng Xianling and the others were confused. Why would they take a bath in broad daylight? Then what was the meaning of a sauna? Seeing that they were confused, Qing Yaojin and the others showed off for a while. They looked like bathhouse experts. After Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji and the others tried the hot spring and sauna in Lai Hot, they were full of praise. After the excitement, everyone comfortably soaked in the hot spring. Pai Lupi turned to look at Feng Xianling. Master Feng, is there any official business that requires you, Master Du and Wuji to come to Hu County? Yes, Your Majesty. This year, there was a locust plague. Although Your Majesty gave an edict to exterminate the locusts and save the people, there will be a decrease in grain production. It is now the end of the 8th lunar month. There will be a shortage of food and resources everywhere. The people lack grain and the farmers live in poverty. I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to survive. After discussing with Prime Minister Du and Master Dai, we feel that the local government should release grain to help the people. Therefore, Your Majesty, please make a decision. Fang Xuanling's words made Pai Lupi silent. After a while, he slowly nodded. Okay. In the second year of the locust plague, although the locusts were exterminated in time and the people didn't sell their children, the lack of grain production this year was certain. The people had a difficult life. Pai Lupi was discussing with Fang Xianling and the others how to release grain when Li Wangyu suddenly said, Uncle, in Guanzhong Road, especially around Chang'an, we can encourage the planting of rice. The maturity period of rice is shorter than that of wheat. Moreover, I estimate that with the current weather, it is possible to plant 2 crops of rice a year in Guanzhong Road. It is now the end of the 8th lunar month. Those lands where wheat production is seriously low can urgently plant a season of rice. In this way, the harvest can be harvested at the end of the year. Food will not be a problem. After he finished speaking, Li Er, Fang Xianling, and the others were stunned. After a while, they suddenly burst into laughter. Qing Yaojin laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. He pointed at Li Wangyu and laughed, Wahahaha, nephew, I really thought that you knew everything from the heavens to the earth, but I didn't expect that you would also talk nonsense. Since ancient times, wheat has been cultivated in Guanzhong Road. How can we change it to rice? Moreover, in the Tang dynasty, except for a few provinces, other places ripen only once a year. How can we plant 2 crops of rice a year? How can we change the wheat fields to rice fields? Nephew, don't be ridiculous. Although Fang Xianling and the others didn't speak, the smile on their faces was undoubtedly the same attitude as Qing Yaojin. Pai Lupi couldn't help laughing. He coughed softly and helped Li Wangyu out. Well, Zio is still young. It's normal that he doesn't know about farming. Li Wangyu was speechless. He was a child who grew up in the countryside. How could he not know about farming? Are you kidding? And what he said was not nonsense. Naturally, there was a reason behind it. Chapter 490. In the future, Guanzhong Road was the Guanzhong area with Xi'an as the center. Even after thousands of years, soil erosion and vegetation destruction, the Zhouzhi and Lantian counties near Xi'an could still grow rice in large quantities. But now, the Guanzhong Road of the Tang dynasty had better conditions for growing rice. First of all, it had abundant water sources. Unlike the yellow hills of northern Shaanxi, which gave people the impression of drought, the Guanzhong Road of the Tang dynasty had abundant water sources. Since the Han dynasty, there was a saying that Chang'an was surrounded by 8 rivers. The 8 rivers, Wei, Jing, Feng, Watershed, Bai, and Mu, flowed around Chang'an city. The 8 rivers diverged into different directions, opposite each other. With abundant water sources and Li Wangyu's water wheel, rice could naturally be grown in large quantities. Now, the Tang dynasty was in a warm period. Even in the Guanzhong Road north of the Yangtze River, the temperature was not inferior to the areas in the future where rice could be grown 2 crops a year. At least, Li Wangyu felt that Chang'an was much hotter than Chengdu in the future. If Chengdu could grow 2 crops a year, why couldn't the Guanzhong Road? Switching to rice was much better than wheat. High yield and short maturity period. Other than needing a lot of water and not being able to withstand the cold, there were no other shortcomings. And these 2 points were not a problem in the present Guanzhong Road. It was now the end of August. They could still plant rice to recover the losses caused by the locust plague. Li Wangyu just thought of this. He couldn't help but secretly blame himself for forgetting such an important thing. Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel a little annoyed at the mockery of Pai Lupi and the other big shots. Although they didn't mean any harm, the feeling of being looked down upon made even Li Wangyu feel very depressed. What made him even more depressed was that what he proposed was obviously the right way, but it was not accepted by others and even criticized. Including Pai Lupi, they still held on to the century-old farming tradition and felt that the Guanzhong Road was only suitable for large-scale wheat and sorghum planting. They also didn't consider the possibility of growing 2 crops of rice a year in the Guanzhong Road. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes. Sure enough, the truth was only in the hands of a few people. He couldn't help but raise his voice. Uncle, I'm not joking. Guangzhong Dao can really switch to planting rice on a large scale. Alright, Zio, stop messing around. If you were talking about other skills, I would believe you. But when it comes to farming, hee. Pai Lupi laughed and said, I still remember how you made people sow the rice fields. Nanny? What did that mean? Li Wangyu was confused by Pai Lupi's words. What's wrong with me? What do you mean by letting people sow paddy fields? Seeing Li Wangyu's puzzled look, Fang Xianling also smiled. Zio, did you plant rice in the 300 mu of saline alkali soil that you improved? Yeah, what's wrong? Li Wangyu asked blankly. This old man remembers that you had people dig up those paddy fields in a mess and wasted a lot of land. There were also 2 mu of paddy fields that were sowed in a mess. I heard that you also had people do that. Fang Xianling twirled his beard and laughed. Regarding Li Wanyu's talent, even Fang Xianling was very impressed. Fang Xianling loved the Three Kingdoms book so much that he couldn't put it down. As for the poems that Li Wangyu copied, Fang Xianling loved them even more. But when it came to Li Wanyu's actions in farming, he could only shake his head and smile bitterly. However, in the eyes of Fang Xianling and Pai Lupi and the others, it was normal that Li Wangyu didn't understand. For his words just now, everyone naturally just laughed, as if it was a joke from the younger generation. No one took it to heart. Li Wangyu had long forgotten about his 300 mu of paddy fields. Now that he was earning a lot of money every day, how could he take care of those paddy fields? He had already left them to the old villager to help him take care of them. Now that he was reminded by Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling, he suddenly realized. The messily sowed paddy fields that Fang Xianling was talking about were the 2 mu of paddy fields that he had people use the seedling throwing method to plant them? Fuck, what do you mean by messily sowing? That is the seedling throwing method, which can increase the rice yield by 10%. Li Wangyu was completely speechless. He was too lazy to explain. As for the actual situation, it was better to let Pai Lupi and the others see it for themselves. Uncle, Duke Wei, if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. The paddy fields you were talking about, why don't we go take a look today? Let's see if I was messily sowing paddy fields and see what use the ditches that I had people dig are. If this nephew's paddy fields grow well, uncle, why don't you reconsider this nephew's suggestion? Zio, you really won't give up until you see the Yellow River. With your messily sowing paddy fields, it would be strange if they could grow well. Alright, stop messing around. We have important business to discuss with the officials. Pai Lupi didn't believe him at all. He shook his head and didn't want to continue this topic. Li Wangyu was choked by Pai Lupi's words and almost died from anger. This country bumpkin Pai Lupi doesn't even know how to raise rice. Fuck. When he wanted to say something, he saw Li Heng hastily walk into the bathroom. Lang Jun, the village chief is here. He has good news to report. Li Wangyu was depressed and casually asked, what good news? Is his family getting married or what? The paddy fields in the estate have ripened. He came to ask when Lang Jun will start harvesting so that he can arrange people. Although the estate didn't care about the income from the 300 mu of paddy fields, since ancient China, no matter what time it was, harvesting was a major event. Naturally, they couldn't be careless. In the entire Guangzhong Road, because rice was only grown on a small amount of land, the government didn't pay much attention to the harvest. When the wheat ripened and was ready to be harvested, that was the most important event for the government. Not only did they need to worship the heavens, but they also needed to hold various ceremonies to celebrate the harvest. Even Li Heir would have to personally head down to the fields to harvest the first bunch of wheat in the imperial family farmland during the spring plowing. This was an important ceremony that wasn't inferior to the imperial family's plowing ceremony. Not only did Pai Lupi have to personally go to the fields to harvest, but Empress Zhongsun and the Crown Prince also had to follow behind to pick up the wheat. After harvesting, they had to worship the heavens to show their gratitude for the gift. Therefore, in the old village chief's opinion, his lord's paddy fields ripening was naturally a major event, so he hurriedly came to report. When Li Wangyu heard this, he couldn't help but raise his head and laugh. This was really like someone giving him a pillow when he was sleepy. He was depressed about how to convince Pai Lupi and the others. Now was the perfect time to let them see with their own eyes whether or not he knew anything about farming. Li Hang, go tell the old village chief to immediately prepare for the harvest. Arrange for people to start harvesting today. I'll go to the paddy fields in a bit and preside over the harvest. Yes. After Li Hang left, Li Wangyu turned to look at Pai Lupi and the others. Uncle, the village chief just came to report that the 300 mu of paddy fields have ripened and are ready to be harvested today. I wonder if Uncle is interested in seeing how my paddy fields are doing. When Pai Lupi heard him mention the paddy fields again, he couldn't help but shake his head. Huh, Zio, you are really stubborn. Do you really want me to see your paddy fields? Well, since there is nothing to do today, why don't you all follow me to see how Zio's paddy fields are doing this year? Huh, since your majesty is interested, we naturally have to go and see. I am also very curious to see how much Zio's paddy fields have produced. Fang Xianling nodded in agreement. Since Pai Lupi had spoken, everyone naturally had no objections. With the help of the maidservants, they changed their clothes and rode to the paddy fields. Chapter 491. In fact, Li Wangyu's 300 mu paddy fields had already reached the ripe stage a few days ago and needed to be harvested. During the ripe stage, the husks of the rice would turn yellow and the water content of the rice grains would decrease and harden. This was the best time to harvest rice. If this time was missed, the rice would enter the dry stage. Not only would the yield decrease, but the quality of the rice would also deteriorate. However, in the Tang dynasty, spring wheat was planted in Guangdong province. Every year, spring wheat would be sown in March and April. The growing period would last for more than 200 days and would only be harvested in the golden autumn of October. If winter wheat was planted in Shaanxi province in the future, the growing period would be even longer than 300 days. Every year, it would be planted from August to December and harvested from May to July. The old villager had never planted rice before. He didn't expect that it would only take about 5 months to mature, which was 150 days. If he didn't go to Li Wangyu's 300 mu paddy fields every few days, he would have missed the best time to harvest rice. Li Wangyu led the group on horseback and slowly walked over. They passed by Dingzhou village and the still lush green wheat fields. When they arrived at the 300 mu rice fields by the Gan River, everyone was shocked by the field of golden rice in front of them. As far as the eye could see, there was a heart-wrenching golden wave. Under the sunlight, it was even more dazzling. Pai Lupi didn't care about the filth of the paddy fields. He directly jumped down from his horse and pulled out a bunch of wheat ears. He used his palm to crush the husks and threw the rice grains into his mouth. He chewed a few times. Zio, you didn't lie to me. This paddy field is indeed ripe and should be harvested. Hee, uncle, look at this paddy field. Do you think this little nephew is a mess? Li Wangyu pointed at the golden paddy field and was very proud. This group of country bumpkins, they actually dared to not believe this lord's words. Are they dumbfounded now? Li Wangyu was very proud. He happily waited for Pai Lupi and the others to worship him. However, he didn't expect Pai Lupi to coldly snort, "Humph, you little bastard. Look at what you've done to the paddy fields. Only 90% of the land can be used to plant rice. Aren't you wasting it? Using paddy fields to raise fish was ridiculous. Remember not to mess around like this in the future. Farming concerns the people of the world. You can't treat it carelessly." Li Wangyu was stunned by Pai Lupi's lecture. What the hell was going on? Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other bigwigs were also trying their best to persuade him. Zio, agriculture is the great cause of the world. The foundation of agriculture was important, and the outline of the country was important. Don't underestimate them, and don't treat them like child's play. County count who, agriculture, the foundation of the world, your duty is the greatest. The most important thing for the people is agriculture. You must remember, you must remember. Cheng Yaojin grinned and laughed, kid, This is the first time I've seen someone dig a paddy field like this. I heard that you even had people raise fish in it. Wahahaha, I've really opened my eyes today. Li Wangyu was completely dumbfounded. Who were these people? He was too lazy to continue talking nonsense. It was better to speak with facts and let Pai Lupi and the others know what the law of good smell was. Old village chief, get people to prepare a fishing net. First, dig the ditch of this few mu of land. I want to collect fish. By the way, bring me a big scale. Later, I'll measure how many fish can be produced in 1 mu of land. The old village chief immediately responded. He found the farmers and laid the fishing net at the drainage of the paddy field canal according to Li Wangyu's instructions. Then, they dug the canal to release the water. Pai Lupi was too lazy to continue teaching Li Wangyu a lesson. In his opinion, a young man would be fine after a little setback. When he knew that he couldn't raise fish in the paddy field, he naturally wouldn't do it in the future. When Li Wangyu ordered people to dig the canal to release the fish, he, Fang Xianling, and the others stood aside and watched. Everyone was talking and laughing, waiting to see Li Wangyu make a fool of himself. Even Pai Lupi thought about how to educate this kid later and let him know that farming was not something to mess around with. After the canal was dug, the water in the canal immediately spewed out of the gap and into the Gan River. Qing Yaojin stood beside the drainage hole and talked and laughed with Qing Xiong about Li Wangyu's whimsical ideas. Suddenly, he saw a school of fish swimming out of the water and was suddenly shocked. Fish, fish, so many fish. With Qing Yaojin's shout, the drainage hole of the canal was immediately surrounded by Pai Lupi and a group of dukes. The group of playboys wanted to squeeze through to see what was going on, but there was no place for them to stand. Heh, there are actually so many fish in this canal? TSK, it's really fat. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Such a big fish, I'm afraid it's 3 or 4 gene. There are really fish? This fish can be raised like this? As the water in the canal continued to be discharged from the rice field, more and more fish were caught in the fishing net. Catfish, spotted silver carp, white carp, Christian carp, carp. There were all kinds of fish, and they were all quite big. They were constantly jumping and struggling in the fishing net. The old villager has long been shocked by the catch of fish. He has never seen so many fish caught in a net at one time. The old housekeeper Li Hang was even more anxious and kept shouting at the villagers who were holding the fishing net, "Be careful, pull it. Don't let the fish escape." Li Wangyu saw that there were too many fish in the fishing net. He was afraid that the villagers couldn't hold the net, so he quickly called the troops behind him to help. With the help of everyone, after a quarter of an hour, the water in the canal was finally discharged, and the fishing net was full of fish. Pai Lupi has been shocked by the scene in front of him. In the Tang dynasty, when artificial fish farming was not popularized, who had seen so many fish caught at one time? Fang Xianling didn't care about what he had said before, and repeatedly urged everyone to carry the fishing net and weigh it. He couldn't wait to know how many fish were raised in this 1 mu of rice field. The old villager hurriedly asked the villagers to bring bamboo baskets to load the fish. The big bamboo baskets were actually filled with 4 baskets. The result of the weighing made Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and others' jaws drop. A total of more than 300 gene of fish. And this was only the harvest of 1 mu of rice field. Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and others couldn't help but blush at this time. Just now, they had been teaching Li Wangyu a lesson, saying that he didn't know farming, digging ditches in the rice field to raise fish, and was fooling around. They didn't expect that a moment later, they would be slapped in the face by the fish catch of more than 300 gene. Only 10% of the field could be exchanged for more than 300 gene of fish. What kind of concept was this? In today's Tang dynasty, the harvest of rice fields was only about 300 gene per mu. And those fields that were planted with wheat had even lower harvests. Later historians inferred from the history books that in the Tang dynasty, the yield of rice per mu was 1.5 dan, and the yield of wheat was 1 dan. In the Tang dynasty, 1 dan weighed about 50 kilograms, which was 100 gene. In this way, the harvest of fish raised in 1 mu of rice field was about 3 dan. Twice the yield of rice, 3 times the yield of wheat. How amazing this was. When everyone's jaws dropped, Li Wangyu was a little disappointed. He remembered that in the later generations, the harvest of fish raised in rice fields was more than 700 jin. His harvest of fish was less than half of that of the later generations, which was really not good. He didn't think about how advanced the agricultural breeding technology of the later generations was. The yield of the super hybrid rice had reached 1,149 kilograms per mu. That was 10 times the yield of rice in the Tang dynasty. How could this be compared? After the surprise, Pai Lupi didn't care about anything else, and quickly shouted, "Quick, dig another mu. I don't believe that there can be so many fish in 1 mu of rice field." Chapter 492. Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others successively ordered people to dig 3 rice paddies and canals in different locations. As for the fish they got, there wasn't much difference between them. They were all about 300 caddies. This result finally made Pai Lupi and the other officials speechless. They looked at each other and felt very embarrassed. Looking at the dozens of baskets full of fish that were still alive on the embankment, the old villager and the villagers were very excited. Li Wangyu waved his hand and shouted to the old villager, "Old villager, take all these fish to the village and distribute them to each family. Today, I'll treat everyone to fish." Ha 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 ha. He was so excited that he started to howl like Qing Yao Jin. The old villager and the villagers were so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. They bowed to Li Wangyu again and again to express their gratitude. Qing Yao Jin was so thick-skinned that he pretended that he hadn't said anything before. He went to the bamboo baskets, picked out a few of the fattest carps, and threw them to the Lai Hot's troops. "Quickly send them back to your house and ask the cook to raise them in a basin. Later, I'll use these fish to eat fish slices." Ha ha ha, delicious, very delicious. Fish slices were sashimi. Fresh fish was cut into thin slices and dipped in seasoning. It was the favorite dish of the Tang people. However, there was no artificial fish farming in the Tang dynasty. It was all fishermen who caught the fish on the river. Such fresh carps were rare. Even a big shot like Qing Yao Jin couldn't eat them at any time. Qing Yao Jin's action relieved the embarrassment of Pai Lupi and the officials. They began to talk about how to make the fish more delicious. They didn't mention that Li Wangyu didn't know anything about farming. Li Wangyu didn't expose them. He wasn't stupid. He didn't want to provoke Pai Lupi. After digging the canals of 4 acres of rice paddies, Li Wangyu didn't ask people to continue fishing. Now that there was no refrigerator, it would be difficult to deal with too many fish. What's more, there were 300 mu of paddy fields. If 1 mu could produce 300 caddies of fish, that would be 90,000 caddies of fish. With so many fish, it would be impossible to digest them all at once. If the fish died, they wouldn't be delicious anymore. Fortunately, the aqueduct in the rice field was more than a meter deep. Therefore, even though the rice paddies had long been drained dry for the purpose of harvesting, it did not affect the aqueducts in the slightest. This was the benefit of 3-dimensional rice farming. Li Wangyu did not intend to sell these fish. He was not short of money now, and he no longer had the thought of raising fish to sell for money. Although this fish was not for sale, it could be used as a gift. Li Wangyu pondered for a moment, then called the old housekeeper, Li Hang, and the old village chief, and ordered them to arrange for people to dig a mu of water channel every day to catch fish. The fishes that were caught were all filled with water in wooden buckets to ensure that the fishes were fresh. After that, he asked the farmers to send it to Chang, and in 4-wheeled carriages. He would send it to the palace, as well as the various noble residences, and invite the big shots to try it. His words made Qing Yao Jin and the others beam with joy, and they all praised Li Wangyu for his generosity. Even Pai Lupi had a satisfied expression, and he accepted Li Wangyu's gift without any hesitation. In fact, if these 300 caddies of fish were distributed to the various residences, each family would only get 1 tael. However, to be able to taste fish every day, no one would complain about it being too little. After arranging the fish, it was time to harvest the rice paddies. Li Wangyu looked at the 300 mu of rice paddies, and suddenly asked, "Uncle, do you know what the yield of rice paddies in the Tang dynasty is?" "Huh, Zio, do you still want to test me?" "I naturally know that the rice paddies in the south yield about 1 stone and 5 caddies per mu." Li Wangyu chuckled. "Uncle, you said before that this nephew dug out 10% of the rice paddies, reducing the cultivated area of the rice paddies. This nephew wants to make a bet with Uncle. I wonder if Uncle is interested." "Bet on what?" "I don't have money." Pai Lupi immediately became vigilant when he heard Li Wangyu mention a bet again. After these few bets, Pai Lupi suddenly realized that this brat had never lost a bet before. Even if everyone thought that victory was in their hands, it was laughable that the final winner would always be this brat. With the example of Taiyuan Wang clan and Ho Junji as an example, how could Pai Lupi make a bet with him? "Huh, Uncle, I'm not betting. What this nephew means is that if the harvest of my 300 mu of rice paddies is good, I hope that Uncle and the other officials will consider this nephew's proposal. It's already the end of the 8th month, and it will be too late if we don't start planting rice paddies now." Li Wangyu put away his smile and solemnly bowed to Pai Lupi. This subject is speaking from the bottom of his heart, and is not joking. "Your Majesty, please understand." His words caused Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others to fall silent. It was already the end of the 8th month and the beginning of the 9th month. Sowing seedlings and fighting over rice paddies was unheard of. Of course, they didn't believe Li Wangyu's words and only treated it as a joke. But wasn't it also unheard of to raise fish in rice paddies? But those 300 gene of fish were still alive and kicking in front of their eyes, so they had no choice but to believe it. In truth, Li Wangyu wasn't very confident when he brought up this matter. After all, although his hometown in the past had 2 seasons of rice paddies, it was usually 1 season of rice and 1 season of rape. There had never been 2 seasons of rice paddies. And according to what he knew, the 2 seasons of rice paddies in the past would be harvested around the 7th month. Then, they would immediately rush to plant the late rice paddies and harvest the late rice paddies in the 10th or 11th month. But now, it was already the end of the 8th month. By the time the rice was ready to be planted, it would be at the end of the 9th month. Thus, it would be December or January of the following year before it could be harvested. Whether this kind of rice paddies could survive the winter was a fatal problem. If the winter this year was too cold, the seedlings would all freeze to death in the field before they could mature. It would be a waste of effort. He was gambling. He was gambling that the temperature in the Tang dynasty would still be hot and it would be a warm winter. Li Wangyu remembered that during the Tang dynasty, the earth was in a warm period and the temperature was unusually high. Chang'an and Luoyang had no snow all year round. Because of the high temperature, even Sichuan could grow lychees. It wasn't until the end of the Tang dynasty and the beginning of the 5 dynasties that the climate began to become cold. In Chang'an and Luoyang, it often snowed heavily in winter. If the temperature was high enough in the 2nd year of Zhengguan, it wasn't impossible to harvest the rice paddies at the end of the year. In response to Li Wangyu's words, Pai Lupi was silent for a long time before he said, "Ziyu, arrange for people to harvest the rice paddies first. We'll discuss this matter later." In response to Pai Lupi's reply, Li Wangyu was helpless. He couldn't come up with any more words to persuade Pai Lupi and the officials. He could only give up and order the old village chief to start harvesting the rice paddies. After the old village chief received the order from the old housekeeper Li Heng, he had already started to arrange for people to harvest the rice paddies. However, most of the farmers in Dingzhou village were now working as drivers for the 4-wheeled carriage in Chang'an city. They couldn't find enough young men in such a short time. Pai Lupi saw that there weren't many farmers harvesting the rice paddies, so he ordered the accompanying Jianghu guards to take off their armor and weapons and go to the fields to help harvest the rice paddies. These Imperial Army soldiers were all mansion soldiers. They were used to farming, so they naturally didn't slack off when it came to farm work. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. With the help of a few hundred Imperial Army soldiers, they finished harvesting 2 to 3 mu of rice paddies in less than half an hour. The rice paddies were piled up in bundles on the ridges of the fields, looking very pleasing. Fang Xianling immediately summoned a few soldiers and asked them to bring bamboo mats and wooden sticks. Li Wangyu was confused. Why would they need bamboo mats and wooden sticks to harvest the rice paddies? Chapter 493. Li Wangyu was confused. He watched as the soldiers took out a bamboo mat and spread the harvested wheat on it. Then, they held a wooden stick in their hands and continuously beat the wheat. Only then did he realize what was going on. Then, he was speechless. So they were shedding grains. He had forgotten that there was no threshing machine in the Tang dynasty. Shedding grains seemed to be done by manually beating the wheat to make the grains fall off. Even in the future, Li Wangyu remembered that he had seen a video taken by a travel blogger. In the mountains of India, farmers were still using this method to shedding grains. However, if they were to use this method to shedding grains, how long would it take? The efficiency was really too low. Li Wangyu did not talk nonsense. He excused himself from Pai Lupi and immediately led Niu Wu onto the horse's back. Then, he turned around and galloped towards the village. His destination was naturally Carpenter Lu's house. When Li Wangyu was young, his family used a wooden threshing machine. When shedding grains, they had to use their feet to step on the transmission pedal. Then, they had to grab the rice with their hands and stuff it into the rapidly rolling threshing machine to knock the grains off. It was not until the mechanical threshing machine was gradually popularized in the village that these old-fashioned manual threshing machines were slowly phased out. They became decorations and were placed in the corner of the yard to collect dust. In fact, it was quite tiring to constantly step on the pedal. However, Li Wangyu never got tired of it when he was young. Although he was so tired that his legs would constantly tremble and cramp, during the busy farming season, he would still rush to help step on the threshing machine. After working on the threshing machine for a long time, it was inevitable that he would need to do maintenance on the threshing machine. He would need to apply oil, change the belt, and so on. After a long time, Li Wangyu naturally understood how the threshing machine worked. As for this type of threshing machine, there was one that was the simplest and had a rather simple structure. It was a wooden box that was used to hold the grains that had fallen off. A wooden drum was installed on the box. Many curved iron nails were nailed on the surface of the drum. Then, a handle was installed on the side of the drum for shaking. Finally, the job was done. Although this simple threshing machine wasn't as efficient as the pedals and was more tiring, Li Wangyu couldn't care less. After all, he wasn't the one doing the work. Moreover, even if it was more tiring to shake than to pedal, it was still better than using a stick to beat the grain. Whether it was in terms of manpower or efficiency, it was much more efficient. It wasn't that Li Wangyu couldn't make a foot-powered threshing machine. The main thing was that a foot-powered threshing machine needed a transmission device. Obviously, it was much more complicated and couldn't be built in a short time. As for the hand threshing machine, Li Wangyu thought that with the craftsmanship of the Lu family's father and son, it wouldn't take much effort to build one. The truth was just as he had expected. He simply used a tree branch to draw a sketch for Carpenter Lu on the ground. Carpenter Lu led his 3 sons and used only an hour to build a hand-cranked threshing machine. Although it was very rough, and even the wooden planks had not been shaved off, it was enough. Li Wangyu asked Niu Wu and the troops to carry the threshing machine. Then, he asked Carpenter Lu and his family to build a few more threshing machines. He would get someone to move them later. It was obvious that a hand-cranked threshing machine wasn't enough to fill 300 mu of land with rice. Carpenter Lu naturally agreed happily. After Li Wangyu left, Lu Dalong picked up the saw and prepared to cut the wooden planks. However, Carpenter Lu slapped him on the head. "Father, why did you hit me? Bastard, why aren't you going to burn incense to your ancestral master and thank him and Lord Ju for their kindness?" Carpenter Lu glared at his son and scolded him. After being scolded by Carpenter Lu, Lu Dalong quickly led his 2 younger brothers to wash their hands and ran to the central room to burn incense to their ancestral master. The ancestral master of carpentry was, of course, Lu Ban. In the central room of Carpenter Lu's house, there was also a statue of Lu Ban enshrined in the shrine. The four of them kowtowed respectfully to the statue and burned incense to thank their ancestral master for his blessings and Lord Ju for his kindness. Thanks to him, the Lu family was able to learn how to make a divine weapon. However, the statue of Lu Ban in the shrine looked very familiar. If someone else saw it, they would definitely exclaim in surprise. Wasn't this the face of Li Wangyu? Anyway, Lu Dalong knew that the ancestral master statue that he used to enshrine in his house didn't look like this. However, ever since Lord Ju taught his father how to make water wheels, four-wheeled carriages, and other things, he realized that the ancestral master statue in the shrine at home had changed. He wondered what Li Wangyu would think if he knew that Carpenter Lu had turned him into a statue and placed it in the shrine. When he led Niu Wu and the others to carry the freshly made threshing machine to the rice field, the soldiers were still working hard to beat the rice with wooden sticks. When Li Wangyu saw their results, he couldn't help but feel happy. After more than an hour, more than a dozen soldiers had only beaten 1 grain of rice. The efficiency was really terrible. Pai Lupi and the others were still waiting for the soldiers to remove the rice ears so that they could weigh the rice and see the output of Li Wangyu's field. Just when they were getting impatient from waiting, they saw Li Wangyu and the others carrying a strange thing back. They couldn't help but ask curiously. "Zio, why are you carrying a wooden box back?" "Hee, uncle, this is a threshing machine that I had people make for me after seeing how difficult it was for the soldiers to grind the grains." Li Wangyu shamelessly claimed the invention of the threshing machine under his own name. "Oh. This thing is a threshing machine? How do you use it?" Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others were all interested. They gathered around the threshing machine and carefully looked at it. "It's very simple. You just need to turn this handle and then put the harvested rice and wheat ears on this drum. After a while, the rice will fall off and fall into the wooden box below," Li Wangyu said as he signaled Niu Wu to turn the handle. He grabbed a handful of rice ears and stuffed them into the threshing machine. The rapidly rotating drum and the curved iron nails constantly collided with the ears of rice, easily knocking the grains off the ears of rice one by one. The grains of rice fell off the ears of rice one by one and fell into the wooden box below. With a few efforts, the rice ears in Li Wangyu's hands were cleaned up. It was very easy. Li Wangyu also found the feeling of helping his grandfather when he was a child. He quickly grabbed a bundle of rice ears and stuffed it into the threshing machine. It didn't take long for the rice to be completely threshed. The golden rice grains covered the bottom of the threshing machine. This made Pai Lupi and the others dumbfounded. They felt that this thing was too magical. It was only 2 people, and it took them at most 30 minutes. It was actually the same efficiency as the dozen-strong soldiers who spent more than an hour. Moreover, the rice ears that were beaten with a stick were obviously not completely clean. One could see with the naked eye that there were still a lot of rice grains on the rice ears that had been hammered and had not been knocked down. On Li Wangyu's side, Pai Lupi casually grabbed a handful of beaten rice ears. It was clean, and not a single grain of rice could be seen. "Ha, good. Zio, your threshing machine is really amazing. The strength of 2 people is actually lower than that of dozens of people. What's more, this thing is so simple that it can be promoted everywhere in the Tang dynasty." Fang Xianling also stroked his beard and praised. "Your Majesty," Confucius said, "if a worker wants to do his work well, he must first sharpen his tools." Sure enough, this threshing machine can save a lot of manpower. It must be promoted immediately. This is a magical weapon. Du Ruhui, Zhangsun Wuji, Dai Zhou, and the other big shots also praised it, especially Li Wangyu. They were almost praising him to the heavens. "Ha, that's right. Someone, send an order to the Ministry of Works. Order the Ministry of Works to immediately copy this threshing machine and send it to all provinces and counties. Order the local people to start promoting it. I think this threshing machine will be called Wangyu Threshing Machine. What do you all think?" "Great." The big shots applauded and stamped their feet. Only Li Wangyu's face was full of black lines. "Damn, have I really become the mascot of the Tang dynasty? Even the threshing machine has to be named?" Chapter 494. Li Wangyu continued with Wangyu elbow, Wangyu window, Wangyu lottery, Wangyu boiled water vending machine, and Wangyu elbow, Wangyu window, Wangyu lottery, and Wangyu boiled water vending machine. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of a paragraph. Wangyu threshing machine will be famous all over the world. In the near future, it will rush out of Asia and go to the world. It will be a household name, known to women and children, and a necessity for everyone. Wangyu threshing machine will become the first of the 3 essentials of life in the Tang dynasty. If you don't use Wangyu threshing machine, there will be no happy family. If you don't use Wangyu threshing machine, you won't be able to get a girlfriend. If you don't use Wangyu threshing machine, you won't be able to get into college. If you don't use Wangyu threshing machine. I seem to have mixed up the words. That's the Cosmos brand cigarette. Li Wangyu shook his head, not wanting to think about these messy things anymore. He can call Pai Lupi whatever he wants. He is more concerned about the yield of his rice field now. With the hand-operated threshing machine, the efficiency of threshing rice was significantly improved. Soon, all the rice in the first mu of rice field was threshed, and it was time to weigh the harvest. The hopper and Xianxia used to weigh grain had already been moved to the rice field. In the Tang dynasty, 10 liters was 1 hopper, 10 hoppers was 1 stone, and 1 liter of rice was 1.25 caddies. The weighing machine used to weigh grain was the hopper and Xianxia. The farmers continuously poured the harvested grains from the paddy fields into the rice hopper. Above the hopper, there was a beam that was at the same level as the hopper. When weighing, a ruler was used to scrape the high pile of grain on the hopper along the beam to ensure the accuracy of the weighing. A full hopper of rice was a hopper. The weighed rice was immediately poured into the sack, emptied, and then continued to be weighed. The old villager was holding the account book and counting, but this old man didn't know how to write at all, so it was painful for him to write. Fang Xianling simply snatched the account book from the old village head's hand, held a pen, and squatted on the side without caring about his image, acting as an accountant. Every time he weighed out a bucket of rice, he would record it in his account book. Pai Lupi asked Du Ruhui, Old man Du, what do you think Zio's paddy field can produce? Your Majesty, an ordinary paddy field can yield about 1 stone and 5 caddies. However, Count Huxian's land was dug up to raise fish. In addition, there was a locust plague this year. This subject estimates that the yield should be around 1 dan. But it was worth it. Just the 300 caddies of fresh fish was beyond my imagination. Count who is truly amazing. Zhang Sun Wuji chimed in, that's right, Your Majesty. Your subject has never heard of rearing fish in paddy fields, nor did I expect that there would be so many fish. This is equivalent to doing 2 things in 1 mu of paddy field. That's right. Even if Count whose rice field yields less than 1 dan of rice, I still think it's worth it. Pai Lupi nodded, that's true. Zio's actions were indeed beyond my expectations. Previously, I even laughed at him for not knowing anything about farming, but in the end, I was taught a lesson by this brat. This is truly embarrassing. Your Majesty, aren't we the same? However, I do hope that this kind of embarrassment can happen a few more times. Du Ruhui laughed. Pai Lupi also laughed, old man Du is right. I do hope that this kind of embarrassment can happen a few more times. Zio's method of rearing fish in paddy fields is indeed worth spreading. This way, the lives of the people of the Tang dynasty will be much better. While Pai Lupi and the others were talking, the first mu of paddy field was finally finished. Fang Xianling held the account book in his hands, as if he had read it a few times. He seemed to be wondering if he had added the wrong number. Old man Fang, how is it? How much does Zio's paddy field yield per mu? Pai Lupi asked. Fang Xianling raised his head and murmured after a long time, Your Majesty, Zio's paddy field yields 1 dan of rice and 7 dan of rice per mu. That's not bad. After all, it produces so many fish. Wait, old man Fang, what did you just say? How much does Zio's paddy field yield per mu? Pai Lupi laughed casually, but halfway through, he felt that something was wrong. Just now, Fang Xianling said, how much does Li Wangyo's paddy field yield per mu? 1 dan of rice and 7 dan of rice? How is this possible? Fang Xianling also showed a helpless expression. Your Majesty, you didn't hear wrong. It is indeed 1 dan of rice and 7 dan of rice. To be precise, it is 1 dan of rice and 7 dan of rice for 3 liters. After hearing Fang Xianling confirm the yield per mu again, not only Pai Lupi was stunned, but Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the others were also stunned. In that 1 mu of paddy field, at least a portion of the ditch for fish farming was dug out. How could the remaining paddy field yield so much? It must be known that the best paddy field in the Tang dynasty, even with good weather and a good harvest, could only yield so much rice. This year, due to the impact of the locust plague at the beginning of the year, the local government reported that the paddy field would definitely be reduced. All the big shots in the imperial court had a headache because of this, so today, they rushed to Dingzhou village to discuss with Pai Lupi the matter of releasing grain for disaster relief. Li Wangyo's 300 mu of paddy field was originally just improved from useless saline alkali soil. It was already a miracle that paddy field could grow. But now, not only did it produce rice, but the yield was also too high. Old man Fang, this is not a joke. 1 dan of rice, 7 dan of rice. Is there a mistake? Could it be that the weighing scale is not accurate? Is there not enough dan of rice? Someone asked doubtfully. Fang Xianling immediately shook his head. That's impossible. This is the weighing scale issued by the Huxin County Yamen to collect rent. It even has the stamp of the Huxin County Yamen on it. How could it not be accurate? Quick, get a few more people to weigh the paddy field again. Pai Lupi turned his head and ordered the soldiers of the Jianghu guards. Soon, the paddy field produced by the paddy field was weighed again under the eyes of everyone. The result was still the same. 1 dan, 7 dan, 3 liters. This time, everyone was speechless. They looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Pai Lupi was stunned for a long time. Suddenly, he turned his head and shouted, "Move the paddy field from another mu of paddy field, quick! I want to see the result." The output of several mu of paddy fields was continuously weighed. The difference was not big, basically 1 dan of rice, 7 dan of rice. Pai Lupi was really speechless. He looked at Li Wangyu, who had been smiling and not saying anything, and said, "Zio, you really gave me a big surprise today. Uncle is too kind." Li Wangyu smiled indifferently. In fact, he was very proud of himself in his heart. Wasn't it normal to have a high yield per mu? Otherwise, how could it be called a modern 3-dimensional rice planting technique? Before the paddy field was drained, the water in the canal was connected to the paddy field. The fish lived in the paddy field. The floating matter in the paddy field and the rice flowers were the fish's food, and the fish's feces nourished the paddy field. Not to mention, there were so many ducks that their feces also nourished the paddy field. As a result, the originally barren and saline alkali soil was improved and turned into a superior quality paddy field. In the Tang dynasty, where there was no fertilizer, the paddy field was fertile enough, and the paddy field's output naturally increased. Li Wangyu calculated in his heart. The paddy field was equivalent to 216 caddies, which was only around 100 kilograms. In the future, the paddy field in his hometown could produce around 800 kilograms per mu. The output of 100 kilograms of paddy was really not worth mentioning. 216 caddies of paddy field would lose 25 to 30% of its shell. In the end, the paddy field would only produce around 160 caddies of rice. The output was really pitifully low. Pai Lupi and the others were already shocked by the output of the paddy field. The group of big shots began to discuss how to popularize Li Wangyo's paddy planting technique in Guanzhong Road. "Uncle, haven't you forgotten something?" Li Wangyu suddenly asked with a mischievous smile. Pai Lupi was surprised when he heard this. What else was there? Chapter 495. Li Wangyu smiled as he pointed to the 2 acres of farmland beside him. He had purposely left those fields unharvested. Uncle, did you forget? Didn't you and Fong Gong say that I ordered people to plant seedlings carelessly? Those 2 mu of fields were the rice paddies that little nephew had people use the method of throwing seedlings to plant. Why don't we let them harvest now and see how much each mu yields? When Pai Lupi and the others heard this, they turned to look at the 2 mu of farmland. The mature rice looked the same at a glance. It was not as conspicuous as when the seedlings were first transplanted. One could tell if the seedlings were planted neatly or not. Pai Lupi didn't dare to say that Li Wangyu didn't know farming and carelessly sowed rice. Li Wangyu had already given them too many surprises today. Now that he specifically mentioned the 2 mu of farmland, there must be a mystery behind it. After being reminded by Li Wangyu, he, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other big shots all walked closer to take a closer look. It was the same heavy golden rice. It didn't seem to be any different from other paddy fields. Zio, are you planning to continue making things difficult for me and the other officials? Since that's the case, then let us see what's so special about the 2 mu of farmland that you carelessly sowed. Fang Xianling and the others stroked their beards and smiled. Zio, we were wrong today. Why don't you let them harvest it and let us see what's the difference? When Li Wangyu saw that Pai Lupi and the others had expressed their stance, he couldn't continue to be arrogant. Since Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others had lowered their heads and admitted their mistakes, what else could he say? Li Wangyu was slightly depressed that he had lost a chance to show off and slap them in the face. He could only immediately arrange for the farmers and the soldiers of the Jianghu guards to harvest the 2 mu of paddy fields. The ears of rice were cut and stacked neatly on the ridge of the field. Then, they were threshed and collected by the threshing machine. Carpenter Lu's family moved quickly. They rushed out 2 threshing machines and moved them to the edge of the field, which sped up the harvesting process. Very quickly, the 2 mu of rice paddies were harvested, and the weight of the rice paddies could be weighed. This time, Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others all came over and stared at the farmers weighing the rice. In fact, in the hearts of Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others, they still didn't believe that the yield of these 2 acres of paddy fields would be any surprise. After all, the scene of the seedling being planted was still vivid in everyone's mind. There was a huge difference between the crooked seedlings and the neat seedlings in other paddy fields. Hasn't rice been like this for thousands of years? Horizontal and vertical, orderly spacing, maximizing the use of the land. As for Li Wangyu's 2 mu of paddy fields, the seedlings had no rules to speak of. Although it was said that they were planting with some seedling throwing method, in fact, they were just randomly throwing the seedlings and then straightening them up. It seemed very perfunctory. Even the laziest farmer would not dare to plant rice fields like this. Wasting the land was punishable by being struck by lightning. Because of this seedling throwing method, the old villager almost went to the county government of Hu County to complain. One could imagine how the Tangs viewed this planting method. But when the rice paddies of these 2 mu of paddy fields were weighed, the big shots like Pai Lupi, Du Ruhui, and Fang Xianling, as well as the old villager and farmers of Dingzhou village, were all dumbfounded. 1 stone and 9 bushels per liter, 1 stone and 9 bushels per liter. When these 2 sets of numbers were reported, everyone instantly fell silent. What did it mean to have a yield of nearly 2 stones per mu? The old villager and the farmers regretted it so much that they almost slapped themselves in the face. At that time, Li Wangyu had also persuaded them to change to rice paddies, instead of continuing to plant wheat and sorghum. The farmers, who had done farm work all their lives, naturally didn't take Li Wangyu's words seriously. At that time, they even secretly laughed at Li Wangyu for being young and frivolous, waiting to see Li Wangyu make a fool of himself. When the villagers in the surrounding villages heard that Li Wangyu had ordered people to dig up the paddy fields to such an extent, who among them didn't laugh at him? Some even made a special trip to Dingzhou village to watch the show. But today's harvest of the paddy fields shocked them too much. Not to mention the more than 300 caddies of fish produced in each mu of paddy fields, just the rice yield alone made the old villager and farmers regret it so much that their intestines turned green. The wheat fields they planted could only harvest 1 stone per mu at most. Even compared to ordinary rice fields, it was already a lot worse, not to mention compared to the 2 mu of rice fields planted with the seedling tossing method. The difference was twice as fast. The old villager suddenly gave himself 2 heavy slaps on the face and then knelt down in front of Li Wangyu, which gave Li Wangyu a fright. "Old villager, what are you doing?" Lang Jun, old me, was muddle-headed. "I shouldn't have stopped Lang Jun from planting rice with the seedling throwing method. This is all old me's fault. Please punish me." "Old villager, don't talk nonsense. Get up quickly. This seedling throwing method was just an experiment. Whether it succeeded or not was another matter. What's more, if you didn't arrange for people to take care of these paddy fields every day, how could there be today's harvest? Old villager, this is all thanks to you." Li Wangyu hurriedly stepped forward to help the old man up and comforted him. After being comforted by Li Wangyu, the old man squeezed out an ugly smile. In his heart, he secretly made up his mind that in the future, he would do whatever Li Wangyu said. No matter how ridiculous it seemed, when it came to his lord, it could turn something rotten into something magical. In any case, when spring came next year, the whole village would definitely switch to paddy fields. The old villager was even certain that if news of the paddy fields' yield spread, many people in the surrounding villages would follow suit and switch to paddy fields. Pai Lupi grabbed a handful of rice and allowed the golden rice to flow through the gaps between his fingers. "Zio, tell Zhen and the other officials. Why is the yield of your paddy fields so astonishing?" Even now, Zhen still doesn't understand. Why is it that the seedlings that were carelessly thrown out can increase the yield by 10%? In response to Pai Lupi's question, Li Wangyu scratched his head. He knew that the seedling throwing method could increase the yield by 10%, but how could he understand why? "Hee, uncle, the other officials, the yield of my paddy fields is higher, but it's mainly because of the fertility of the land. The fish and ducks that I raise in the paddy fields can all provide fertility for the paddy fields, so it's normal that the yield of my paddy fields is higher. As for the seedling throwing method, well, it's mainly because it doesn't harm the roots of the seedlings and has a high success rate, so the yield is slightly higher." Li Wangyu racked his brains to come up with this explanation, which was filled with guesses and wild guesses. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. After all, although Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others attached great importance to farming, they were not agricultural scholars after all. It was enough for them to know the general idea. "Fang Gonggang, Du Gonggang, Zhen wants to order the Agriculture Bureau to come to Dingzhou village and learn from Zhio about the farming method. What do you think? If the fields of the Tang dynasty can be farmed like this, it will be a blessing. Your Majesty's words are reasonable. If the yield of the paddy fields of the Tang dynasty can increase by 10%, it will be amazing." Fang Xianling and the others naturally had no reason to object. Today's trip to Dingzhou village was an eye-opener for them. No one had ever thought that rice could be grown like this. "Uncle, as I said before, let the wheat fields in Guanzhong Road that have severely reduced their yield change to paddy fields. I don't know what you and the other officials think." Li Wangyu also struck while the iron was hot and mentioned this matter again. Chapter 496. Li Wangyu's words made Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others silent for a long time. If they had not seen the rice yield today, they would have scoffed at Li Wangyu's words and would not have considered it. But with a living example in front of them, how could they treat Li Wangyu's words as a joke? However, it wasn't easy to make the decision to change the wheat fields that had suffered from severe yield reductions to rice. If the rice could not mature in winter, it would be equivalent to no harvest, and the result would be worse than the locust plague. "Zio, how sure are you that you can plant a season of rice at this time? You know, this is a serious matter, and you can't joke about it. If there is no harvest at the end of the year, have you thought about the consequences?" Pai Lupi pondered for a long time and asked. Li Wangyu did not know how to answer his question. It was hard to say how sure he was. It was his idea to let Guanzhong Dao plant rice. He had no confidence at all, and there was no precedent to follow. Guanzhong Dao had always been short of food because of the concentration of people. Especially since the Tang dynasty was founded, the population began to recuperate, causing the population of Guanzhong Dao to soar. almost all the prefectures in Guangzhou had doubled in population. In the second year of Zhengguan, the population of Chang had reached more than 900,000, and there were tens of thousands of floating people, mainly merchants, tributes, and students from other countries. In history, during the Tianbao period, the population of Chang had soared to 1.96 million, which was a shocking increase of 1 million people. With such a large population, the amount of food and vegetables needed was naturally astronomical. Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others attached great importance to farming because of the huge population pressure. Just in Chang'an, there were more than 100,000 families, and the amount of firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea was enormous. Every day, countless merchants shuttled in and out of Chang'an, transporting enough materials for this huge city. The grain yield of Guangzhou would affect the stability of the Tang dynasty, so it could not be careless. At this time, although the wheat fields in Guangzhou circuit were affected by the locust plague and the yield would be severely reduced, it was not to the extent that not a single grain would be harvested. 1 mu would still yield 3 to 5 bushels of grain. However, it was too risky to uproot all these wheat seedlings and use them to cultivate rice. Pai Lupi couldn't take this risk, and neither could Li Wangyu. When Li Wangyu understood this, he also felt that his previous suggestion had been taken for granted. If Pai Lupi did as he said and ordered all the prefectures in the Guangzhou circuit to switch to planting rice and failed, Li Wangyu didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Uncle, I wasn't completely confident in this matter. I didn't think it through. However, I have an idea, and I hope Uncle will allow it. Tell me about it. Li Wangyu silently calculated in his mind, then seriously stared into Pai Lupi's eyes and said, if Uncle allows it, I hope to try planting rice in Hu County. Yes, it can be considered an experimental field. As far as I know, there are more than 27,000 households in Hu County, and more than 108,000 people. If we can't plant rice and the fields don't yield a single grain, I'm willing to use all my wealth to feed these 100,000 people for a year. When Li Wangyu said this, he was also confident. The Tang dynasty practiced an equal field system. Men of middle age and women of middle age were given 100 mu of land. However, in a densely populated area like Guangzhou, the average person was only given about 20 mu of land. Of the 108,000 people, less than half were men of middle age and women of middle age, which was about 50,000 people. In other words, the equal field system of land in Hu County was about 1 million mu of land. Half of it was mulberry fields, and the farmland was no more than 500,000 mu. If 1 mu of wheat harvested 1 dan of grain, that would be 500,000 dan of wheat. Li Wangyu calculated the savings and property in his residence. He estimated that all the gold in his residence, the income from the property, and the profits from the reforging of his private money would be barely enough to fill this hole. However, his ability was only enough to satisfy the needs of this county. If it was the entire Guangzhou, then the money he earned was just a drop in the bucket. Li Wangyu's words shocked Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others. They all stared at him, dumbfounded. Zio, what did you just say? You want to feed an entire county of people with your own strength? County count who, don't be ridiculous. This is 100,000 people. Even if the government provides disaster relief, it will be very difficult. How can you feed so many people with your own strength? No, Your Majesty, you can't do this. Zio, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you think you can afford to feed the people of this county? If your family's lord was still alive, he would be angered to death by a wastrel like you. Your Majesty, how can the Tang dynasty let a young man like County Count who use up all his wealth to feed the people of the county? You can't do this. In the face of Pai Lupi and the others' persuasion, Li Wangyu stubbornly shook his head. Uncle, everyone, a few months ago, I was just an insignificant commoner. Some of the properties that my lord left behind were forcibly taken away by the clan. When I moved to Dingzhou village, I only had an old servant with me and 7 or 8 strings of copper coins. The reason why I have today's title and wealth is all because of Uncle's love. Now that the people are affected by the locust plague, their lives are difficult. I don't have any other abilities, but I want to try and help the elders of my county. If the rice planting is successful, then everyone will be happy. If not, I am willing to use up all my wealth to make up for my mistakes. Uncle, please help me. Zio, why do you want to do this? Pai Lupi frowned. He didn't think that Li Wangyu would have such an idea. He had never heard of such a thing. Who had ever heard of someone using their own wealth to help the people of a county? Qing Yaojin raised his head and laughed. Your Majesty, I think you should agree. This kid's painstaking effort is very rare. Besides, even if it doesn't work, don't you still have me as your uncles? Can we just watch this kid starve to death? After hearing Li Wangyu's words, Fang Xianling silently nodded. She turned to Pai Lupi and suggested, Your Majesty, county of Hu is also affected by the locust plague. Why don't we cancel the rent for this year? This way, even if Zio's rice planting is unsuccessful, the pressure will be reduced by a lot. However, if he succeeds, we can fully promote rice planting in Guangzhou next year. Moreover, we can plant 2 crops a year. This is truly a good plan for the country and the people. Pai Lupi looked at Li Wangyu. Zio, are you really willing to do this? If you make a mistake, then you will have to pay a huge amount of copper coins. Hee, uncle, as the saying goes, I am born with a purpose. Money will come back after being spent. This little nephew doesn't care about worldly possessions. I can't bring them with me when I'm born and can't bring them with me when I die. Good. As expected of my Li family's Qilin son. Since that's the case, I will allow it. I will ask you Zio to take care of the 100,000 people of Hu County. However, I will not let you suffer a loss. If this year, the rice planting in Hu County fails, then the rent for the county will be completely cancelled. However, if there is a harvest at the end of the year, then the rent for this year will all be given to you as a reward for Zio's dedication to the people. Your Majesty is wise. None of the elders objected. Li Wangyu had taken a huge risk and was willing to forcefully push forward with this matter. It was only right that he be rewarded. However, this reward was so great that it made the elders jealous. Your Majesty, please be at ease. This subject will definitely do his best. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed to accept the decree. However, he was secretly delighted. The rent was 2 dan per man. If this year, the rice planting in Hu County was successful, then wouldn't the rent for 50,000 men be given to him? 100,000 dan of grain, that was another huge sum of money. Seeing that Pai Lupi really agreed to Li Wangyu's seemingly absurd proposal, all of the elders sighed in admiration. Extravagant, this was a truly extravagant move. Compared to the Count of Hu County's so-called prodigal actions, this was truly prodigal. Chapter 497. Because of Li Wangyu's extravagant behavior, Pai Lupi's original plan to stay at his manor for a few days was cancelled. Everyone returned to Li Wangyu's manor. While discussing the various matters of switching to rice in Hu County, they enjoyed a delicious meal of fish slices. After lunch, Pai Lupi led the group of dukes and bigwigs back to Chang'an. When Yang Quan heard about this, he was so scared that he fell to the ground. Feeding all the people in the county with one person's strength? This sounded like a joke. He ran to Li Wangyu's residence and confirmed this matter with Li Wangyu again and again. Only then did he raise his head to the sky and let out a long sigh. Zio, I only knew that you were extraordinary, but I didn't expect you to be able to accomplish such a great feat. Don't worry, even if I have to risk my life, I will help you plant rice and spread it throughout the county. In response, Li Wangyu could only rub his nose and smile without saying anything. His decision naturally frightened the old steward Li Heng. Even the Niu brothers looked as if they had seen a ghost. Only their beautiful boss didn't blame him for acting on his own initiative. She even took the initiative to give him a kiss. This made Li Wangyu laugh foolishly for a long time. He felt more and more that he had made a wise and heroic decision. In short, the matter of changing the tack in Hu County was officially settled. The severely damaged wheat fields were replanted with rice. In a few days, Pai Lupi issued an imperial edict, causing an uproar in the imperial court. In the following few days, Yamen runners from the Hu County Yamen galloped into the various villages under Hu County's jurisdiction. They put up notices and beat gongs to gather the people. The villagers didn't know what was going on. Under the guidance of the village chief, they all gathered around the Yamen runners. Listen well, you have all suffered from the plague of locusts this year. There are less than 20% of the wheat seedlings left in the fields. Therefore, the founding county governor of Hu County, Bo Te, has spoken to the saint on your behalf. He hopes that you can immediately start digging ditches, building water wheels, plowing the fields, and preparing to plant rice. As soon as the Yamen runners finished speaking, the surroundings became noisy. Are you kidding me? At this time, pull out the wheat in the field and plant new rice? Is this county Count Hu crazy? How did he come up with such a rotten idea? He's trying to kill all of us. In another month, at least there will be some harvest in the fields. Now, we can only rely on this insignificant harvest to survive the next year. If you want us to dig up the ground now, aren't you pushing us to our deaths? That's right. We have no enmity with that county Count Hu. Why would he harm us like this? It's almost September, and he's still sowing rice? Is this county earl whose head kicked by a donkey? Our ancestors have been farming wheat in Guangzhong Road for generations. Why are we suddenly switching to rice? Seeing that the villagers around them were in a mess, the more they talked, the more agitated they became. It was as if they were going to fight to the death. The bailiff did not dare to be negligent. He banged the gong in his hand, temporarily suppressing the crowd's voices. Shut up and listen to me. The Yamen runner managed to silence the crowd with great difficulty. He quickly raised his voice and shouted at the crowd, "What are you all arguing about? Can the saint watch you all starve to death?" The saint's edict said that if you dig up the wheat seedlings and don't find anything by the end of the year, County Count Hu will take care of your rations for a year. Furthermore, you will be exempted from a year's rent. Do you all understand? The village chief hurriedly squeezed over and cupped his hands towards the Yamen runner. Brother, is what you said true? Do we really only care about the seeds? If we can't grow them, the rent for this year will be waived. Furthermore, County Count Hu will take care of our rations? Will he only take care of the middle-aged and middle-aged men, or will he take care of the entire family for a year? Will he take care of the new rations next year? The Yamen runner nodded. Of course it's true. The saint's edict is written clearly. How could it lie to you? He will take care of your entire family's rations, no matter how many people there are. However, there is one condition. This rice must be planted seriously. If anyone tries to cheat, don't blame yourself for starving. There will be Yamen runners and scribes coming to inspect at any time. Don't try to fool them. These words suppressed the anger of the crowd, and they began to discuss in low voices. If that county Count Hu really took care of their entire family's rations for a year, they would naturally be willing. Because of the locust plague this year, the villagers were all worried. They didn't know how they would survive with the meager harvest in October. Now that someone was willing to take care of their rations, it was only asking them to dig ditches, plow the fields, and plant seedlings. Only a fool wouldn't agree to such a good deal. However, there were still people who voiced their doubts. Does that county Count Hu really have mountains of gold and silver at home? It was written in the notice that the entire county is going to switch to growing rice. If the rice can't be grown, how can County Count Hu take care of the entire county's rations? The Yamen runner curled his lips. That's why I say that you farmers are ignorant. Ask around in Chang'an City. Who doesn't know that County Count Hu is the reincarnation of the god of fortune? To tell you the truth, County Count Hu has already taken out 30,000 taels of gold and placed it in the Ministry of Civil Affairs account. If the rice can't be grown, the Ministry of Civil Affairs will use the gold to buy food and distribute it to you. Do you understand? 30,000 taels of gold. It's enough to smash you farmers to death. The villagers had never heard of so much gold, and they couldn't even begin to calculate how much money this was. Other than letting out cries of shock, they couldn't say anything else. Actually, 30,000 taels of gold was far from enough. This was just a deposit that Li Wangyu had given to the imperial court. And the source of the gold was naturally from the 3 gambling houses that they had won from selling the rice. The villagers now believed that if the rice couldn't be grown, they would be given rations to survive. However, everyone was still skeptical. No one had ever heard of planting rice in September, so they felt that it wasn't very reliable. Brother Yaman Runner, planting rice seedlings in September, why does this sound so inappropriate? You bunch of farm workers, what the hell do you know? Do you know that a few days ago, the rice fields in County Count whose manor have already been harvested? Do you know how much each moo produced? If I tell you, you'll be scared to death. 2 stones. 1 moo. What? How is that possible? A harvest of 2 shur per moo? Do you think I'd lie to you? The weight measured in front of the sage was not off in the slightest. So is there anyone in this world who knows more about farming than the County Count? Don't look at how you've been farming your entire lives. Compared to the County Count, you're nothing. That person is the literary star that descended from the heavens. He knows 500 years in the past and 500 years in the future. He knows the heavens above and the earth below. Do you understand? In short, just follow the County Count's orders and do your best. You won't be mistreated, the Yaman Runner decisively said. Although the yield per moo of Li Wangyu's rice fields was a bit exaggerated, it wasn't too exaggerated. The villagers once again sucked in a breath of cold air, but they finally accepted this fact and began to discuss the matter of switching to planting rice. Such a scene was playing out in all of the villages under Hu County's jurisdiction. With the Yaman runners and scribes sent by Yang Quan continuously explaining and persuading, the villagers in these villages finally believed the contents of the imperial edict. As a result, the villages in Hu County, which should have been idle time for farming, began to bustle with activity once more. The original wheat fields were dry fields, so there was no need for ditches to divert water. Naturally, they had to dig up new ones. As for the water wheel to divert water, Yang Quan's scribes and craftsmen began to work on it. The sparse wheat seedlings in the fields were burned to the ground, and the villagers were extremely reluctant to part with them. Then, they began to plow the fields again. Just as Yang Quan and the other villagers in Hu County were busy in full swing, Li Wangyu was impeached. Chapter 498. This was the 3rd time that Li Wangyu had been impeached, and the reason for his impeachment was naturally because of his decision to plant rice in Hu County. After Pai Lupi issued the edict to burn all the wheat fields in the county and plow the fields to plant rice, it immediately caused a huge commotion in Chang'an. The common people naturally just watched the commotion and treated it as gossip, but the officials in the imperial court reacted even more fiercely. In particular, some of the older officials in the imperial court reacted even more strongly and cursed Li Wangyu. In their eyes, County Count Li Wangyu's actions would bring disaster to the country and the people, and he would be punished by the heavens. It was rare that there were no aristocratic families adding fuel to the fire, so many of the older officials in Chang'an began to gather together to impeach Li Wangyu and get rid of the traitorous officials for the imperial court. During the daily court session, as soon as Pai Lupi sat down on the throne, a dozen or so older officials stood up and bowed. Your Majesty, we wish to impeach the founding County Count of Hu County, Li Wangyu. Pai Lupi didn't understand what was going on. What did Ziyu do now? Why did he have so many older officials impeach him? Come. We wish to impeach the founding County Count of Hu County, Li Wangyu. He has committed 3 crimes. First, harming the farmers. The wheat in Hu County was about to be harvested in a little more than a month, but Li Wangyu actually forced the people to burn the wheat and plant rice instead. This is truly forcing the hundreds of thousands of people in Hu County to their deaths. Right now, the people of Hu County are filled with complaints, and the people have no way of making a living. Second, trying to buy the hearts of the people with ulterior motives. Your Majesty, Li Wangyu actually suggested that he provide for the people of Hu County. What intentions does he have? He has a disloyal heart. He is trying to buy the hearts of the people to do his evil deeds. Third, misleading the people with his lies. Planting rice in the 9th month is complete nonsense. We have flipped through the ancient books, but there is no record of planting rice at this time. It is clear that Li Wangyu is just spouting nonsense. I ask your majesty to take back the imperial edict and punish the founding county earl of Hu County. This group of old officials was talking so hard that their spittle flew everywhere. It was as if they were sworn enemies with Li Wangyu, this treacherous official, and wanted to get rid of this evil for the country and the people. The more Pai Lupi listened, the gloomier his face became. Are you done? As soon as the words, "you all," were uttered, the hall immediately quieted down. It must be known that addressing others as, "you," was not a good thing. Usually, it was a form of address for people who were lower in seniority or rank. The tone was strong and it was a form of address that was not very respectful. When Pai Lupi faced the courtiers, he never used the term, "you all." Instead, he usually addressed them intimately as, "Your Excellency," or "Your Excellency." The group of old officials was a bit stunned. They had never heard Pai Lupi speak to them in such a tone. For a moment, they did not know what to say. Seeing that no one in the hall spoke, Pai Lupi stood up from the throne with a gloomy face. He looked around at the courtiers in the Taiji Palace and slowly said, "You are all loyal courtiers of the Tang dynasty. Naturally, you must be loyal to the law. Although there are locusts in the world today, there are only 2 or 3 crops left in the fields. Famine is imminent. Prime Minister Fang, Prime Minister Du, and the other courtiers are racking their brains to find ways to raise food and prepare for disaster relief. Li Wangyu, the county earl of Hu County, is even willing to take out all of his wealth to fight for food for the people of Hu County next year. How did such a loyal and righteous act become a crime in your eyes?" The dozen or so old officials who were standing just now all knelt down. "Your Majesty. If the county earl of Hu County was truly loyal, then he should have offered all of his wealth to the court to buy food and provide disaster relief to the people. He should not have forced the people to burn the wheat seedlings in the fields and plant rice instead. Your Majesty, he is clearly trying to buy the hearts of the hundreds of thousands of people in Hu County. He is not loyal to the court." Within the hall, there were many courtiers who were friends with Li Wangyu. When they heard the words of these old officials, they were so angry that their teeth itched. Cheng Yaojin glared and wanted to step forward, but Qin Xiong pulled him back and whispered in his ear, "Jijia, don't be rash. His Majesty will not let that kid suffer." Ma Zhou and Yan Liben, the 2 disciples of Li Wangyu, were so angry that they clenched their fists. They did not care about court etiquette and directly stood up to bow to Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, since these courtiers are so patriotic, why don't you issue a decree for them to donate all of their wealth to the court for disaster relief? Your Majesty, the lives of the people are difficult. It is rare for the courtiers to put in so much effort. Why don't we ask these courtiers to set an example for us and donate their wealth first?" Ma Zhou and Yan Liben's words immediately caused the dozens of courtiers kneeling in the hall to explode. "Nonsense, a bunch of nonsense. How can my private wealth be used with the court's resources? Isn't that mixing public and private? How can this old man learn from that county earl, selling his integrity for the sake of fame and fishing for compliments? That's right. Public is public, private is private. How can they be mixed together? Humph, I am all alone and have nothing to do. I am not as rich as this county earl." The words of this group of courtiers almost made Ma Zhou and Yan Liben laugh out of anger. They were shameless to such an extent. It was really an eye-opener. The courtier who said that he was all alone and had nothing to do with his wealth had just spent a lot of money to buy a beautiful lady from the western regions. He had even shown off to his colleagues for a while. Now, he was crying about being poor. Most of these courtiers had been officials since the Sui dynasty. Even though the world was in chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty, which one of them didn't have thousands of acres of fertile land and hordes of servants? Pai Lupi was so angry at the courtiers' words that he almost laughed out loud. When talking about others, they could just open their mouths and ask them to donate all their wealth, but when it came to themselves, they wanted to separate public and private interests. Enough. Don't mention this matter again. County Earl who is loyal to the country and has a heart full of sincerity. If there is anyone who dares to offend the County Earl again, we will not spare them. Pai Lupi was too lazy to continue arguing with this group of courtiers. He directly spoke up for Li Wangyu. That bullshit impeachment was simply nonsense. Pai Lupi was too lazy to continue paying attention to it. But Pai Lupi didn't expect that after he finished speaking, the courtiers still wouldn't stop chattering. Your Majesty, we are all thinking for the sake of the Tang dynasty. Your Majesty, why do you only listen to those treacherous courtiers? Your Majesty, you can't. You absolutely can't do this. The hundreds of thousands of people in Hu County are innocent. They are going to suffer from this undeserved calamity. Your Majesty, please prioritize the country. Be close to a gentleman, stay away from a lowly person. Your Majesty, if you insist on going against the flow, then you should just beat us to death first. That's right, if Your Majesty wants the people of Hu County to die, then beat us to death first. Not only did this group of courtiers not restrain themselves, they even went even further. They actually started crying and making a scene in the main hall, which made Pai Lupi very angry. However, this group of courtiers had white hair and beards. They had been officials in the court for many years, and many of them were famous scholars. Normally, Pai Lupi treated these courtiers with great respect. He didn't expect them to act so shamelessly in Taiji Palace, taking advantage of their seniority and acting shamelessly. Pai Lupi said that he wouldn't let go of this heavy responsibility, but he couldn't hit these courtiers, and scolding them was also useless. This put him in an awkward position. Seeing that these courtiers were about to turn Taiji Palace into a cafeteria, Pai Lupi's expression became more and more unsightly. Then, he heard Xing Yaojin's laughter coming from the main hall. Wahahaha. Chapter 499. Wahahaha, Your Majesty, these old officials have put in a lot of effort, which is very rare. Since that's the case, why don't Your Majesty order them all to go to Hu County? They will represent the court officials and Your Majesty to supervise the rice planting in Hu County. This will prevent that brat Li Wangyu from deceiving Your Majesty and harming the people. Xing Yaojin's words made Pai Lupi's eyes light up. This was a good plan. As for those old officials who were still crying on the ground, they were all dumbfounded. You want them to go to Hu County? How could that be? They stopped crying and crawled up, glaring angrily at Xing Yaojin. Duke Lu, how can you say that? Your Majesty, I am old and weak. How can I endure such exhaustion? Duke Lu, are you trying to force me onto the path of death? Duke Lu, what do you mean by that? How can you give Your Majesty such a ridiculous idea? Pai Lupi didn't care about what these old officials were saying. He was annoyed when he saw them, so it would be best if he could send them far away. Pai Lupi originally respected these scholars and old officials, but in Pai Lupi's eyes, compared to Li Wangyu, they were just a bunch of trash who only knew how to talk. Li Wangyu was willing to gamble all of his family's wealth for the 100,000 Hu County people, but these old officials who were criticizing Li Wangyu were only good at talking. Pai Lupi naturally knew which was more important. Li Er acted as if he didn't hear the cries of the old officials below the imperial stairs. Zhijie's words are reasonable. The matter of Huxian changing the planting of rice has never happened before, but it is incomparably important. We definitely cannot let the common people suffer. Since that is the case, we need the old officials in the court to supervise this matter. All of you are my trusted aides, so I naturally trust all of you. Therefore, I will have to ask you all to help me with this matter. He didn't wait for the old officials to react and immediately ordered Jiangsun Wuji, the Ministry of Personnel will handle the documents for the officials today. Tomorrow, these officials will head to Hu County to supervise the rice planting. Planting the seedlings is urgent and cannot be delayed. The dozen or so old officials were completely dumbfounded. They didn't know what had happened. As the Minister of Personnel, Jiangsun Wuji naturally wouldn't have any objections. He immediately stood up and said, "Yes, Your Majesty. Although all of you are going to Hu County to supervise the planting of rice, we naturally will not let all of you work for nothing. Grandpa Dai, while the officials are supervising the rice plantation in Hu County, everyone's monthly salary will be increased by 1 grade. Yes, Your Majesty." How could the Minister of Civil Affairs, Dai Zhou, not understand Pai Lupi's intentions? Without hesitation, he nodded and agreed. That's enough. Everyone, there's no need for you to participate in today's court meeting. Return to your offices and hand over your tasks. Go back to your residence and pack up. Tomorrow you will go to Hu County to take up your post. Pai Lupi cut the Gordian knot and directly drove the dozen or so old officials who wanted to impeach Li Wangyu out of the court. These dozen or so old officials were completely dumbfounded. None of them had expected Pai Lupi to do something like this. Pai Lupi directly drove them out of the court and said that they were going to Hu County to supervise the planting of rice. What kind of task was this? Moreover, Pai Lupi didn't even say what kind of official position they were going to hold in Hu County. In other words, the so-called supervision was just an empty position. The officials of the Tang dynasty couldn't just be judged by their official rank, but also their official position. Take Li Wangyu for example. Although he was a county earl, which was equivalent to a grade 4 official, he didn't hold any official position. However, he did not hold any official position. He only received a salary and had no real power. Although Pai Lupi made it sound nice to have these old officials go to Hu County to supervise the planting of rice, he didn't give them any official positions. In other words, although these old officials didn't lose their official positions, they had already left their posts and became people who didn't need to do any work. Not only did Pai Lupi give them a salary for free, but he also raised their salary by one level. If ordinary office workers in the future encountered such a good thing, they would laugh until their teeth fell out. However, these old officials looked as if their parents had died. Their expressions were extremely ugly, as if their parents had died. Did they lack that little bit of salary? To these old officials, losing their official positions was worse than being killed. Speaking of which, the old officials who stood out to impeach Li Wangyu with righteous indignation were basically all high-ranking officials of 4th rank and above. However, according to what Pai Lupi said, after they were sent to Hu County, they wouldn't be able to command Yang Quan, the county magistrate. Even if the yamen runners and scribes listened to them, it would depend on their mood. A group of grade 3 and grade 4 officials sounded nice, but if they didn't have any official positions, the yamen runners and scribes might not listen to them. This was why it was said that a county magistrate was not as good as a person in charge. Supervising the planting of rice was just an excuse to drive them out of Chang'an. Your Majesty, these old officials, the group of old officials knelt down again. This time, they were really crying. Tears streamed down their faces as they sobbed, hoping that Pai Lupi would retract his orders. Pai Lupi didn't care about them. He impatiently waved his hand and said, "That's enough. Everyone, stop acting like a child. It is urgent that Hu County change the planting of rice. I hope that everyone won't disappoint my expectations. Go, go." After saying this much, the old officials had nothing else to say. They could only look back and wipe their tears as they walked out of Taiji Palace. Today's farce of impeaching Li Wangyu had come to an end. However, in the hearts of the officials, their impression of Li Wangyu had deepened. This kind of favor was simply unbearable to look at. A group of grade 3 and grade 4 officials and Confucian scholars had been reprimanded by the saint for impeaching the county magistrate and had even lost their official positions. Of all the civil and military officials in the court, not a single one had stood up to plead for them. Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui, these big shots of the court, hadn't taken today's matter seriously. However, they hadn't expected that not long after, they would also attract a sizable amount of trouble. This was all for later, so let's not talk about it for now. After leaving the court, Ma Zhou and Yan Liben both asked for leave from their superiors and rode to Dingzhou village to explain to Li Wangyu what had happened in Taiji Palace. Li Wangyu only laughed in response. He didn't think that this kind of so-called impeachment could do anything to him. As for those old officials who had been chased to Hu County, Li Wangyu didn't care at all. After all, he wasn't the one who was going to farm. What did those people do to him have to do with him? Bin Wang, Liben, you came at the right time. Come, help me write these invitations. When you return to Chang'an, help me send the invitations. Thank you. Seeing that his disciples had come, Li Wangyu immediately grabbed some able-bodied men to help him. In a few days, it would be August 31st, his housewarming celebration. He was burying his head in writing the invitations and felt impatient. Ma Zhou and Yan Liben happened to be here, so how could he not be lazy? There were hundreds of big and small nobles, aristocratic families, and hundreds of officials in Chang'an. These invitations had to be personally written, which was really troublesome. A few days ago, he had asked Qing Chumo to help him send out only a small portion of the invitations. Today, he had to send out the rest of the invitations. Ma Zhou and Yan Liben looked at each other helplessly. They could only shake their heads and take over Li Wangyou's pen and paper, and began to work. Chapter 500. The 31st day of the 8th lunar month of the second year of Zhongguan Temple was an auspicious day for visiting relatives and friends. Today, not only was Li Wangyu moving into his new residence, all 127 families in Dingzhou village were moving as well. Originally, the old village chief had wanted to move a few days later so as not to disturb Li Wangyou's banquet. However, Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss would not agree to it no matter what. Thus, they decided to move today. The traditional housewarming banquets of the Tang dynasty were all held in the evening. However, Li Wangyou's residence was in Dingzhou village in Hu County, which was about 100 kilometers away from Chang'an city. In order to take care of his guests, Li Wangyu could only arrange for the banquet to be held at noon. Early in the morning, the sky had just brightened when the old steward, Li Heng, knocked on Li Wangyou's door. Lang Jun, village chief Qian is here. They're waiting for you to preside over the relocation. Got it, I'll get up right away, Li Wangyu answered drowsily. Just as he finished speaking, the door was pushed open. The little girl, Perrin, and Avro, entered with a brand new set of county official robes in their hands. It was still midsummer, and Li Wangyu was used to sleeping in only his underwear in the future, so he only had a thin brocade quilt draped over his body. Seeing the two beauties suddenly enter without invitation, Li Wangyu couldn't help but jump up in fright. He sat up on the bed and pulled the quilt in front of him to shield himself. He had to shield himself. It was early in the morning, and all men had a flag-raising ceremony. He couldn't possibly face two beauties in such an indecent manner, could he? What are you doing here? Get out, get out. Put down the clothes, I'll put them on myself. Li Wangyu blushed and wanted to chase the two out. However, Perrin shook her head proudly. No, it's a big day today. Lang Jun, you don't dare to wrinkle your clothes. Avro and I will help you change. Avro also nodded. That's right. Your clothes are always wrinkled every time you change. If others didn't know, they would think that I didn't take good care of you. Which family's Lord Ju is like you? He insisted on changing his own clothes. I heard that the last time Lu Guogong and the others came to the mansion, it was the maids in the mansion who gave them a bath. Li Wangyu cursed in his heart. Those old hooligans were ruining the reputation of the county count of Hu. He coughed dryly. Other people are other people. I have my own hands and feet. I don't need you to help me put on my clothes. Get out, get out. Not only did Pei Lan not leave, instead, she cast a mischievous glance at Li Wangyou's lower body that was covered by the brocade quilt. Lang Jun, don't tell me you have some unspeakable secret? Why don't I go to Xianwei and ask old immortal sun to take a look at you? The little girl's words almost made Li Wangyu choke on his own saliva. He had died prematurely. He had rebelled against the heavens. He really couldn't keep this girl anymore. How dare she question him like this? No man could tolerate it. Li Wangyu didn't care whether he would be exposed or not. He jumped off the bed and grabbed Pei Lan. Then, he slapped her perky buttocks, making a few light paw sounds. Who told you to slander your Lang Jun? Do you still dare to do it in the future? If you dare to do it again, I'll punish you according to my family's laws. Li Wangyu pretended to be ferocious as he glared at Perrin. The little girl's face turned bright red. Ah! She cried out softly and ran off, twisting her slender waist. Avro, on the other hand, was laughing so hard that Li Wangyou's heart raced at the sight of her exaggerated curves. "What are you laughing at? Get out too!" Li Wangyou shouted at Avro fiercely. The little mink stuck out her pink lips and licked them. She threw a seductive look at Li Wangyou and said coquettishly, "Lang Jun, let me help you change, okay?" Her coquettish actions and voice immediately caused Li Wangyou to shudder. His blood and qi surged, and blood almost flowed out of his nose. Looking at the angelic face in front of him that resembled Angelina Jolie's, Li Wangyou couldn't hold it in anymore. He grabbed Avro and smacked her twice again. "If you don't leave, I'll punish you according to my family's laws." Li Wangyou pinched his thigh hard to keep his cool. He didn't want to turn into a wolf and pretend to be ferocious as he roared. After Avro also ran off shyly with her face covered, Li Wangyou finally heaved a sigh of relief and slumped onto the bed. Did it have to be so exciting early in the morning? These two little minks were really too much. But it felt really good to touch just now. Was he the kind of person who wouldn't be tempted? It was obviously because he couldn't handle his beautiful boss. But which man didn't have a playboy heart? Besides, there were so many fresh flowers at home for him to pick. After all, he and his beautiful boss were soulmates. A minx like Avro, at least for now, could only be regarded as a physical attraction to Li Wangyou. When Li Wangyou finished dressing and walked out of the room, the two big and small demonesses were still blushing. Their faces were full of shyness, which made Li Wangyou speechless. Damn it, who was the one who was teasing who just now? His beautiful boss also got up at this moment. When she saw Perrin and Avro's youthful looks, she couldn't help but pinch Li Wangyou's waist. "Are you teasing these two girls so early in the morning?" Li Wangyou grimaced in pain and looked at his beautiful boss. "Yes, you're beautiful. But can you smear someone's innocence for no reason just because you're beautiful? I'm clearly the victim here, okay?" Li Wangyou couldn't help but look up at the sky and stay silent for a long time. "What are you looking at?" Seeing that he didn't speak, his beautiful boss also looked up at the sky curiously. "I'm looking to see if it's snowing so that I can clear my name." Amused by his words, the beautiful boss couldn't help but burst into laughter. All right, stop fooling around. Let's go, the old villager and the others are waiting for you." After chatting and laughing for a while, they all left the old residence together. The old villager and a group of farmers had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Li Wangyou come out, they hurriedly went up to greet him. "Greetings, Lang Jun." "Old villager, don't be so polite. Is everything ready for today's visit?" "Yes, everything's ready. Madame Su even specially called back the four-wheeled carriages to help move things. Now that all the households are ready, we're just waiting for your orders." Then let's go quickly. Don't make everyone wait." The group of people mounted their horses and headed towards the threshing ground in the village. When they arrived at the threshing ground, the place was already filled with horse neighing and people talking. It was very lively. 127 farmers and the heads of each family were all there. There were also nearly 100 four-wheeled carriages there, filled with all kinds of things. "Greetings, Lord Ju." "Greetings, Lang Jun." "Greetings, Madame Su." When the crowd saw that Li Wangyou and the others had arrived, they hurriedly went up to greet them. It was a mess. Everyone's face was filled with joy today. Li Wangyou laughed heartily and said, "All right, let's cut the crap. Niu Yong, Niu Wu, light up the exploding poles." Yes. Bundles of exploding poles were thrown into the brazier, making crackling sounds and waves of smoke. Li Wangyou waved his hand. "Enter the house." "Yes. Enter the house." The farmers jumped onto the four-wheeled carriages and waved their whips. More than 100 carriages filed out and drove towards Sindingzu village. Chapter 501. The reason why the villagers of Dingzhou village were moving so early in the morning was naturally to avoid delaying Li Wangyou's housewarming banquet at noon. In fact, most of the household items had already been moved into their new homes. Today's move was mainly a ceremony. The other most important thing was to burn incense and spirit incense, which was to enter the house and worship the ancestors' blessings. It was usually called returning fire. Before entering the house, they would first use salt and water to wash and purify the house. This was a tradition. Opening the door on an auspicious day, burning incense to worship the ancestors, and opening the fire. The 127 households of Dingzhou village were extremely busy. The entire new village was filled with naughty children yelling and running, the crackling sounds of exploding poles, the joyous shouts of men, and the busy figures of women. The children were the ones who looked forward to moving into the new village the most. There was no other reason. When Li Wangyu was building the village, he had asked the craftsmen to build an area for the children to play in. There were slides, swings, climbing frames. This had long made the children envious and look forward to moving into the new village every day. The villagers of the village did not go to work in Chang'an City today. They were all busy in their new homes. After arranging their things in their homes, the villagers walked out of their homes under the orders of the old village chief. They began to clean the roads in the village and hang up colorful lanterns. There was strength in numbers. It was only 9 in the morning, but Noda's Dingzhou village was already clean and tidy. There were lanterns and colored banners everywhere. It looked auspicious and festive. Li Wangyou's troops had already changed into new clothes. They stood at the entrance of the village with their heads held high and their chests puffed out. They were ready to welcome the guests. Ever since Li Wangyu accidentally recruited 73 old soldiers of the Golden Guards into his troops, the old village chief discussed with the old village chief. He discussed with the old village chief that his troops would take over as the village guards, so as not to delay the work of the young and strong villagers. Naturally, the old village chief had no objection to this. Now, the troops of Lai Hot patrolled the village on horseback every day. They had already become familiar with the villagers in Li Wangyou's manor. Before noon, there were already guests riding horses and carriages from Chang'an City to Dingzhou village. All the guests who came to Dingzhou village for the first time were shocked when they entered the new village. No one had ever seen such a beautiful village. Even in Chang'an, it was much better than most of the other villages. The village road was paved with beautiful cobblestones, the canals with flowing spring water, the water wheel that was constantly turning, the lush trees and delicate flowers, and the brand new farmhouse with blue tiles and white walls. The scenery of the farmhouse with a small bridge and flowing water stunned countless guests. "Grandpa Yu, this county earl is too generous. TSK, this old man has never seen a village like this in all my life." Today, Kong Yingda, Yu Shinan, and Lu Quan had come together. As soon as they entered the village, even a Confucian scholar like Kong Yingda gaped in shock. "Ha, Zio is indeed extraordinary. The first time I saw him, he was still a commoner. I didn't expect him to be the county earl who founded the country. What's more, Zio didn't forget his roots. This village was built by Zio for his villagers." Yu Shinan couldn't help but stroke his beard and smile. He admired Li Wangyou's friendship despite the difference in age. The Minister of Rights, Lu Quan, also nodded. "I heard that ever since County Earl Huxian moved to Dingzhou village, the village that used to be like mud has now become the wealthiest village in the area. The villagers of Dingzhou village are all well-mannered and different from ordinary farmers. Sure enough, they know etiquette when they have enough grain, and they know honor and disgrace when they have enough food and clothing. County Earl Huxian has done a great job of educating them." The group of big shots was full of praise for the new Dingzhou village. After everyone passed through the brand new village of Dingzhou village and entered Li Wangyou's official residence, they were even more shocked. Just like Pai Lupi, Qing Yao Jin, and the others, all the guests were shocked by the huge manor. The man-made lake was filled with guests who enjoyed the beautiful scenery and didn't want to leave. Today, Li Wangyu had invited almost all the civil and military officials, as well as all the aristocratic families in Chang, and who were above class 5. He wasn't showing off, but it was because of etiquette. If he didn't send out invitations, it would be rude. He even sent Ma Zhou and Yan Liben to send invitations to those aristocratic families who didn't get along with him. Even if the Wang clan of Taiyuan and the Jing clan of Xinjiang were like fire and water, they still had to do this. Of course, Wang Renyu and Jing Yuanshou, the two family heads, wouldn't personally come to congratulate him. However, they still sent their invitations with gifts. As noon approached, more and more guests arrived. Fortunately, the roads in the new Dingzhou village were spacious, and Li Wangyou's manor occupied a large area, so the guests wouldn't be blocked on the road. The guests who entered the manor were received by the maids and servants. They respectfully led the guests to a lawn in front of the castle. The lawn was already covered with high-quality carpets. Li Wangyou had spent a lot of money to buy these carpets from the western region from the Hu merchants in the western region. Several tables were placed on the carpet for the guests to sit. A huge umbrella was thoughtfully set up above to block the sun. On the lawn, there were hot singers and dancers. They were playing musical instruments hard and swaying their waists, which made the atmosphere very lively. Li Wangyou and his beautiful boss kept greeting the officials and inviting them to sit. Sitting down on the outdoor lawn, it was the first time for these guests who came to attend the banquet, and they felt that it was very fresh. Wahahaha, nephew, what are you up to today? Why aren't you holding a banquet in your stone house? Why are you here on the lawn? After Cheng Yaojin arrived, he didn't hold back and directly asked the guests what was on their minds. Hee, Uncle Cheng, look at this hillside. Isn't the scenery beautiful? There are green mountains and clear waters, and there's also a gentle breeze. Isn't it great to drink and have fun while enjoying the beautiful scenery? It's better than staying in that house and not seeing the light of day, right? This place is very spacious. Uncle Cheng, when you're happy, you can have a friendly match with any of the uncles. You can also show off your fists and kicks. Li Wangyou's explanation made Cheng Yaojin laugh heartily. He couldn't help but use his large palms to rub Li Wangyou's shoulders. The other guests also felt that Li Wangyou's arrangement was pretty good. The Tang people originally liked to go on excursions. They had a few friends, and bringing along singers to eat and drink in the wilderness. It was also an elegant thing to do. Moreover, Li Wangyou's mansion, whether it was the lawn or the scenery, were all carefully polished. Naturally, it was more comfortable. Thus, the guests didn't pretend to be pretentious. They all took off their shoes and socks, stepped barefoot on the thick carpet, and sat at the tables. There were maids who immediately brought over cups of iced wine. It was very comfortable. While Li Wangyou and his beautiful boss were busy greeting the guests, they saw a young man who they had never met before walk over to their beautiful boss. Lady Su, I haven't seen you in a long time. Boy misses you. Chapter 502. Upon hearing this, Li Wangyou looked over. The man who was talking to his beautiful superior was about 30 years old. He had a 3-inch long beautiful beard, and his appearance could be considered decent. However, Li Wangyou instinctively felt disgusted at the first sight of this person. In addition to the fragrance of perfume, this person also had a temperament that Li Wangyou was very disgusted with. Hello, young Master Zheng. I trust you have been well since we last met. When the beautiful superior saw the man, she smiled and curtsied to the man. Lady Su, I wonder if it's convenient for you to take a tour of this county magistrate's mansion with me? The man surnamed Zheng smiled gently and elegantly. However, from beginning to end, he didn't look at Li Wangyou at all, as if he was transparent. The beautiful superior looked at Li Wangyou with embarrassment. Li Wangyou laughed and said, Changqing, you can accompany this young Master Zheng to visit our house. I will take care of the guests here. When he spoke, he enunciated the words, our house, very clearly. Li Wangyou clearly noticed that the man who had a gentle smile before obviously stiffened after he said those words. However, he immediately recovered his previous indifferent smile, but still didn't look at Li Wangyou. How could the beautiful superior not understand his thoughts? She glanced at him angrily and made up a please gesture to the man surnamed Zheng. The two of them talked and laughed as they walked toward the castle. Li Wangyou looked at the man's back and finally understood why he hated this person so much. In Li Wangyou's eyes, the arrogance that came from his bones was simply unbearable. In the movies of later generations, there were countless rich second generation with such a persona. He didn't expect to meet one today. However, it seemed that he was the top, rich second generation, and tall, rich, and handsome, of the Tang dynasty, right? Why was this person acting so arrogant in front of him? When this person met him, not only did he not greet his master, but he also didn't congratulate him. Instead, he went straight to the beautiful superior. His tone seemed gentle, but it clearly carried a kind of indisputable tone. If it weren't for the fact that the guests who came to his residence today were all invited guests, Li Wangyu would have the urge to throw this man into the lake. He stretched out his hand and waved at the foppish young masters beside him. Brothers, who was that person just now? He, Jingboi of the Jing family in Xinjiang, the eldest son of Jing Shangua. Jing Konghua, who had a conflict with your family before, is his cousin. Fang Yai chuckled and said, Zio, in my opinion, this Jingboi seems to be interested in your Madam Su. You have to be careful not to let others take advantage of you. I see that your Miss Su hasn't combed her hair yet. You haven't succeeded yet, right? If you don't hurry up, the golden phoenix might fly to another nest. In ancient times, women would comb their hair and change their hairstyle after they were taken in. His beautiful superior had always been wearing the hairstyle of an unmarried woman, which was why Fang Yai said that. What nonsense are you talking about? Changqing is my cousin. Li Wangyu still wanted to argue that the relationship between the two of them was pure. Bah! Do you think your brothers are blind? The way you and Miss Su look at each other is almost glued to each other, and you call her cousin? Besides, it was one thing for this cousin to fool others, but you, Li Wangyu, are a member of the royal family. Where did this cousin come from? Is there a registration in the imperial clan temple? Li Wangyu's words were immediately mercilessly mocked by the foppish young masters, which made him speechless and touched his nose. Alright, although he knew that this matter couldn't be hidden from everyone, it was still a bit embarrassing to be exposed like this. Zio, how did your Miss Su get to know Jingboi? Didn't she and the Jing family in Xinjiang have that incident with Jing Konghua? Chai Lingwu asked in a gossipy manner. Li Wangyu shrugged his shoulders. How would I know? Zio, you have to be careful. I'm afraid you don't know. Your Madam Su is quite famous in Chang'an City. The lingerie shop and the four-wheeled carriage company are thriving under her management. Now, many noble madams in Chang'an City have a close relationship with Miss Su. I heard that many people are planning to be matchmakers for Miss Su. That's true. My mother is now a customer of the lingerie shop. After she got to know Miss Su, she asked my father if there were any suitable young talents in the family to be matchmakers for Miss Su, but she was scolded by my father. He said this with a smirk, which made Li Wangyu roll his eyes. This Madame Du was too boring. Fortunately, Du Ruhui gave him face and didn't blindly interfere. Yes, Zio, your relationship with Miss Su is unclear. It's not a big deal. Miss Su is good at everything, but she's a bit old. But if you have the heart, don't keep delaying it. Fang Yai persuaded Li Wangyu with the appearance of an experienced person. Li Wangyu waved his hand. Little brother, aren't I still in cutting decline? It's not urgent. Let's talk about it in 2 years. You're not in a hurry, but someone else is. I heard that Jingboi is still unmarried. Aren't you afraid that Miss Su will be taken away by him? Li Wangyu curled his lips. Him? I'm not bragging, but I really don't care about this kind of person, let alone coax Changqing. Qing Chimo smiled. Although Jing Konghua is a good-for-nothing with a bad reputation, you shouldn't underestimate this Jingboi. This person is 28 years old this year, but he's already a scholar in the Hongwen school. He's famous for his talent. Fang Yai nodded. Even my master praised him, saying that he's overflowing with talent and will have great achievements in the future. Yes, I've also heard of this Jing Konghua. He's very good at poetry and songs. Many great scholars in the imperial court praise him. Li Wangyu secretly curled his lips. He had never heard of this person in history. How good could he be? What kind of poems and articles could be better than the works of great gods that he plagiarized? Speaking of which, Zheng Kongbua is very arrogant and always looks down on everyone. He's even somewhat ignorant of the ways of the world. However, he can be considered a young talent. Moreover, don't you think that Madame Su is a perfect match for him? Hee, she's much more compatible than you, Zio. The age difference between you and Miss Su is too big. My beloved's words are reasonable. The group of fops nodded their heads and laughed. It was needless to say how despicable they were. Li Wangyu angrily raised his middle finger at the group of fops. What kind of people were they? They actually dared to say that their girl was compatible with others. They really deserved a beating. The newly made sunglasses would not be given to this group of bastards. Li Wangyu looked at Jing Boyi's back again. Did he also have a love rival? Wasn't he from the Jing family of Xinjiang? Acting so arrogant. Why don't you go to heaven? Even if it was Jing Yuanshou, the head of the Jing family of Xinjiang, Li Wangyu still had to scold him. This Jing Boyi, did he really think of himself as a dish? He came to attend his housewarming banquet and didn't even greet him. Did he really think that the Jing family of Xinjiang was some bullsh** T-thousand-year-old family? Li Wangyu spat on the ground bitterly. He was too lazy to pay attention to this kind of person who thought too highly of himself. As for his beautiful boss being abducted by others, he didn't even think about this kind of thing. Did they know what a soulmate was? On the other side, Jing Boyi, accompanied by his beautiful boss, toured the castle. However, just as the fops had guessed, he looked at the beautiful woman in his eyes and had thoughts in his heart. Chapter 503. Zheng Boyi looked at his beautiful superior beside him, but his heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. He couldn't wait to bring this beautiful woman back to his residence today. He had no interest in Li Wangyu's castle. He just wanted to find an excuse to talk to the beauty in front of him. However, the beauty in front of him was neither cold nor warm to him. She only treated him with courtesy, which made his heart feel even more uncomfortable. His heart was like a monkey on a horse. He walked around hastily and returned to the outdoor lawn with his beautiful superior. At this time, the lawn was full of guests. It was very lively. Li Wangyu saw that his beautiful superior had returned and hurried over. Changqing, you came back just in time. Just now, Yu Gong was asking where you went. The old man was still thinking about the birthday cake you made. He just asked me if there was a cake to eat at today's banquet. His beautiful superior heard this and chuckled. Okay, then I'll go pay a visit to Yu Gong. The two whispered to each other. When they spoke in low voices, their intimate appearance made Jing Boyi feel more and more depressed. He suddenly rolled his eyes and raised his voice. Lady Su, I see that it's very inconvenient for you to travel between this remote mountain village and Cheng and city every day. I still have an empty courtyard in Cheng and city's Yongjie Lane. It can be considered quiet and elegant. Why don't you move there to live? You won't have to run around every day. The beautiful superior was stunned and shook her head with a smile. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm already used to it. I won't trouble you. No trouble at all. My residence is empty, so if Lady Su can move in, it will be a good thing. Lady Su, please don't refuse my good intentions. His voice was very loud. When it fell into the ears of the surrounding guests, it inevitably made people's imaginations run wild. Seeing this, many guests gathered together and started whispering to each other. Ching Chimo and the other playboys were so angry by his words that they were ready to roll up their sleeves and beat him. Jing Boyi's words showed that he didn't put Li Wangyu in his eyes at all. More than half of the guests who came to the court today knew this Lady Su. They also knew that she had an ambiguous relationship with the young county count of Hu. However, since the two of them addressed each other as cousins, the bystanders naturally wouldn't interfere. But what did Jing Boyi mean? In front of the county count and all the guests, wasn't it the same as slapping the county count's face to let the woman from the county count's mansion live in his residence? Everyone was waiting to see a good show. They wanted to see if County Count Huxian would get angry and order people to beat up this Jing Boyi from the Jing family of Xinjiang for the sake of a woman. After Zheng Boyi finished speaking, he still maintained the posture of a gentle and modest gentleman as he smiled at his beautiful boss. However, Li Wangyu didn't fly into a rage out of humiliation. Instead, he chuckled and asked, "I wonder if young Master Zheng is planning to gift that residence to Lady Su, or is he just lending it to her to temporarily live in? If it's just lending, then it's fine. Who in Chang and doesn't know that Lady Su is now the famous goddess of wealth? Borrowing someone else's residence is too shameful. The Zheng family of Xinjiang is also a 1,000-year-old family. I don't think they would be so stingy as to only lend a residence to Lady Su, right?" Li Wangyu's words made Zheng Boyi somewhat unsure of how to respond. His original intention was naturally to lend the residence to his beautiful boss. He really didn't want to give it to her. That was a residence in the northern part of Chang'an. One residence was worth no less than 5 million coins, which was more than 5,000 strings of copper coins and nearly 1,000 taels of gold. Although Zheng Boyi was the eldest son of the first wife of the family and a scholar of the Chong Wenguan, a 6th-rank official, his monthly allowance and salary were only about 100 strings of copper coins. That residence was bought for him by his father, Zheng Shanghua, when he was promoted to a scholar of the Chong Wenguan. He said these words because, firstly, he wanted to slap Li Wangyu's face in front of everyone. Secondly, if his beautiful boss agreed, he could enjoy the benefits of being in a favorable position. He would also have the opportunity to get close to the beauty and let Li Wangyu stay away from her. Why not? Zheng Boyi originally thought that Li Wangyu would fly into a rage and fall out with him in front of the beauty. Otherwise, he could only endure it in front of so many guests. But he never thought that Li Wangyu would ask such a question. This is of course. It's a gift, a gift. I'm willing to give the residence in Yongjia Lane to Lady Su. Please don't refuse my painstaking efforts. At this time, Zheng Boyi swallowed his broken teeth and blood. He was very reluctant to give it up, but he still said so. Otherwise, in front of so many guests, if he said that he only wanted to lend the residence, it would really be a shameful thing. Sometimes, these aristocratic families valued their face more than anything else. Li Wangyu naturally understood this characteristic of aristocratic families, so he asked such a question in front of so many people. The beautiful boss rolled her eyes at Li Wangyu and was about to continue to refuse, but Li Wangyu beat her to it and said, Young Master Zheng is indeed generous. Then I'll thank you on behalf of Lady Su. I'll accept the residence on behalf of Lady Su." His words made Zheng Boyi want to cry. How could there be such a person who didn't play by the rules? Shouldn't you refuse it and I'll push the boat with the current so that both sides will be happy? How could he be so shameless as to just open his mouth and accept it? Seeing Zheng Boyi's aggrieved expression, the beautiful boss couldn't help but laugh. "Young Master Zheng, don't listen to Wang You's joke. I don't deserve that residence, so how can I accept it? Young Master Zheng, please don't mention this matter again." Hearing the beautiful boss say so, Zheng Boyi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He planned to take advantage of the situation and say a few beautiful words. "Lady Su, what are you talking about? I'm willing to give you that residence. It's not a joke." Li Wangyu continued at this time, "Changqing, you see, I said that young Master Zheng wasn't joking, right? How could the world-famous Zheng family of Xinjiang care about an insignificant residence? If you take it back, where will young Master Zheng put his face? Where will the Zheng family of Xinjiang put their face?" Zheng Boyi's face turned red because of Li Wangyu's words, and he didn't know what to say for a long time. The beautiful boss silently rolled her beautiful eyes. How could Li Wangyu hide his thoughts from her? Obviously, this guy was jealous, so he targeted Zheng Boyi like this. However, the beautiful boss couldn't help but feel very sweet in her heart. Women were all like this, even if the beautiful boss was a goddess. How could she be angry when the person she loved was jealous of her? She quietly stretched out her hand and secretly pinched Li Wangyu. "Wangyu, don't make trouble with young Master Zheng. Young Master Zheng, I really can't accept that residence. Don't mention this matter again." Zheng Boyi had suffered a loss from Li Wangyu, so he didn't dare to put on a facade. He could only awkwardly smile at the beautiful boss and didn't say anything. Li Wangyu sneered in his heart. This guy with low EQ had the nerve to be this young master's rival in love? He secretly made a victory sign in his sleeve and ignored Jing Boi. He pulled the beautiful boss to find Yu Shernan. When the banquet was about to start, the old housekeeper Li Heng ran over breathlessly. Lang Jun, the sage is here. Quickly go and receive him. Li Wangyu was stunned. Why did Pai Lupi come again? Chapter 504. If other people knew what Li Wangyu was thinking, they would definitely want to beat this pretentious guy to death. Why did Pai Lupi come again? The sage personally came to the manor for a banquet. How great of a favor was this? You actually dare to be so disdainful? Li Wangyu really was disdainful. If Pai Lupi came, then so be it. It wasn't like it was the first time he came. Li Er, Qing Yao Jin and the others had moved in before him, the owner of this manor. However, this was only Li Wangyu's ridicule in his heart. After hearing Li Heng's words, Li Wangyu didn't dare to delay. He quickly jumped on his horse to welcome Pai Lupi. The manor was too big, but it had a small problem. It was that from the castle to the entrance of the manor, one had to ride a horse. Walking was tiring. Pai Lupi not only came today, he also brought the three little ones. Li Qingxian, Li Tai, and Li Lizzie obediently greeted Li Wangyu. They curiously sized up the manor in front of them, which they had never seen before. This was the first time the three of them had come to Li Wangyu's new manor. Nephew greets uncle. Li Wangyu greeted Pai Lupi. Zio, there's no need to be so courteous. Come, take a look at the congratulatory gift I've prepared for you. Li Er waved his hand behind him, and two eunuchs carried a board over. Founding County Count Manor of Hu County. Li Wangyu recognized these words. They were Pai Lupi's handwriting. In this regard, Li Wangyu cursed in his heart. Just a plaque written by yourself? Too insincere. Why didn't you give me something valuable? On the other hand, the old housekeeper Li Heng, as well as the group of troops and maids, were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. It was such an honor for the saint to write the plaque of his Langjun mansion. In the whole of Chang'an, the number of people who could make Pai Lupi do this could be counted on one hand, and all of them were top nobles like the founding dukes. Although Li Wangyu didn't care for it, he still had to put on a happy expression. Thank you, uncle. This nephew will have it hung up. Uncle, please. Everyone has arrived and is waiting for uncle to start the banquet. Li Qingxian instead bowed towards his father and Li Wangyu. Father, teacher, can we go to the village to play for a while? Just now, when everyone rode past Xindingzhou village, the three little ones had already seen many of their playmates in the village. They had also seen the amusement park, and their hearts were already itching. Pai Lupi was stunned, then he laughed. Let's go then. Yes, thank you, father. The three little ones cheered and turned to run out of the mansion. A few eunuchs and guards quickly trotted after them. Zio, look at Qingxian and the others. They are more like children when they come to you. Pai Lupi looked at the three little ones' excited backs and couldn't help but sigh. Li Wangyu smiled slightly. Uncle, children like to play with their peers. It's also in their nature. Plus, it's not the palace, so there aren't so many rules. Of course they're happy. Yes, I like them like this. They can interact more with the children of the common people and understand the hardships of the common people. They don't have to be idiots who don't eat minced meat. Li Wangyu couldn't help but grin. Now that they were in Xindingzhou village, how could they understand the hardships of the common people? This group of villagers was now rich. Although they weren't very rich, they were all moderately well-off families and didn't have to worry about food and clothing. After the three little ones went to play by themselves in the village, Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu mounted their horses again and headed for the castle. With Pai Lupi's arrival, everyone came forward to greet him again. It was quite a mess. After everyone was seated again, Li Wangyu asked Pai Lupi for his opinion. Uncle, then I'll have them start the banquet? Before Pai Lupi could speak, Qing Yaojin laughed loudly on the side. Wahahaha, start the banquet, start the banquet. Nephew, quickly have someone bring the food. I'm very hungry for the food in your mansion. What new things have you prepared today? Qing Yaojin's words made all the important people who had eaten at Lai Hot nod their heads. In terms of gluttony alone, the food in Li Wangyou's mansion could be said to be the best. Even the pork that nobles usually didn't eat had now become a delicacy. Many important people had asked Li Wangyou for the secret recipe so that the chefs and their manners could learn how to make it. Now, pork in Chang and city had become a hot commodity from a cheap meat that no one cared about. Even the price of pork had increased from 40 copper coins per catty to 60 copper coins. Li Wangyou's recipe had contributed greatly to this. Hee, Uncle Cheng, I've prepared a delicacy today. It definitely won't disappoint Uncle Cheng and everyone else. Wahahaha, then what are you waiting for? Quickly have someone bring it up. Qing Yaojin laughed loudly. Pai Lupi glared at him and turned his head to Li Wangyou. Zio, it's fine if we start the banquet at noon, but why don't we even light up the incense sticks? Before the Tang started the banquet, they would first light incense and worship their ancestors. They would first light firecrackers in front of the court to ward off evil spirits to show good luck. Li Wangyou couldn't help but touch his nose. Uncle, today the farmers will be entering the mansion together. The ordinary incense sticks in the mansion will be used by the farmers. The rest of the incense sticks will cause too much of a commotion. I'm afraid it will disturb everyone. Let's just forget about it. Qing Yaojin interrupted again. Nonsense, how much of a commotion can a few incense sticks cause? His Majesty is right. How can we not light up the incense sticks before the banquet? Quickly go and get the incense sticks. Let's have some fun. Hee, Uncle Cheng, the incense sticks in my mansion are specially made by me. Don't underestimate them. I don't believe that the incense sticks in your mansion are any different. Get someone to bring them here. I'll light them up for you to see. Qing Yaojin shook his head. Pai Lupi also smiled but didn't say anything. Obviously, he didn't believe Li Wangyou's words. The incense sticks in the Tang dynasty were filled with saltpeter in a bamboo tube. After it was lit, it would make a louder sound and make a thicker smoke. However, the sound it made was only slightly louder than the crackling sound of the burning bamboo. While everyone was talking, Zheng Boyi came over. Your Majesty, perhaps it's because the Count of Huxian is young and timid. He can't stand being scared and can't hear anything. That's why he's afraid of the incense sticks exploding. Your Majesty, why don't you just let it go? It's fine if you don't light up the incense sticks. His words sounded like he was helping Li Wangyou explain, but it sounded disgusting no matter how one listened to it. The surrounding guests all thought to themselves, is this Zheng Boyi trying to pick a fight with the Count of Huxian today? Provoking the Count of Huxian time and time again? This is interesting. Pai Lupi frowned unhappily. He thought to himself, how come this Zheng Boyi doesn't know how to speak? However, Li Wangyou didn't seem to care at all. Instead, he cupped his hands towards Zheng Boyi. Oh. Young Master Zheng must have a lot of guts, right? That's great. Niu Wu, go get some firecrackers and have young Master Zheng help light them up. Niu Wu and the others had long since found Zheng Boyi to be an eyesore. When they heard Li Wangyou say this, they naturally grinned foolishly and ran off to grab a bundle of incense sticks. Li Wangyou had someone bring over a brazier and gestured towards Zheng Boyi. Young Master Zheng, please. I'll have to trouble you to light up the incense sticks for this young man who can't stand being scared. It won't be too hard on you, right? Zheng Boyi didn't expect Li Wangyou to do this. However, since he had already spoken, he could only coldly snort and walk towards the brazier. Count of Huxian, the incense sticks in your residence are so small. How comical. Zheng Boyi casually picked up an incense stick and laughed. Most incense sticks in the Tang dynasty were made from bamboo tubes that were as thick as bowls. This way, they would make even louder sounds. However, the incense sticks that Niu Wu brought over were all made from bamboo tubes that were as thick as fingers. They truly looked very small. Li Wangyu didn't say anything. He only smiled and gestured towards him again. Zheng Boyi coldly snorted and muttered, pretending to be mysterious. Then, he threw the incense stick into the brazier. However, he didn't notice that when Niu Wu had his subordinates bring the brazier over, they had placed it far away from the lawn. When he picked up the incense stick and threw it into the brazier, Niu Wu and the others hid far away. Li Wangyu even covered his ears with his hands, as if he was waiting to watch a good show. Chapter 505. His beautiful boss saw this scene, but she didn't stop him. She just glared at Li Wangyu, annoyed that he was teasing her again. The explosive rod that Li Wangyu asked Niu Wu to explode was naturally made by him. In fact, it might be more accurate to call it firecrackers. A few days ago, when the old butler Li Heng reported to him about moving into the house, he specifically mentioned that he needed to buy some explosive rods to ward off evil spirits as a sign of auspiciousness. Li Wangyu was also bored at that time, so he casually said, "The sound of an explosive rod is too small. It's really boring." Niu Wu heard it at that time and laughed. "Lang Jun, there is an old shop in the East City that specializes in making explosive rods. Compared to other shops, their explosive rods make a louder sound and smoke more. Why don't I go and buy some?" Li Wangyu disdainfully curled his lips. "How loud can the sound be? It's not interesting. When I was 6 years old, I could make things that made even louder explosions." When the old butler Li Heng heard Li Wangyu's words, his beard couldn't help but tremble a few times. In his heart, he only thought that his Lang Jun was bragging. He had watched Li Wangyu grow up. How could such a thing happen? Niu Wu naturally didn't believe it. Although he didn't say it clearly, the look in his eyes said everything. Li Wangyu was talking about his experience in the future. He really wasn't bragging. When he was 6 years old, he and a few other naughty children in the village felt that the firecrackers weren't strong enough during the new year, so they took apart the firecrackers, poured out the gunpowder inside, and stuffed it all into a bamboo tube. When they lit the extra-large firecrackers and threw it into a toilet in the village, that spring festival, the whole village was filled with the smell of feces and urine. Li Wangyu and the other naughty children's buttocks were naturally beaten into 4 pieces. In the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu certainly couldn't make real gunpowder, but he knew how to make black gunpowder that could be used to make firecrackers. This kind of black gunpowder was not something that the brats of the later generations were willing to play with. They thought that it was too weak to make firecrackers. Seeing that Niu Wu and Li Heng didn't believe him, Li Wangyu was also angry. He had to open the eyes of these 2 country bumpkins. "Niu Wu, go prepare saltpeter for me and grind it into powder." Li Wangyu was too lazy to talk nonsense. He directly gave a list to Niu Wu and let him prepare it. "Lang Jun, what do you want the chicken for? Can this thing make an explosive rod?" Niu Wu was puzzled. "If I tell you to go, then go. Cut the crap." Li Wangyu was too lazy to explain the binding effect of egg white to this fool. He directly sent him to buy all the things he wanted. After Niu Wu had prepared all the things Li Wangyu needed, he followed Li Wangyu's instructions and dried them. Then, he ground them into powder and mixed them together according to a certain ratio. Then, the egg white was added, and after mixing well, the mixture was sifted into particles of the same size. Finally, the particles were dried in the shade. After busying himself for 2 days, Li Wangyu's black gunpowder could be considered a success. The thing was made, but whether it was useful or not, Li Wangyu actually didn't know in his heart. Although their village originally had a small firecracker factory, but in the future, even the firecracker factory in the village workshop didn't use black gunpowder. Li Wangyu knew the so-called black gunpowder formula, but it was simply from a certain encyclopedia in the future. Whether it was accurate or not, he didn't know. Moreover, he was also very scared to make the black gunpowder with Niu Wu. He didn't even dare to make it in his own old house, for fear that he would accidentally blow up his house. There was no other reason other than the fact that black gunpowder was not safe. This thing was very sensitive and easy to burn. It could be ignited with a spark. Fortunately, he only made a few firecrackers and used a small amount, so it wasn't a big problem. Niu Wu, go find a bamboo tube. Today I will open your eyes and let you see what a real explosive rod is. What a thunderous explosion. Niu Wu was skeptical, but since it was his Lungjuan's order, he naturally followed it. He agreed and went out to chop a bamboo tube back. When Li Wangyu saw it, he was so angry that he kicked him in the butt. *CK, he wanted to make firecrackers, not to become a terrorist and make bombs. This idiot brought back a bamboo tube that was as thick as a bowl. How much gunpowder would it have to contain? How powerful would it be? Why did you chop such a thick bamboo tube for? Li Wangyu asked in a bad mood. Niu Wu was confused. Lang Jun, didn't you want to make an explosive rod? Why are you using such a thick bamboo tube? If it's too thin, it won't make a lot of noise. It won't be satisfying. Not satisfying your sister. Li Wangyu felt very tired and was too lazy to talk to him. He directly ordered, a bamboo tube as thick as a finger will do. Go, go. Niu Wu once again chopped the bamboo tube that met Li Wangyu's requirements. He followed his instructions and stuffed it with gunpowder and sealed it. At this time, Li Wangyu suddenly realized that he seemed to have forgotten something. Maybe, he forgot to make a fuse, but who cares? Anyway, the Tang people's explosive rods were all burned in a brazier. He would do the same for his own explosive rod. Niu Wu picked up the bamboo tube that was as thick as a finger and more than an inch long. Lang Jun, is this the explosive rod that you said would make a thunderous explosion? Don't make fun of me. Li Wangyu was too lazy to pay attention to him. He directly asked him to bring a brazier over. Niu Wu had no choice but to listen to him. He brought the brazier over and placed it in the open space in the front yard. Don't put it here. Take it to an open space outside. Li Wangyu did not dare to experiment in his own home. The firecrackers in the future were wrapped in paper. The one in his hand was a bamboo tube. Those who had studied physics in junior high school knew that when gunpowder burned rapidly, it would produce a large amount of gas that could expand by nearly 10,000 times. In a limited space, the gas would expand rapidly due to heat and would cause an explosion. The more enclosed the space, the more powerful the explosion would be. Firecrackers made from bamboo tubes would definitely be more powerful than firecrackers wrapped in paper. This was for sure. Niu Wu did not take Li Wangyu's instructions seriously, but he still did as he was told. He brought the brazier to an open space outside the house. Li Wangyu did not dare to throw the explosive rod into the brazier himself. He directly stuffed the bamboo tube into Niu Wu's hand. You go and throw it into the brazier. Remember, throw it in and run. I know. Isn't it just an explosive rod? There's nothing strange about it. Niu Wu did not take it seriously. He casually took the bamboo tube, walked to the brazier, and threw it in. Run. Li Wangyu saw that this fool did not move at all and could not help but become anxious. Niu Wu actually turned his head and grinned foolishly at him. Li Wangyu was so angry that he even forgot to cover his ears. Boom! The explosive rod in the brazier exploded without any suspense. The sound was so loud that it was like thunder. The charcoal in the brazier was scattered everywhere by the explosion of the firecrackers. Sparks flew everywhere. When Li Wangyu saw Niu Wu clearly again, he saw that his whole body had turned black. His whole body was covered in charcoal ash. Niu Wu, are you okay? Li Wangyu quickly ran over. Niu Wu used all his strength to pick his ears as if he wanted to quarrel with someone. He shouted with a broken voice, Lang Jun, what did you say? I can't hear you. Without a doubt, Li Wangyu's firecrackers were completed. Its power was at least equivalent to those sold in the future. It was the largest two-legged firecrackers. The sound was so loud that it even caused a commotion among the villagers of Dingzhou village. They did not understand why there was a sound of thunder in the middle of the drought. Niu Wu's ears were not deafened, but because of this, it took him a few days to recover. As for Li Wangyu's description of the explosive rod, he naturally had an unforgettable experience. Ever since he made these firecrackers, Li Wangyu did not care about explosive rods. The explosive rods that Li Hang had originally purchased were all given to the villagers by him. As for these firecrackers, he originally planned to take them out at night when he was having fun with the villagers. Now that Zheng Boyi wanted to find trouble, he naturally could not stop him. Seeing Zheng Boyi throw the explosive rod into the brazier, Li Wangyu could not help but grin. The next second, boom. Chapter 506. The explosion in the brazier gave all of the guests a fright. The old officials were so shocked by the sudden loud noise that their beards trembled. Even Qing Yaojin jumped up from the ground and stared at the brazier, dumbstruck. Zio, what is this? Why is it making a sound like a landslide, like thunder? Pai Lupi was also quite frightened. He pulled Li Wangyu over and asked. Heh, uncle, this is your nephew's explosive rod. I already said that it made a lot of noise. Li Wangyu rubbed his hands and laughed. He was very pleased with himself. To be able to scare Qing Yaojin and Pai Lupi to this extent, this firecracker was worth it. As for Zheng Boyi beside the brazier, he couldn't look at him anymore. Not only was his entire body covered in soot, but his exquisitely embroidered silk clothes were no different from beggars' clothes. They were full of holes from the sparks. Even his hair was messed up. A lot of his hair had been burnt yellow by the sparks in the brazier. Zheng Boyi, who previously had the appearance of a gentle gentleman, was now in an extremely sorry state. Other than the buzzing in his ears, he couldn't hear anything. He had a dumbstruck appearance. He stood there lifelessly, completely stupefied. If Zheng Boyi had gone online in the future, he would have asked 3 questions in his heart. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? His appearance naturally made the guests, who had just recovered from their shock, laugh endlessly. Pai Lupi also couldn't help but laugh. He only called out to the Lai-hot servant girl, "Take Scholar Zheng to wash up and change his clothes." After the Lai-hot servant girl led the still muddle-headed Zheng Boyi away, no one else suggested that Li Wangyu continue to set off explosive rods. This thing really did make a lot of noise. There were many old people like Yu Shinan present who couldn't stand it. Qing Yaojin also came back to his senses. "Bastard, brat, why is the explosion in your residence so loud?" "Hee, Uncle Cheng, didn't I say it just now? The explosive rods in my residence are different from the rest. Don't try to mystify me. It's not like I haven't exploded before. How could there be such a commotion? Hurry up and make it clear, what is going on?" Qing Yaojin glared at Li Wangyu. "To put it bluntly, it's nothing much. It's just that the herbs I added in the bamboo were different. These herbs were concocted by your nephew himself, so they burned even faster. As a result, the sound of the explosion was extremely loud." "Hee, Uncle Cheng, didn't you say you were going to give it a try? Little nephew still has some explosive rods. Do you want to show them to me?" Qing Yaojin's face couldn't help but turn red. Just a moment ago, he wanted to burn the pole himself. But thinking about Zheng Boyi's fate, if he were to go, it might not be any better. "Humph. You brat, all you do is ponder over these useless things." Qing Yaojin's face was so dark that it was turning red. "Why aren't you ordering the servants to bring the food?" When Li Wangyu saw that this old hooligan was angry from embarrassment, he didn't dare to make fun of him anymore. He could only stifle his laughter and order the servants to bring out the food. The guests present had long heard of Lai Hot's delicious food and had been looking forward to it for a long time. However, a group of maidservants entered the banquet in a single file. The things they held in their hands confused everyone. "Zio, it's such a hot day. Why did you order people to bring so many braziers?" Pai Lupi also couldn't understand and asked curiously. Li Wangyu smiled proudly and said, "Haha, uncle, this is a way of eating food that your nephew created. It's called hot pot. Using charcoal to boil the soup, the ingredients are thrown in, and you can eat it while it's hot. It's extremely satisfying. Uncle will know once you try it." As a person from Sichuan, his days were incomplete without hot pot. Li Wangyu naturally wouldn't let go of this favorite food. It was a pity that the treasure of chili hadn't spread to the Tang dynasty yet. Fortunately, there was still dogwood to replace it. Although it didn't have the unique fragrance of chili, and it was impossible to boil a pot of bright red hot and spicy soup, Li Wangyu was satisfied. After the servants placed the braziers on the table, a servant immediately brought out the copper pot that Li Wangyu had specially hired a craftsman to make in the Eastern market. The soup base in the copper pot was made from beef bones and fish bones. With dogwood, pepper, and ginger slices, it smelled very fragrant. Then, all kinds of cut ingredients were brought up like flowing water. Fish on the left, shrimp on the right, and all kinds of dipping sauces were brought to the guests. Pai Lupi followed Li Wangyu's instructions and picked up a slice of beef that was so thin that it was almost translucent. He dipped it in the dipping sauces in front of him and put it into his mouth. After carefully chewing for a few seconds, Pai Lupi's eyes lit up. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Zio, your hot pot is crispy, tender, and delicious. It also has the spiciness of dogwood. It's really wonderful. If uncle likes it, then eat more. This duck intestine is also of the highest quality. Uncle, try it. There's also a particular way to boil this duck intestine. It can be eaten after 7 or 8 strokes. It's quite crispy and refreshing. Li Wangyu smiled as he explained to Pai Lupi how to eat the various ingredients in the hot pot. When the surrounding guests heard Pai Lupi's praise, how could they hesitate? They all learned from Pai Lupi's method of eating and began to boil the ingredients they liked. The group of guests surrounded the steaming hot pot and chatted with each other. They raised their chopsticks and ate heartily. It was very lively. Everyone was quite satisfied with the hot pot. Lai Hot's reputation was well deserved. At this time, Jingboyi had already washed his face and changed his clothes under the service of the Lai Hot servant girls. He came out with a straight face and sat down in his seat. How could he not know that he had been plotted against by the county magistrate? According to his temperament, he would have definitely left in a huff. However, when he saw his beautiful boss's face, he couldn't bear to leave. He naturally wasn't in the mood to eat, but when he saw the guests praising Li Wangyu's hot pot, he couldn't help but snort. He questioned, "What hot pot? Isn't this just a wok in a cauldron?" According to the Book of Wei, this method was already used during the time of Emperor Wen of Wei. What's so special about it? Jingboyi's ears were still ringing. Although he could still hear, his ears were ringing. When he spoke, his voice was also quite loud. Naturally, everyone present heard his words clearly. Pai Lupi couldn't help but put down his chopsticks and looked at Jingboyi with displeasure. Pai Lupi was naturally familiar with this scholar from the Chongwen Museum. He also knew that he was famous for his talent and was a direct descendant of the Jing family in Xinjiang. Normally, this Jingboyi had a cultured and refined appearance. Why was he provoking him again and again today? Li Wangyu laughed and said, "Young Master Zheng is indeed knowledgeable." That's right. The way to eat hot pot has indeed been around since ancient times. However, the feeling in his heart was very different. I wonder if young Master Zheng has read from the Book of Wei what hot pot tasted like during the Three Kingdoms period. Why don't you tell me about it and broaden my horizons? You. Jingboyi was rendered speechless by these words. How would he know what hot pot tasted like during the Three Kingdoms period? The Book of Wei only mentioned using a copper cauldron to cook food. When did it mention the taste? Jingboyi's originally white and tender face was now red and green. What he had said just now was just an unreasonable pester. Everyone ate because of the taste. Who cared if this hot pot existed during the Three Kingdoms period? When they saw Jingboyi was speechless, all the guests roared with laughter and paid no further attention to him. They once again raised their cups and toasted each other, causing Jingboyi to feel even more embarrassed, and he felt even more jealous of Li Wangyu in his heart. Chapter 507. Everyone was satisfied with the hot pot. The host and guests enjoyed themselves to the fullest. Even an old man like Yu Shinan, who didn't have a good appetite, praised the hot pot and unconsciously ate more food. The Tangs loved banquets, especially between the nobles. Attending a banquet wasn't just about eating and drinking. There were also performances. Fortunately, Lai Hot had hired more than a dozen dancers. They sang and danced during the banquet. The atmosphere was quite lively. Without any suspense, Qing Yao Jin, Yuchi Jingda, and the other old ruffians drank excitedly again. Not caring that there were womenfolk present, they directly took off their own clothes and went into battle bare-chested. They personally jumped into the field and began to compete with those dancers in the Huxian dance. The Tangs were bold by nature. What Qing Yao Jin was doing was completely normal. Therefore, the atmosphere became even more lively. Only Li Wangyo's face was filled with black lines. F***ck, watching these old hooligans dance was too much of an eyesore. But he didn't expect that group of wretched playboys would try to force him to dance. Li Wangyu didn't want to lose face in front of his beautiful boss. Naturally, he shook his head. But he couldn't resist the strong pull of these animals. As the host of the banquet, he was forcefully pulled off the stage by Qing Chumo and the others. Li Wangyu was anxious. He really didn't know how to dance, let alone dance. Just as he was feeling awkward, he suddenly saw the pool in front of his castle. He couldn't help but laugh. In front of his castle, there was a landscaped pool. Aside from being a scenic view, it was also used for fire protection. If there was a fire in his castle, he could use the water from the pool to put it out. The pool was very large. It was almost the same as the swimming pools in the future. But it wasn't as deep. It was only waist deep. In the middle of the pool, there was a small suspension bridge. What was even more strange was that this suspension bridge didn't have any handrails. It was just a bare bridge. Every time the beautiful boss saw this suspension bridge, she felt helpless. There was no other reason. Li Wangyu had the craftsman build this bridge because of his bad taste. And this suspension bridge had a name on the internet in the future. It was called Net Famous Bridge. Li Wangyu had seen a variety show on Mango TV in his previous life, Shaking Laughing Bridge. The rules of the game were very simple. The players would be in the form of a team and challenge the swing bridge team. Along with the music, they would swing left and right according to the rhythm on the bridge. They would do their best to maintain their balance and not fall into the water. In fact, it was a very boring variety show. Li Wangyu liked to watch it purely because of the beauty. There were a few beautiful female teams, especially those with long legs. Li Wangyu almost licked his screen when he saw them. Li Wangyu had thought of this when he built the pond in his mansion. He had a wicked taste and insisted that the craftsman build him such a swinging bridge. What made the beautiful superior even more speechless was that this guy actually organized all the maidservants in the mansion and even arranged them into several teams. He let them go to the swinging bridge to fight PK, which was a glorified excuse of exercising their bodies. How could the beautiful boss not understand his thoughts? But this kind of thing was harmless, so she just let him be. Under Li Wangyu's insistence, the servant girls in his mansion quickly fell in love with the swing bridge. Originally, when the bridge swayed slightly, the servant girls on the bridge would cry out and fall into the water one after another. After the thin clothes were wet, they clung to their delicate bodies, revealing their exquisite curves. Li Wangyu's eyes were fixed on them and he was very satisfied. Even Niu Wu, Niu Yong, and the other troops were like this. The 73 troops of old bachelors in the mansion loved to watch the servant girls play the swing bridge the most. Every time this group of old bachelors made a big fuss and whistled. Although the servant girls were very shy, they did not avoid the burning gazes of their Langjun and the old bachelors. Some of the bolder ones even stuck out their chests after falling into the water, as if to show off their strength, which caused the surrounding crowd to howl. It was not that these servant girls were shameless, but that the people of the Tang dynasty were so valiant. In addition, in these servant girls' hearts, how could they not hope to be taken in by their Langjun or the troops of Kongwu, so they naturally had no scruples. With Li Wangyu's experience and guidance from watching the videos, they soon learned how to play the swing bridge. They could swing their bodies neatly on the swing bridge without falling into the water. Even Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the 73 old soldiers liked to play the swing bridge. They often challenged the servant girls' teams with the idea of shaking them off the bridge and seeing the wet beauties. Li Wangyou's only regret was that he could not let the servant girls in the mansion change into the hot pants that exposed their thighs in the Tang dynasty. Otherwise, it would be too eye-catching. At this moment, he was being forced to dance by the playboys. Li Wangyou naturally did not want to make a fool of himself in front of everyone, so when he saw the swing bridge, he immediately thought of escaping. Brother Chumo, dancing is boring. This little brother has a fun thing in the mansion, I wonder if you are interested? Li Wangyou said with a sneaky smile. Ching Chumo and the others did not understand and asked curiously, what fun thing? Let's hear it. Li Wangyou pointed at the net red bridge and said, brothers, do you see the swing bridge? We can split into 2 teams on the swing bridge. The team that does not fall into the water in the end will be the winner. Brothers, are you interested? Ching Chumo and the other playboys were naturally playful people. When they heard Li Wangyou's words, they were naturally interested and nodded in agreement. The group of playboys pulled Li Wangyou to the side of the pool, which attracted the attention of all the guests. Pai Lupi could not help but laugh and scold them, what are these little brats doing? Jia, let's go and take a look. With Pai Lupi taking the lead, all the guests naturally followed and ran to the side of the pool to watch. Ziyu, your family's swing bridge is quite strange. It doesn't even have handrails. Aren't you afraid that people will fall into the water? Pai Lupi looked at the swing bridge and could not help but laugh. Li Wangyou nodded as if it was a matter of fact, uncle is right. This swing bridge is meant to make people fall. Oh. Why is that? Hee hee, uncle, just watch the show. Li Wangyou did not explain and only let Pai Lupi wait and see. The group of playboys, with Li Wangyou's explanation, had already figured out how to play with the swing bridge. They immediately split into 2 teams and walked onto the swing bridge from both ends. The swing bridge, as the name suggests, swayed and swayed. Even if one did not deliberately swing it, just walking on it was already quite frightening. Fang Yi Ai lost his balance and almost fell off the swing bridge. If it was not for Ching Chuliang who pulled him from behind, he would have been the first to fall. When the playboys were all on the swing bridge and faced each other, Li Wangyou waved his hand and had someone bring over a large drum. He personally beat it and shouted at the same time, swing it up. Accompanied by the sound of the drum, the group of playboys giggled and started swaying the swing bridge. In the next moment, splash, splash, 3 people started falling into the water. This comical scene naturally caused the guests, including Pai Lupi, to roar with laughter. On the swing bridge, the remaining few playboys were also dancing with joy, trying to maintain their balance. However, as the swing bridge swayed more and more violently, in the end, none of these people who were playing the swing bridge for the first time were spared and all fell into the water. This caused the laughter of the people around the pool to become even louder, but the group of playboys did not seem to mind at all. Instead, they laughed along, feeling that it was quite interesting. Wahahaha, this bridge is very interesting. This old man will also try. Gentlemen, which one of you is interested in fighting with this old man? Cheng Yao Jin was itching to fight and jumped out to provoke them. Old bastard Cheng, don't be so arrogant. This old man will fight you. How could Yuchi Jingda be willing to fall behind? He immediately stood up to accept the challenge. With these 2 big shots taking the lead, the other generals and nobles present naturally did not want to fall behind and all spoke up to accept the challenge. The swing bridge prepared to swing again. Chapter 508. With a big shot like Cheng Yaojin taking the lead, the guests were all eager to try. After all, they were in the lie hot and weren't afraid of getting wet. They had clothes to change into. The swinging bridge had become a popular bridge in the future because of its charm. It was unheard of for the Tangs to have a chance to play in the water. The atmosphere became very lively. Qin Yaojin, Yuchi Jingda, and the other big shots had no advantage on the swinging bridge, even if they were veterans on the battlefield. After a few swings, they all fell into the water, which made the crowd laugh again. Everyone tried to challenge the bridge and fell into the water in all kinds of strange ways. For a moment, the banquet at the Lai hut became a playground. Other than the old man like Yu Shinan, who was just watching, most of the guests went down and experienced the feeling of falling into the water. The guests were having a good time. Only Zheng Boyi was watching coldly from the side with a look of disdain. The more Zheng Boyi looked at Li Wangyu, the more uncomfortable he felt. He originally thought that Li Wangyu was just a lucky minister who was young and frivolous. In particular, Li Wangyu had been continuously promoted by Pai Lupi and humiliated the Zheng family of Xingyang, which made him even more resentful. In fact, it wasn't a coincidence that Zheng Boyi knew his beautiful boss. It was just a scheme by the Zheng family of Xingyang. His beautiful boss managed the four-wheeled carriage business and underwear business, which were both profitable businesses. Who knew how many aristocratic families were jealous of her? As his beautiful boss became more and more famous in Chang'an, this beautiful woman finally entered the eyes of the aristocratic families. At first, the aristocratic families didn't care about this cousin of the Count of Hu County. Before the rise of Wu Meinyang in the Tang dynasty, no one would take a woman seriously. But as his beautiful boss became more and more famous in Chang'an, and was even called the goddess of wealth, in private, the aristocratic families couldn't help but be tempted. Although this woman was older, she was beautiful. If they could marry her, it would be a good deal. Not to mention whether or not he could dig out a piece of meat from Li Wanyu's business. Even if he married such a woman who could manage the family business, it would not be a loss. The aristocratic families had a good idea. Therefore, when their beautiful boss went to Chang'an City, there would often be all kinds of wild bees and butterflies around her. They would use all kinds of means to attract her attention. However, for his beautiful boss, who had been the campus belle since she was young, she had seen many such methods in the future. The so-called expensive gifts given by those aristocratic sons were not even worth mentioning in the eyes of their beautiful superiors. The beautiful boss had never paid any attention to these aristocratic sons who shamelessly tried to get close to her. Zheng Boyi, on the other hand, used the excuse of apologizing to his cousin, Zheng Kangbua, to get to know his beautiful superior. The beautiful superior originally did not want to pay attention to the clansmen of the Zheng family in Xinjiang, but this Zheng Boyi also put down his face and waited in front of the Shun Feng carriage company every day regardless of rain or shine, just to say a few words to the beautiful superior. After a while, his beautiful boss couldn't treat him coldly anymore. Sometimes, they would even invite him in for tea and chat. The beautiful superior just felt that Zheng Boyi was quite steady and could be treated as a friend. She had no interest in these ancients, not to mention that her heart was now tied to Li Wangyu. However, Zheng Boyi felt good about himself and thought that he would soon capture the beautiful woman's heart and bring her home. Although Zheng Boyi was hinted by his family to get close to his beautiful superior, this guy really fell into the charm of his beautiful superior. He was now 28 years old. In the Tang dynasty, a man of this age would have already been the father of several children. Zheng Boyi had not been married, mainly because of his psychological problems. This guy had a bit of an Oedipus syndrome. His biological mother, Zheng Shanggua's first wife, died of illness when she was about 30 years old. Zheng Boyi was a filial son. He always remembered his mother and thought that women like his mother were the most beautiful. Therefore, he had no interest in those 14 or 15 years old girls who were about to get married. How could a woman with a good family background and appearance not be married in her 20s? Because of his unwillingness, Zheng Boyi's marriage was delayed. When he met his beautiful superior, he naturally thought of her as a celestial being. At that time, he made up his mind to only marry her. Because of this, he saw Li Wangyu as a thorn in his side. He was the most unforgivable love rival. Zheng Boyi was like a peacock in heat. He wanted to show off his talent in front of his beautiful superior at all times. However, today, he was continuously targeted by Li Wangyu. This made him feel that he had lost all face in front of the beautiful woman. Seeing that the guests were having so much fun playing with the swinging bridge, Zheng Boyi had another idea. Count Hu, how about you and I have a duel on this bridge? However, the loser will take off all his clothes and jump into the lake in your residence. Do you dare? Zheng Boyi suddenly spoke. His voice was so loud that it covered the noise of the crowd. The guests all turned to look at him. What was he doing? Was this guy crazy? At County Count Hu's banquet, he had provoked the host several times. Even if Xinjiang family had a grudge with County Count Hu, they shouldn't be so rude. Everyone looked at Zheng Boyi with dissatisfaction. Pai Lupi was about to reprimand him. However, Li Wangyu suddenly said, since young Master Zheng is in such a good mood, I will naturally accompany you. However, it would be boring for just the two of us to go on the bridge. How about this? He pointed at the hot servant girls serving everyone. Young Master Zheng can choose 10 servant girls from my residence to go on the bridge with me. Young Master Zheng also brought a platoon from your family today, right? You and your platoon will fight me and my servant girls. If all of you fall into the water, you will do as young Master Zheng said. Take off all your clothes, run to the lake in my residence, and jump in. What do you think, young Master Zheng? Li Wangyou's words stunned all the guests.